Chapter 1262. Alright, everyone come over here. Zhuang Nan sneered a few times, then called everyone over. There were a total of 10 people in the sword cleansing manor, while the Shu family had 30 people. There were a total of 50 to 60 people, and more than half of them were divine kings. It was also because of this that Zhuang Nan dared to challenge Ling Gang. After all, although the Dragon Gate's name was frightening, other than Ling Gang and the other 3 people who made him feel a little troublesome, the rest of them were all low-level divine kings, so it was not enough to make them afraid. Ling Xiao looked around at the people surrounding him and said indifferently, "Are you sure you want to protect that bastard? Impudent, if you dare to spout such arrogant words again, don't blame us for being impolite. Quickly apologize to my young sect master, or else this matter will not end," Zhuang Nan shouted, throwing caution to the wind. "Haha, alright, since all of you are courting death, then I will fulfill your wish." Ling Xiao laughed wildly, and prepared to give the order to start killing. Who knew that Xu Ziqian would open her mouth and call out, "Ling Xiao, forget it, let's go." Xu Ziqian was worried that Ling Xiao and the rest would be at a disadvantage, so she said that. "Master's wife, rest assured, that bastard will definitely die." Ling Xiao replied indifferently, then shouted, "Whoever blocks me will be killed." It was said that women were like clothes, and brothers were like hands and feet. However, Ling Xiao had always thought that women were his reverse scale, and even if they were brothers, he was not willing to give in. Hypocritically abandoning a beloved woman for a brother, on the surface, this person seemed to be righteous, but in reality, he was a person who did not care about relationships, a complete hypocrite. Besides, a teacher for a day is a father for life, and the wife of the teacher naturally saw her as her mother. Seeing his own mother being humiliated by others, no one would be able to sit still and explode in anger. Ling Xiao was a person who could not tolerate any harm to the people around him, and it could also be said that he was an extremely protective person. Today, the enemy was outnumbered, and Ling Xiao was also not afraid. The cold killing intent that he displayed made people feel suffocated. He walked towards Zhuang Jianxing step by step. That golden light carried a dense imperial might, making people submit. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. As one of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo, Zhuang Nan's strength had already reached the pinnacle, so how could he be scared by a low-level divine king? When he attacked, Ling Gang had already taken the initiative to attack him. "Zhuang Nan, your opponent is me. Come at me together." Ling Gang jumped down from the lion's back and thrust the golden spear in his hand towards Zhuang Nan's face. "Today let me see if you, Ling Gang, are really as powerful as the rumors say. The rest of you, protect the young master." Zhuang Nan did not dare to be careless. The divine saber in his hand rushed towards Ling Gang. Zhuang Nan left, but there were still 2 high-level god kings protecting Zhuang Jiansheng. Xu Pingcheng was naturally one of them. He looked at the approaching Ling Xiao and waved his hands to the sides, getting the other god kings to block Ling Xiao. And Nan and at. Nan. Ling Xiao instantly split into 2. The divine soul clone wielded the golden dragon spear, and smashed it towards the 2 high-level divine kings. Ling Xiao instantly split into 2. The divine soul clone wielding the golden dragon spear smashed towards the 2 high-level god kings. The 2 god kings leapt in fright. They had never thought that their opponent's strength would erupt to such a terrifying degree in a single moment. But when they met the power of the spear, they felt a tightness in their chests, and they were sent flying. They spat out a mouthful of blood. They were all high-level divine kings. Although they had only used elixirs to increase their strength, their combat strength was not what an average mid-level divine king could deal with, let alone a low-level divine king. They were all high-level god kings. Even though they had only reached that level through the use of elixirs, their battle prowess was not something that an ordinary mid-level god king could deal with. Moreover, the person in front of them was just a low-level god king. They were all high-level divine kings. Although they had only used elixirs to increase their strength, their combat strength was not what an average mid-level divine king could deal with, let alone a low-level divine king. But they did not expect the clone that had suddenly appeared to be so powerful. The power it emitted was comparable to a peak divine king, and it made them vomit blood. The 3 god kings from the cleansing sword manor beside Zhuang Jianxing immediately attacked Ling Xiao. 2 mid-tier god kings and 1 low-tier god king attacked at the same time. The might of their attacks was definitely extraordinary. They locked down the direction Zhuang Jianxing was in and bombarded it. The 3 of them felt that even a mid-level divine king would die. Unfortunately, by the time their attacks landed, the young man had already arrived in front of them. I said, "Those who block me will die," Ling Xiao said coldly. His figure split into 3, and he blasted several bright suns at the 3 of them. The torrential fist intent filled the sky, and its power was majestic and terrifying. The 3 of them did not expect Ling Xiao to be fine. Instead, he attacked them so quickly. Bang! The 3 of them felt their chests shatter. When they were thrown out, they immediately lost consciousness. The 3 of them landed thousands of meters away. Their upper bodies had been completely blown up, and it was impossible for them to recover. They could only use their divine souls to rush out in a panic. Ling Xiao did not have time to care about them. Instead, he went in front of Zhuang Jianxing. After Zhuang Jianxing consumed the elixir, his injuries recovered significantly. However, he did not have the guts to challenge Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao continuously injure the people around him, a sense of fear overwhelmed him. What? What do you want? I am the young master of the sword cleansing manor. If you dare to touch me, you will be offending the sword cleansing manor. Zhuang Jianxing panicked. At the same time, he kept retreating. Those who wanted to rush over to save Zhuang Jianxing were blocked by Ling Xiao's divine soul and the 13th prince. Ling Xiao snorted disdainfully. I said that even if you are the master of the sword cleansing manor, I will still kill you today. With that said, Ling Xiao reached out and grabbed Zhuang Jianxing's neck, lifting him up. Zhuang Jianxing only felt his neck tighten, and a suffocating feeling almost made him unable to breathe. Immediately after, he was sent flying by Ling Xiao, and then heavily smashed onto the ground. Bang! Zhuang Jianxing was in so much pain that he started to bite. He had never suffered such a heavy punishment since he was young. Immediately kowtow to my 2 mistresses and admit your guilt. I can leave you with an intact corpse. Ling Xiao stepped on Zhuang Jianxing's back and shouted. Zhuang Jianxing was also a coward. He immediately cried for his parents. Spare me. 2 grandmothers, spare me. Xu Ziqian said with hesitation. Ling Xiao, why don't? Let him go. It was not that she did not want to kill Zhuang Jianxing, but Zhuang Jianxing was the young master of the sword cleansing manor, and their Xu family was relying on their subsidiary forces. She was afraid that if Zhuang Jianxing died, it would implicate their Xu family. Ling Xiao knew what Xu Ziqian was worried about, but his gaze was still on Feng Qingyuan. When he was in the profound spirit continent, he had already acknowledged Feng Qingyuan as his mistress. His relationship with her was also the best, so it was still her decision. Anger flashed across Feng Qingyuan's face as she said, "Even if I don't kill him, I will make him pay the price." From Feng Qingyuan's eyes, it could be seen that she could not wait to devour Zhuang Jianxing's flesh. If Xu Ziqian had not spoken first, she would definitely not have let Zhuang Jianxing off. Ling Xiao could understand Feng Qingyuan's emotions, and immediately nodded. Then let him live a life worse than death. Just as Ling Xiao was about to attack Zhuang Jianxing's divine soul, Zhuang Nan rushed back from another direction with his sword in hand, shouting in shock, "Quickly release my young sect master! Zhuang Nan, why are you running so fast? Today, I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly." Ling Gang chased after him and shouted. In the surroundings, the people from the sword cleansing manor and the Xu family wanted to help, but unfortunately, they were unable to break through the defenses of the 13th prince, the prodigal son and the others. Although Ling Zhao's side had few people, each and every one of them had extremely powerful battle prowess. It was impossible for the people from the sword cleansing manor and the Xu family to win with numbers. Instead, many of them were killed. Little Qianyu, quickly let them help. Could it be that you can bear to see them kill us all? Xu Pengcheng cried out for help to Xu Ziqian. He and another high-level divine king from the sword cleansing manor had been blasted by Ling Zhao's divine soul to the point that they were unable to distinguish north from south. If this continued, he would probably be killed as well. Looking at the others, They were simply not a match for the people from the Dragon Gate. Many of their companions and holy beasts had been slaughtered by them. He had no choice but to seek help from Xu Ziqian, hoping that she could make the people from the Dragon Gate stop. No matter what, Xu Ziqian was a member of the Xu family. She couldn't bear to see them die one by one. She immediately begged Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, I'm begging you, please make them stop first. Ling Xiao frowned, then shouted to the others, everyone stop. Actually, he didn't want to let it go just like that. According to him, he wanted to kill all of them. Anyway, there was nothing for him to be afraid of. The two groups of people split up. There were no casualties on Ling Xiao's side, but more than 10 people from the sword cleansing manor and the Xu family had died, and more than half of their holy beasts had died. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Quickly release my young sect master. Zhuang Nan looked at Ling Xiao with a livid face and shouted. Their sword cleansing manor was second only to the Dragon Gate. There was quite a gap in strength, but they were still a famous existence in the Sky Dragon domain. Their young sect master was trampled underfoot. It was simply an insult to their sword cleansing manor. If not for my master's wife begging for mercy, all of you would have died. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. His soul power attack instantly rushed into Zhuang Jianxing's divine soul in his sea of consciousness. Zhuang Jianxing only felt that his head was about to explode. He kept letting out strange cries. Everyone didn't understand what Ling Xiao did to Zhuang Jianxing. But when they heard these extremely tragic cries, they all felt their hair stand on end. Zhuang Nan's face was already extremely gloomy. Veins appeared on the hand that was holding the sword hilt. Scram! Ling Xiao raised his leg and kicked Zhuang Jianxing fiercely. Zhuang Jianxing immediately flew towards Zhuang Nan like a cannonball. Zhuang Nan caught Zhuang Jianxing and immediately fed him a medicinal pill. It was just that although Zhuang Jianxing's injuries were stabilized, he was still screaming crazily nonstop. It was as if he had suffered some kind of stimulation. What on earth did you do to my young sect master? Zhuang Nan questioned Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said solemnly, nearly humiliated my two masters' wives. If he doesn't pay a price, do you think that it's possible? Quickly scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile. Zhuang Jianxing's divine soul had already been blasted into an idiot by his soul power attack. He was also inflicted with the soul-locking curse. In the future, he could only live like a lunatic. This was indeed more satisfying than killing him to vent his anger. Chapter 1263. Zhuang Nan was so angry that he couldn't speak. He had originally thought that his side was much stronger than the other party, but he didn't expect them to be so strong. It was truly out of his expectations. He knew that there was no point in continuing to pester them. Elder Nan, why don't we retreat first? Xu Pengcheng was scared by Ling Xiao's divine soul clone just now. He was afraid that if they continued, only death would await them. Zhuang Nan had no way to vent his anger, so Xu Pengcheng became his venting bucket. It's all your Xu family's fault. If anything happens to my young sect master, just wait for our manor lord's wrath. With that, he carried Zhuang Jianxing and glared fiercely at Ling Xiao before leaving with the rest of the people from the sword cleansing manor. The people from the Xu family wanted to follow them, but Xu Pengcheng looked at Xu Ziqian with a heavy expression and said, Little Qian, this matter. If you still care about your family, you must make a trip back. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even the patriarch will not be able to withstand the wrath of the sword manor. Immediately after, he didn't wait for Xu Ziqian to say anything and left with the rest of the Xu family. Xu Ziqian had a sad look on her face. She knew that because of her matter it would probably cause a lot of trouble. For a moment, her heart was in a mess, and at the same time, a resolute thought emerged from the bottom of her heart. Feng Qingyuan was obviously frightened by Zhuang Jianxing. Even with Eurofei's constant comforting and persuading, she was unable to calm down quickly. After 2 days, her condition improved by quite a bit. Xu Ziqian seemed to be ashamed of Feng Qingyuan. As she stared blankly at the distant chaotic burial space, her beautiful eyes rippled with indescribable complex emotions. Ling Xiao didn't know how to persuade them, so he could only let the women beside him communicate with them. At this time, Mad Monk appeared beside Ling Xiao and said, In front of us is the chaotic burial space. Can you feel the terror of that place now? I'm afraid that even a high-level God King wouldn't be able to withstand the heavenly might's attack at the entrance and would die. Back then, when Ling Xiao had found Mad Monk had wanted to bring Ling Xiao with him to the chaotic burial space to fight the evil emperor. But in front of the mighty heaven's might-forbidden land, he had felt uncertain and didn't dare to enter. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "And back then, Master was forced to come here by the Shu clan. It seems that he really had nowhere to go." The Mad Monk laughed, shook his head and said, "I don't think that's possible. Your master has a prideful personality. Even if he's being forced by others, it's still very easy for him to find a place to hide. The reason he ran here is to find a chance to advance quickly and take revenge for being hunted down." Hearing this reminder, Ling Xiao felt that his father-in-law's words made sense. The Sky Dragon domain was vast, and it would not be easy to find a person in any mountain range. "Master, you seek riches in danger. But he's still fine now. I don't know what's holding him back." Ling Xiao sighed. As one of the 8 great forbidden areas, not everyone had the courage to enter. "If it wasn't for the opportunity one got from the Snake sect, I would also like to enter the chaotic burial space to take a look. When your master comes out, I don't want to be left far behind by him." Mad Monk sighed with his hands behind his back. The 4 legendary figures of the Xianling continent were all outstanding existences. It was mainly because the cultivation environment in the Xianling continent was inferior, which hindered their speed of advancement. And each of them was a proud and brave generation. Their temperament was really not what ordinary people could compare with. It was not surprising that Mad Monk had such a thought. As he spoke, Ling Xiao had an impulse to go in. However, he suppressed his impulse. After all, he was only a step away from the middle stage God King, and the continuous battles had brought him closer and closer to that level. He only needed to accumulate a little more divine power before he could break through. At this time, he definitely did not want to take the risk of entering the chaotic burial space. Furthermore, he still had to return to the Xianling continent to bring his family to the heaven realm. Perhaps he would wait until his realm reached a higher level, and he had the confidence to enter the chaotic burial space. However, at this time, Yun Mingqi hurriedly ran over and shouted, "Xiao, have you seen Mistress Ziqian?" Seeing Yun Mingqi's anxious expression, Ling Xiao had a bad premonition, and immediately replied, "Father-in-law and I have been here the whole time, but we haven't seen her. Isn't she always on your side?" Yun Mingqi hurriedly said, "I clearly saw her just now, but in the blink of an eye, I didn't see her. I thought she was walking around, but I didn't see her around. What is Mistress Ziqian trying to do?" Ling Xiao said somewhat irritably, then continued, "Tell everyone to split up and search, but don't get too close to the chaotic burial space. Once you get sucked in, you won't be able to save yourself." Yun Mingqi nodded and immediately went back to tell the others to split up and search. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, but he himself headed towards the direction of the chaotic burial space. He felt that Shu Ziqian might have suffered a blow, and probably went to the chaotic burial space. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but speed up a bit, hoping that he was overthinking it. The closer he got to the chaotic burial space, the more he could feel the chaos of the energy here. No divine will could be spread out to search. The huge black hole in the sky spun from time to time, like a ferocious beast that could devour people, causing them to be terrified. Waves of chaotic auras continued to wreak havoc in all directions. Occasionally, bolts of lightning could be seen flashing by, and waves of baleful yin energy filled the air. The closer Ling Xiao got, the more pressure he felt. The cold wind and explosive power made him feel a little uncomfortable, and the pressure of the distorted space was enough to make it difficult for any saint to move an inch. Without reaching the strength of the Holy Emperor, it would be impossible to even think of this. After Ling Xiao advanced another few thousand meters, the pressure of the space here increased greatly, and the cold wind made him feel pain. He had no choice but to slow down. He sighed in his heart. Even if the Holy Emperor came here, he would probably have to stop. The chaotic burial space is indeed one of the forbidden areas. It was also at this time that Ling Xiao saw a figure slowly walking in the distance. Wasn't that the mistress he was looking for? Xu Ziqian? She was dressed in purple satin, and her clothes fluttered in the strong wind. She looked like a sad fairy as she stared blankly in front of her. Her beautiful eyes flickered with sparkling and translucent tears. Mistress Ziqian, don't act recklessly. Ling Xiao cried out in alarm. He couldn't care less and rushed toward Xu Ziqian. Xu Ziqian didn't seem to hear Ling Xiao's words and continued to walk forward. Ling Xiao flew with all his might, shaking off the cold wind and the pressure of the space, and quickly arrived in front of Xu Ziqian. Arriving here, Ling Xiao felt that his body was a little out of control, as if he was about to be sucked into the chaotic burial space. Without saying a word, Ling Xiao stopped Xu Ziqian and said, "Mistress, what do you want to do? Quickly go back with me." Xu Ziqian looked at Ling Xiao with a wry smile and said, "Ling Xiao, get out of the way. I don't want to wait any longer. I want to go in and find your master." "Mistress, don't be silly. So what if you go in? You don't even know what's going on inside. I'm afraid you won't be able to see Master even if you die in vain. Hurry up and come back with me. Master will come out one day," Ling Xiao anxiously advised. This place was too close to the entrance of the chaotic burial space. If anything unforeseen happened, they would all be sucked in, and that would be the end of them. Xu Ziqian shook her head and said, "I really don't want to wait any longer. Maybe your master is trapped somewhere, and is waiting for me to save him. Go back and tell Sister Qing Yuan that you will definitely bring your master back later." She was at a loss right now. Not only had she completely fallen out with her family, she had also offended the people of the sword-washing manor. Was there still a place for her in this Sky Dragon region? When she thought of her family, they would probably hate her to death a long time ago. Right now, her heart was like dead ashes. Then she might as well take the risk and enter the chaotic burial space to find her only lover. If she found him, then everyone would be happy. If she couldn't find him, then she could just accept it and not feel so sad right now. Xu Ziqian was a little agitated. She actually bypassed Ling Xiao and continued to go inside. Ling Xiao knew that it was useless to say anything now. He immediately pulled Xu Ziqian's hand and shouted, "Mistress, I have offended you." Immediately after, he forcefully pulled Xu Ziqian and flew back. Xu Ziqian struggled for a moment and said, "Ling Xiao, let me go. I really don't want to wait any longer." "Mistress, why don't you understand? Even if you go in, you will only die. If Master comes out and you die inside, he will definitely be sad," Ling Xiao reprimanded. "So what? I have been waiting for him for so many years. I only know that he is still alive, but I don't know if he will come out again. Now because of my matter, I have caused so much trouble for everyone. My family will definitely be implicated. Although you are from the Dragon Gate, but that Zhuang Jianxing is the young master of the sword-washing manor. If you hurt him, I am afraid they will not let this matter go," Xu Ziqian said. She felt that she was a jinx now. She had harmed her man, Feng Qingyuan, and her family. "What are you worried about? I was the one who hurt him. If they dare to cause trouble, our Dragon Gate will only make them suffer," Ling Xiao said. After a pause, he said, "How about this? You and Mistress will return to the Dragon Gate with me to meditate. When Master comes out, we will definitely get the news immediately. At that time, it will be easy to find him." Indeed, after this incident, Ling Xiao really did not dare to let Xu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan stay outside alone. If the sword-washing manor and the Xu family were not willing to let this matter go, when they were really captured again, he was afraid that he would be powerless to do anything. Xu Ziqian obviously hesitated for a moment, but then she shook her head and said, "Forget it. If I continue to wait like this, I will go crazy sooner or later. I want to go in and find your master." Ling Xiao did not give up. He simply ignored Xu Ziqian and forcefully pulled her away from this dangerous area. Suddenly, Ling Xiao seemed to have noticed something. He looked around and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." Chapter 1264. As his voice fell, more than 10 figures quietly walked out in front of them. These people were like phantoms, not emitting any aura. They were all dressed in black martial attire, holding all kinds of weapons as they surrounded Ling Xiao and Xu Ziqian. Among these people, there was a pinnacle god king, 2 high-level god kings, and the rest were mid-level and low-level god kings. The leader was a peak divine king who wore a white scarf and a shining gray armor. He waved his hand and signaled for the people beside him to attack. Master's wife, I'll hold them off. You leave immediately. They're here for me. Remember to call our people over. Ling Xiao threw Xu Ziqian in a direction as he shouted. Xu Ziqian was also a god king, so she knew how terrifying these people were. She didn't dare to hesitate. Borrowing the force of Ling Xiao's throw, she quickly flew in a direction. At the same time, she didn't forget to remind him, Ling Xiao, you must hold on. I'll bring people back right now. However, the spatial energy pressure here was too great, so Xu Ziqian couldn't escape far. She was immediately blocked by a high-level god king. The other party thought that a high-level god king like him could easily stop a peak low-level god king like Xu Ziqian. Xu Ziqian also thought that she couldn't escape, but she still gritted her teeth and attacked the high-level god king with all her might. The high-level god king looked at Xu Ziqian with disdain, a playful look in his eyes. In his eyes, the strength of this girl's attack wasn't worth mentioning. Just as he was about to raise his hand to block this blow and take down this little girl, an invisible attack instantly hit his sea of consciousness and divine soul. He felt like his sea of consciousness was ruthlessly stabbed, and he couldn't help but scream. It was also at this moment that Xu Ziqian mercilessly slid her sword across the high-rank god king's neck. Pfft! The high-level god king's head instantly flew off, and blood spurted out from his neck. Xu Ziqian didn't expect that her attack would succeed. Although she was surprised, she also knew that the situation was dire, so she immediately fled in the direction she came from. Damn it! Among those people, another high-level god king sensed that his companion had been killed inexplicably and shouted, preparing to chase after Xu Ziqian. Don't waste time, get rid of this kid immediately, or we won't have a chance when Ling Gang and the others arrive. The leader said in a deep voice. That person was unwilling, but he didn't dare to oppose the leader. At this time, they had already surrounded Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was like a slippery eel, constantly dodging and evading their attacks. For the time being, he didn't strike back. When he saw that Xu Ziqian had successfully escaped, he finally let go. Who sent you to kill me? As long as you tell me, I can spare you. After that, I of you of me of you, I can you. Hee, you'll know when you get to the netherworld. The leader sneered, then said to his men, You're all good for nothings, hurry up and get rid of him. As the leader's voice fell, a few more people appeared on their side. A total of 8 people surrounded Ling Xiao at the same time. Facing such attacks, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. He sneered, and his divine soul attack instantly split into 3, attacking 3 low-level god kings at the same time, killing them before their attacks even reached him. Ling Xiao's divine soul power had already reached the mid-level high-level god king realm, so his soul power attack wasn't any weaker than a high-level god king's attack. How could the divine souls of those low-level god kings withstand it? Ling Xiao's spiritual power had already reached the mid-level of a high-level godly king. His soul power attack wasn't any weaker than a high-level godly king's attack. How could those low-level godly kings withstand it? Ling Xiao's power was already at the mid-level high-level god king realm, so his soul power attack wasn't any weaker than a high-level god king's attack. How could the divine souls of those low-level god kings withstand it? With the attacks from 3 directions gone, Ling Xiao took the opportunity to dodge the others' attacks, took out the golden dragon spear, and immediately launched an all-out counterattack against those people. Those people were instantly sent flying by Ling Xiao, swallowing blood. Leader, this kid is really tough, no wonder you failed last time. A high-level god king beside the pinnacle god king frowned and shouted. If we continue to suffer losses like this, the rewards won't be enough. Finish him off. The pinnacle god king frowned and said. He felt that this kid was very strange. He didn't even see him make a move, but a few of his subordinates were already dead, which was really unimaginable. The high-level god king could also hear the seriousness in the pinnacle god king's tone, so he immediately nodded and attacked Ling Xiao. His attack was very strange, and just as his body flashed, he actually disappeared from this part of the world, as if he was completely invisible, and his aura was also very well hidden, so ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect him at all. Ling Xiao dealt with the few god kings in front of him with all his might. He killed another 2 low-level god kings, and the other 3 mid-level god kings were forced to retreat by him. Although he had been constantly vigilant of his surroundings, the sudden sneak attack still made him break out in a cold sweat. He had experienced this kind of experience half a year ago, and it was also a fatal blow that pierced through the top of his head. It was enough for him to suffer the same move once, so he definitely couldn't suffer a second time. Ling Xiao didn't use his Divine Soul clone at the beginning, but this time, he used his Divine Soul clone just like the last time. But this time, he was already prepared and on guard. Before the attack landed on top of his head, his Divine Soul clone immediately attacked, and took the golden dragon spear in his hand, and faced the sword light that was coming from above his head. The high-level God King who sneaked an attack clearly didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually use his Divine Soul to block his attack, but he didn't think that a low-level God King's Divine Soul could block his attack. Just as well, I can make your soul scatter, and you'll never be able to reincarnate. The high-level God King shouted ferociously, and a majestic power poured out. Try it if you can. Ling Xiao's Divine Soul snorted coldly, and the golden dragon spear in his hand burst out with power that was dozens of times stronger than before. A peerless golden dragon instantly rushed up, as if it had just broken through the sky, and let out a loud and clear roar. The high-level God King completely didn't expect that a mere low-level God King's Divine Soul could instantly burst out with such ferocious power. His sword technique collided with his opponent's spear light, and his divine saber was instantly shattered. The golden dragon still surged forward unstoppably toward his head. No, the high-level God King's head was hanging downwards, so when faced with such a powerful attack, even if his head was made of 10,000-year-old rock, it would still be smashed to pieces. Rumble. The high-level God King was instantly killed by Ling Xiao's attack, and his body turned into a pool of blood that splattered everywhere. This shocking attack stunned all the God Kings who came to surround and kill Ling Xiao. If the death of the first high-level God King didn't attract much attention, then the death of the high-level God King in front of them was witnessed by everyone. The high-level God King was actually blasted apart by a direct attack from the other party, so one could imagine how powerful the other party was. At this time, they also saw that there were 2 identical Ling Xiao in front of them. Apart from the strength of their auras, they couldn't tell which one was the real one, and which one was the doppelganger. They even thought they were twins. The leader was finally moved. Damn Dragon Gate. What kind of information did they provide? If this kid can only defeat a mid-level God King at most, then what on earth happened just now? The leader couldn't help but curse in his heart. As the vice leader of the Shadow Assassin group, he was also very knowledgeable. He could immediately tell that the clone that suddenly appeared just now was probably formed by the condensation of Divine Soul. He originally thought that since Ling Xiao was alone, he could easily end this kid's life with his subordinates. However, he had lost 2 of his generals and several other trusted subordinates. This was really a heavy loss. At this moment, he no longer dared to be careless and led these last people to attack and kill Ling Xiao together. I'll deal with this Divine Soul clone. The rest of you destroy his real body for me. That Pinnacle God King shouted. That Pinnacle God King couldn't be compared to others. He clearly cultivated the wind attribute, and in this environment his speed was still extremely fast. At the same time, his attacks were also abnormally fierce, making it hard for people to block. It was also fortunate that Ling Xiao was of the wind attribute. After increasing his combat strength by several tens of times, he could still fight to a draw with this person in front of him. After all, back then, this Divine Soul clone of Ling Xiao was in existence that could contend against the Sunjin of Goguryeo. If not for being suppressed by this spatial power, he might still be able to gain some upper hand. The other side's 2 high-level God Kings were already dead. The rest were 5 mid-level God Kings and 2 low-level God Kings besieging his real body. Due to his Divine Soul's power being extracted, Ling Xiao was unable to use soul power attacks. He could only use the 9 Suns Heaven Burning Fist to kill these people. He already cultivated the 9 Suns Heaven Burning Fist to the extreme. 9 brilliant suns appeared together, all making heaven and earth change color. Those God Kings were all blasted, flying backward and vomited blood, while those attacks that landed on Ling Xiao's body did not cause much damage to him. At most, his internal organs suffered some internal injuries, and the ancient sovereign divine technique could recover very quickly. As long as he delayed until others came to save him, then everything would be easy. If not for the other side having this pinnacle God King, he would not need to let out the divine soul clone at all, and would directly use divine soul attacks, then coordinate with his own methods to kill the others. Even so, Ling Xiao still had the upper hand despite fighting 2 against 8, and even killed the other 2 low-level God Kings. After all, his speed and movement technique were absolutely not random. The group of people fought closer and closer to the chaotic burial space, but Ling Xiao did not seem to notice at all, and that pinnacle God King seemed to intentionally lead Ling Xiao's side to fight. A sneer quietly appeared on his face. "All of you back off." After that pinnacle God King burst open Ling Xiao's divine soul, he suddenly shouted. Immediately after, 2 lifeless figures instantly appeared. And following the sudden appearance of these 2 lifeless figures, Ling Xiao encountered the greatest danger since the beginning. He was actually sent to the legendary Forbidden Area. Chapter 1265. The 2 silhouettes charged at Ling Xiao's real body and clone. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to attack the 2 silhouettes at the same time. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 2 silhouettes were still able to charge at him after receiving his attacks. "It's a puppet." Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something and shouted. Ling Xiao's real body and his doppelganger were hugged by the 2 puppets, which were almost rotting. Just as Ling Xiao was about to break free, the Peak Divine King shouted, "Send him into the chaotic burial space immediately." The others received the order and immediately attacked Ling Xiao without holding back. Numerous forces intertwined and combined in this part of the world. Wave after wave of earth-shattering power surged towards Ling Xiao. These powers didn't want to kill Ling Xiao directly, but to send his body into the chaotic burial space. Ling Xiao's face paled. He didn't think that his opponent would come up with such a devious plan. His soul clone was able to blast the puppet away, but the Peak Divine King's attack was already heading towards him without holding back. On the other side, the real body couldn't shake off the puppet in an instant. He was forced into the entrance of the chaotic burial space by the power. Everything happened so suddenly that Ling Xiao wasn't prepared at all. Rumble, rumble, rumble. These powers continued to wreak havoc in this space, exploding nonstop. The direction of these powers was the entrance of the chaotic burial space. It seemed like these forces had triggered the power of the heavens. The power of the chaotic burial space suddenly became more violent than before. Waves of level 12 cold wind roared, and many purple thunders kept bombarding. Black clouds rolled up, and a huge vortex appeared. It was like a demon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The grayish-black power spun rapidly, and a powerful suction force burst forth. Ling Xiao was instantly blasted thousands of meters away by the powerful impact. His body was also injured. His soul clone was also forced back by the Peak Divine King, but it wasn't as far as his real body. When Ling Xiao felt that his real body was about to be sucked into the black whirlpool by the powerful suction, his divine soul doppelganger flew over at top speed, pulling his real body and flying forward. "You want to escape? Impossible." The Peak Divine King had always been paying attention to Ling Xiao's situation. He realized that Ling Xiao's spirit was about to bring his real body out. He roared again and attacked with the others. But this time, Ling Xiao was prepared. The obsidian cauldron instantly enlarged and stood in front of his body and soul. Once again, the obsidian cauldron was blasted back quite a distance by the other party, while Ling Xiao was also pushed back by the backlash. Damn it! Ling Xiao cursed, but there was nothing he could do. On the other hand, the other party's attacks came in wave after wave. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, wanting to rush back had become an extravagant hope. Suddenly, the suction behind him became even more terrifying, and a force like a devil's claw instantly entangled Ling Xiao. Whoosh! Ling Xiao and the obsidian cauldron were immediately sucked into the black whirlpool by this powerful force and disappeared. At this time, Xu Ziqian had already returned and hurriedly brought the others over. They happened to see the scene of Ling Xiao being sucked into the chaotic burial space, and each and every one of them was stunned. No, Ling Xiao's women all let out heart-wrenching screams. Each and every one of them desperately wanted to rush over and rescue Ling Xiao. However, Ling Gang, Mad Monk, Kong Wen and Kong Wu, who were beside them, immediately stopped them. "You bastards, this prince will eat all of you," the prodigal shouted at the few people who were trying to escape from afar. The prodigal instantly transformed into his true form and rushed towards the shadow assassination group members who were scattering and running away. The raging flames on its body surged up instantly, burning all the air in the vicinity. The temperature instantly rose to a terrifying level. A dazzling meteor-like light shot towards two of them. Roar! The prodigal roared twice, and his two front claws instantly crushed the two mid-level divine kings. The 13th prince's actions were not slower than the prodigal. His body shook, and he immediately chased after the peak divine king who was the fastest to escape. A golden light shot out from his mouth and hit the peak divine king. The peak divine king jumped in fright. He never thought that there would be a true dragon divine beast that had taken human form here. He raised his strength to the extreme, and his figure fluttered like the wind, dodging the 13th prince's attack. However, in order to dodge this attack, his figure also slowed down, and the 13th prince's huge basin mouth instantly enveloped him. "Damn it, you really think I'm easy to bully?" The peak divine king's greatest desire to survive was aroused. He shouted, and the long sword in his hand burst forth with his full strength, directly stabbing towards the 13th prince's throat. This was a desperate fight that would cause both sides to suffer. If the 13th prince insisted on devouring him, his divine sword would definitely pierce through the 13th prince's throat. One had to admit that the peak divine king's ability to adapt was quite outstanding, and he was not afraid of death. It was a pity that he had underestimated his and the 13th prince's abilities. Before his sword light could pierce through the 13th prince's throat, a bead appeared from below the 13th prince's throat. Boom boom boom. The bead instantly burst forth with terrifying power, blasting the peak divine king and his divine sword into ashes. The dragon bead was the crystallization of the true dragon's power. Once it appeared, it was enough to raise the true dragon's power to a terrifying level. Those who had surrounded Ling Xiao were all hunted down and killed by the two mythological beasts. One of them was captured by Ling Gang, and he used the soul-searching technique to get some useful information. He wanted to find out who had sent them to assassinate Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, they were not leaders, and they were only following instructions from their superiors. They had no idea who had sent them. These people sent Ling Xiao into the chaotic burial space, and they all died. A sobbing voice cried out, "Godfather, let go of me. I want to find Xiao Xiao." Needless to say, it was Euro Fei who wanted to struggle free from her godfather, Mad Monk, to find Ling Xiao. Mad Monk shouted, "Are you crazy? Even if you go in, you won't be able to find him." "No. I can definitely find him. Let go of me. I can't let him stay there alone," Euro Fei begged. The chaotic burial space was known as a forbidden area, and anyone who entered it would most likely die. Although she didn't want to face the fact that Ling Xiao could die, she couldn't bear to watch as Ling Xiao was sucked in. Her heart was broken. She wanted to go in because she wanted to die with Ling Xiao. "Calm down, Ling Xiao might not die," Mad Monk shouted, and then he said to the others, "Take them back." Yin Mingqi, Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing's reactions were not much calmer than Euro Fei's. All of their faces were full of tears, and they kept wanting to go to the chaotic burial space. However, when Yin Mingqi heard the Mad Monk's shout, she immediately held back the tears on her face. She then looked in the direction of the chaotic space and shouted, "Xiao, I know you'll definitely be fine. I'll definitely wait for you to come out." She paused for a moment before continuing, "But before you come out, I'll definitely take revenge for you. No matter who harmed you, one day I'll definitely find them and kill them all. At that time, I'll come and accompany you." Yin Mingqi spoke more decisively, and her beautiful eyes flashed with an unprecedented hostility. Her water god body erupted with terrifying power, and the divine sword in her hand stabbed upwards, making a ferocious sound, showing her determination. Thinking about how Ling Xiao had gone through untold hardships to find her and reunite with her. It hadn't even been 3 years, and he was sent into the chaotic burial space. She knew how terrifying the chaotic burial space was. Thinking about Ling Xiao dying, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She didn't understand why the heavens wanted to torture them like this. If something happened to Ling Xiao, after she got her revenge, she would follow Ling Xiao into the chaotic burial space. Whether it was to find him, or to be in love with him, she didn't care. Right, we have to get revenge for Ling Xiao. No matter who the enemy is, no matter how great the price, we have to exterminate them all. Lai Ruyu also made a vow. Her fire god body flickered, and the intense flame soared into the sky. Her aura was no weaker than Yunmingqi's. Zhou Zhijing didn't say anything, but looking at her tightly clenched fists, she knew that she had made up her mind. Ling Xiao, it was Master's wife who harmed you. If Master's wife hadn't come here, this wouldn't have happened to you. I deserve to die 1,000 times. The one crying the most emotionally and sadly was Xu Ziqian. She didn't think that Ling Xiao would have such a thing happen to him just to find her. She felt like she was born to be a jinx. She wanted to break into the chaotic burial space, but she was knocked out by her aunt from behind. Everyone, I'm sorry, Ziqian was too emotional. Xu Ziqian's aunt apologized. She knew that Xu Ziqian had already lost control. If she was allowed to make a scene here, it would be even more embarrassing. Xu Ziqian was Ling Zhao's master's wife, but she wasn't anyone else's master's wife. Especially Ling Gang and Xin Yuyi. The way they looked at her was almost emitting fire. But they still held it in. They were all cursing in their hearts. Ling Xiao died for such a stinky woman, it's really not worth it. Feng Qingyuan didn't say anything. She was also crying her eyes out. At least she knew that the evil emperor was still alive. It was just that he couldn't come out. But Ling Xiao was suddenly sucked in. And he didn't even leave them the jade tube of life. They didn't even know if he was dead or alive. I say you don't cry. Boss should be fine. The prodigal didn't understand human emotions, but after spending a long time together, he understood a little, so he spoke up. As soon as the prodigal said that, everyone looked at him. The prodigal scratched his head and said, I think boss should be fine. Isn't he an undying cockroach? As soon as he said this, everyone's expression darkened again. Chapter 1266. In the end, the prodigal proposed an acceptable verification method. That was to rush back to the Kim people's territory to see if the Golden Wolf King was still alive. As long as the Golden Wolf King was alive, it proved that Ling Xiao was still fine. After hearing this method, all of them finally recovered some of their vigor. They did not stay any longer and immediately rushed back to Dragon Gate. They were all praying in their hearts that Ling Xiao would be fine. In fact, they did not know that there was another best way to find out if Ling Xiao was still alive. That could be verified from Mo Inyo. After all, he was cast a soul-locking curse by Ling Xiao. If something happened to Ling Xiao, he would not be able to survive. However, they were already at a loss. No one thought of this, causing them to be nervous and sad for a long time. Before they could return to the Heavenly Dragon Sect, a piece of news had already been secretly transmitted here. In the secret room of Fangbuer's mountain peak, Fangbuer laughed loudly. Haha, good. He was sent to the chaotic burial space. So what if that little bastard has the ancient emperor divine technique? He's still dead. Among the people sitting there, a satisfied smile appeared on their faces. Only He Gong's expression was a little solemn as he said, Commander Fang, although that little bastard has been dealt with, the Shadow Assassination Group is still a hidden danger. Elder He, what are you thinking? Fangbuer squinted at He Gong and asked. He Gong made a gesture of cutting his throat and said, Only the dead can keep this secret forever. The others also nodded in agreement. Fangbu hesitated for a moment and said, Okay, but this shadow guy is not easy to deal with, and his whereabouts are not easy to find. We have to make a good arrangement, and try to catch them all in one fell swoop. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Let Elder Meng and I handle this matter. I don't think he can cause any trouble. He Gong said confidently. If that's the case, then I'll leave this matter to you. Fangbuer replied, then continued. The next step is to find a way to get Ling Chen to step down. The Water Dragon battle team already has the three of us as commanders, so we just need to get the other two guys over. The only pity is that the first team is controlled by Ling Chen. Otherwise, the entire Water Dragon battle team would be under our control, and the position of Heavenly Dragon Sect would definitely be mine. It wasn't the first time that Feng Bu had revealed his ambition in front of his people. According to the higher-ups, they hoped that the new generation could seize control of Dragon Gate. But he didn't think so. When he was pushed down by Ling Chen, he had been thinking about how to overthrow Ling Chen. He thought that as long as he could get the elders of Dragon Gate to join him, ruin Ling Chen's reputation, and suppress the other Kim people's people, the position would be his. His idea seemed to be very good, and it filled him with fighting spirit. In the following days, he often stirred up trouble in Dragon Gate, and he also built a good relationship with many elders outside, as if he wanted to control Dragon Gate. Of course, this didn't mean that Ling Chen could be replaced immediately because of Ling Xiao's absence. Previously, Ling Xiao shocked the younger generation, and he competed with the other miracle apothecaries of the other peaks. His prestige was quite prominent, and he suppressed the other 5 miracle apothecaries in one fell swoop. The news that Ling Xiao was forced into the chaotic burial space didn't spread. Zheng Can, as the chief apothecary, was on good terms with him, so he naturally leaned towards the Kim people's side. Moreover, the middle faction had already confirmed to follow the Kim people's faction. Therefore, Feng Buer's little tricks only achieved very little effect. Later, he let people spread rumors that Ling Xiao had been forced into the chaotic burial space, hoping to sway the hearts of the others. But this rumor was quickly quelled by Ling Chen, because this rumor had no proof whether Ling Xiao was really in trouble or not. And because of Feng Buer's stupid decision, Ling Chen suspected that he was the one who contacted the Shadow Assassination Group to assassinate Ling Xiao. With this suspicion in mind, Ling Chen immediately asked Ling Gang to investigate. Unfortunately, he received news that the Shadow Assassination Group had already been annihilated. At first, Ling Gang thought that it was Ling Xiao's friend, Lai Yuru, who did it, but it wasn't easy for him to find out. After all, she was the young miss of the Blazing Flame Merchants, so he couldn't do anything about it. The Dragon Gate began to fall into a situation where the two factions fought, and the Divine Body faction once again regained the situation where they wanted to suppress the Kim people. However, the Kim people's determination to quell the internal strife this time was very strong. They sent out many Divine King experts from the Kim people to enter the Dragon Gate, to take up important positions. The people of the Divine Body faction might have sensed that the Kim people had already made a move, but they didn't dare to go any further. They were afraid that the elders would come out and cause a real internal strife, and it would be difficult for the elders of the Divine Body faction to contend against them. Otherwise, they would have long since replaced the position of the Kim people. Feng Buer was very depressed. Although he had gotten rid of Ling Xiao, he had forced the Kim people to become even more unyielding, causing him to have no choice but to lie low for the time being. After Ling Xiao was sent into the chaotic burial space, the people who followed him did not disperse just like that. For example, the elders who followed him were still guarding the mountain peak. They did not know that Ling Xiao had already entered the chaotic burial space. Ling Xiao's wife, Yin Mingqi, and Eurofei were still here. Furthermore, Ling Gang, Kong Wen, Kong Wu, Chang Haoyou, Xin Yuyi and the others were also here. At the same time, there were a few more people. They were the Mad Monk, Feng Qingyuan, Xu Ziqian, and Xu Ziqian's aunt. They had also entered the mountain peak to cultivate. They all had the position of an outer sect elder in the Dragon Gate, and these were all arranged by Ling Gang for them. Only Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing had already returned to the Blazing Flame Merchants. However, before they left, Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing still called Yin Mingqi and Eurofei over, and chatted for an entire day. No one knew what they were talking about. They only knew that when they were separated, they were hugging each other and crying their hearts out. Those who didn't understand would think that they were old friends who had known each other for hundreds of years. They also made an agreement, which was to start making use of every minute and second to cultivate, and use the fastest speed to reach the peak Divine King realm. If Ling Xiao still hadn't returned by then, they would disregard everything and enter the chaotic burial space. At the same time, Lai Ruyu was preparing to use the enormous resources of the Blazing Flame merchants to find out who had bribed the Shadow Assassin group to deal with Ling Xiao. But unfortunately, she was destined to come up empty-handed. In the Xiao family of the Profound Sky region, in a forbidden area of the Xiao family's ancestors' seclusion, a beautiful woman wearing a white veil stood on the balcony of a pavilion, looking at the bright moon hanging in the sky. This woman was like a fairy of the moon, appearing refined and otherworldly under the moonlight. Waves of multicolored light occasionally flickered on her body, appearing especially mysterious and beautiful. Her pair of large eyes blinked continuously, as if they possessed a pure and holy divine light that could accommodate all rivers. Why do I feel so uncomfortable recently? The woman lightly clutched her chest, looking up at the sky and sighing. Then, she looked at Haoyue and muttered to herself, I really miss grandfather. I really miss Brother Ling Xiao. I wonder if they are doing well? Brother Ling Xiao said that he would visit me when he has time, but it's already been a few years, and I still haven't seen him. Does he hate my mother and hate me too? I really miss the days with grandfather and Brother Ling Xiao, but I don't know where grandfather is now, and I still can't help Brother Ling Xiao. Ancestor said that I need to at least reach the high-level Divine King realm before I can go to the Sky Dragon region to visit Brother Ling Xiao. It will still take a long time to cultivate to that step. Although Ancestor has always praised me, I don't feel it at all. I really want to become a high-level Divine King tomorrow. Then I can go and find Brother Ling Xiao. Brother Ling Xiao, I miss you. Do you miss Ling Air? A fairy-like woman slowly poured out her heart to Haoyue. In the sky, the stars that accompanied the bright moon seemed to be her best listener, constantly twinkling in response. However, when a meteor rapidly fell from the east, the woman only felt a painful pain in her heart, and the tears in her beautiful eyes automatically slid down. Even she didn't know why she was crying. Perhaps she missed her grandfather and Brother Ling Xiao too much. On the Mystic Spirit continent, far away from the Flame Heaven region, today, the proud Smiling Palace was worthy of being the leader of the major forces that were on par with the Martial Spirit Pavilion. Even the Medicine Sect, which had always been inferior to the Martial Spirit Pavilion, had to admit that the proud Smiling Palace was far more powerful than them. It wasn't that they occupied a vast territory, but that the overall strength of the proud Smiling Palace had indeed surpassed them. This was also recognized by the other 16 major forces. As for who was stronger between the Martial Spirit Pavilion and the proud Smiling Palace, the people of the Central region had tried to figure it out. In the end, the conclusion was that they were neck and neck. This result was truly inconceivable. After all, the Martial Spirit Pavilion had a longer history than the proud Smiling Palace. There were many experts in the Martial Spirit Pavilion, and most importantly, there were many Mystic Emperor stage super experts and many saints. However, although the proud Smiling Palace was a new major force that had been around for less than 100 years, it had a legendary palace master Ling, who was known in every corner of the Central region. This made it qualified to be on equal footing with the Martial Spirit Pavilion. Speaking of Palace Master Ling, everyone in the Central region was full of admiration for him. He had once suppressed the younger generation of many forces and obtained the first emperor seat. He had also won the title of the champion of the younger generation in the Alchemy Conference of the Alchemy Alliance. From then on, he had risen to prominence in the Central region. Not long after, he had established the proud Smiling Palace as a heavenly master. He occupied land in the Wind Cloud City and became the king. At that time, he had dared to challenge the Gu clan, which was one of the 18 great forces. Even the Gu clan had sent a super strong Emperor Xian to kill him, but the Emperor Xian had failed. He had also killed all the people from the Heaven Slaying organization, which made him famous as the youngest Emperor Xian in history. In less than 20 years after the establishment of the proud Smiling Palace, he had destroyed the Ouyang clan, the Gu clan, the Heaven Slaying organization, and the Black Demon sect, which was the most famous sect at that time. He had been in the limelight for a while, and he had become the 5th legend in the Central Domain with the title of Xiao Di. It could be said that without the Xiao Emperor, the proud Smiling Palace wouldn't exist. Chapter 1267. Every generation has its own talents. After the retirement of the Shao Emperor, a new generation began to emerge in the central district of the Xianling continent. In the 25 years since the Shao Emperor left the Xianling continent, a lot of interesting things happened. The marriage between the Shao Emperor's son, Fengling Tian, and the granddaughter of the supreme leader of the martial spirit court, Bai Yueme, caused a sensation in the central district. The proud smiling palace and the martial spirit court were two of the most powerful forces in the central district. Did their marriage mean that the two forces had formed an alliance? Regardless of whether the two forces had formed an alliance or not, they all knew that the proud smiling palace's younger generation had not become enemies with the martial spirit court in the imperial ranking list. Fengling Tian and Bai Yueme had gone through many twists and turns before they could be together. Everyone knew that in the previous 3 imperial ranking list competitions, the first martial emperor was Xian Li, the direct disciple of the Shao Emperor. However, all the earthly sovereigns who had participated in the imperial ranking list competition knew that the first martial emperor was Fengling Tian, the son of the Shao Emperor. However, Fengling Tian did not care about his reputation at all. He defeated the outstanding disciple of the martial spirit court, Lung Feng, and took his great imperial Dan. Then he gave the great imperial Dan to Xian Li, and became the first martial emperor. At that time, Fengling Tian was being chased by Bai Yueme of the martial spirit court. In the beginning, Fengling Tian did not seem to be interested in this lady. However, Bai Yueme was extremely infatuated with him. No matter where Fengling Tian went, Bai Yueme would appear right behind him. Later, Fengling Tian had no choice but to teach Bai Yueme a lesson, trying to force her away. Unfortunately, after the fight, Bai Yueme became even more determined to marry him, because she had already been completely captivated by Fengling Tian's outstanding charm. And in her entire life, she would only fall in love with a man who could give her a good impression. Bai Yueme's pursuit lasted for more than 10 years. In the end, Bai Yueme accidentally fell into a dangerous situation and was captured by a roving bandit. Seeing that Bai Yueme was about to be defiled by these roving bandits, Fengling Tian finally appeared in time. At that moment, he also expressed his true feelings for Bai Yueme. His cold killing intent soared into the sky, and with the strength of an Empyrean at that time, he slaughtered over 1,000 bandits. Among them, there were even 2 half-emperors and no lack of Empyrean-level powerhouses. This battle not only established Fengling Tian's reputation in the Central Territory, it also established the outcome of his love with Bai Yueme. The fact that White Fairy chased after Fengling Tian became a popular story among the women in the Central region, and Fengling Tian killed thousands of people to save the beauty, which made the women in the Central region admire and love him. The marriage between Fengling Tian and Bai Yueme was a beautiful story, a beautiful story. Now it was finally time for the couple to blossom and bear fruit. On the main peak of the Ao Shao Palace, there was a quiet and elegant courtyard. In front of a private room, a group of beautiful women were anxiously walking around outside. Among them, there were a few dignified men with dignified expressions. It was obvious that they were quite nervous. A young woman was walking the most. She clasped her hands together and looked into the private room from time to time, as if she was expecting something. The young woman murmured to herself, "Why is it taking so long? I'm so anxious." A handsome man in front of her said unhappily, "I say, don't walk around. You're making my eyes dizzy." Who knew that the young woman would immediately retort, "Get out of my way. I'm waiting for my good great-grandson to be born. It's an eyesore. Didn't you say you were going to cultivate in seclusion? What are you still doing here?" The man immediately became speechless, and his face was full of depression. This couple was Shao Emperor's father, Ling Zhan, and mother, Meng Xiyun. Sigh, Shao Heir has been gone for 20 to 30 years. He doesn't know that Ling Tian is already married, and his child is about to be born. It would be great if Shao Heir was here. Meng Xiyun sighed with a face full of longing. As soon as she said this, everyone's anxious mood immediately turned into nostalgia. Really, today is a happy day. Why mention that kid? Maybe he's having fun in Heaven Domain right now. Ling Zhan said angrily. As he said this, his eyes secretly revealed a gratified expression. He only had one son in his life, but this son was the pride of his life. Thinking back, if it wasn't for his son persevering in the face of adversity, not only could he cultivate again, but he also gave his father a big surprise. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the cultivation of a peak celestial master today. How can you talk about your son like that? If it wasn't for Xiao Heir, would you be the emperor in the palace? Would you have so many beautiful daughters-in-law and granddaughters? You're going to be an old man soon. Yet you don't know how to care about your sons and grandsons. You only know how to cultivate all day. Meng Shiyun had a lot of opinions about Ling Zhan. These past few years, Meng Shiyun had enjoyed the happiness of a family, but Ling Zhan kept cultivating and didn't spend much time with her. It was no wonder that she didn't like him. Of course, her heart was like tofu, so the others didn't find it strange. At this time, a beautiful woman in plain clothes walked over while supporting an old man. The woman smiled and said, "Granny, don't blame the old master. Don't tell me you want him to stay with us women and chat all day? I'm afraid the old master will be bored to death." The woman who walked forward was the Xiao Emperor's wife, Feng Xianyin. She was supporting her grandfather, the high priest. 20 years had passed, but Feng Xianyin's appearance hadn't changed much. However, she now had a mature and charming beauty. She also had the grace of a mother of the world. I think Xiao Heir has been influenced by him. He only knows how to chase after the peak of power. Now that his grandson is about to be born, he still doesn't know where he is. When he comes back, let's see if his grandson will still recognize him as his grandfather. Meng Xiyan complained. "You're a woman. What are you talking about? Without Xiao Heir, we wouldn't be where we are today." "Really?" Ling Zhan was a bit angry. He muttered in his heart. This old woman is becoming more and more unreasonable. There are so many wives here, yet you criticize your man like this. All right, Grandpa, Grandma, stop arguing. Mother said that father is also working hard to bring us to Tianyu in the future. It's understandable that he didn't get to see our little nephew being born. A clear voice interrupted from a direction. A young girl with a long tail came in front of Meng Shiyun, and Ling Zhan with a reproachful expression. This girl looked somewhat similar to Feng Xianyin, but she looked more like Xiao Di. She had a heroic spirit that was not inferior to men, and at the same time, she had the charm of a little woman. She was a beautiful woman who could bring disaster to a country and bring disaster to the people. This young girl was the daughter of the Xiao Emperor and Feng Xianyin Ling Ying. She was only around 30 years old, but she was already a high-level Earth sovereign. Although her Tenbin couldn't compare to the Xiao Emperor and her mother, she was still one of the best in the younger generation. Sister is right. Father will come back sooner or later. Let's see if our good nephew is as handsome as this young master. A young man with a flirtatious expression interrupted with a smile. The man's facial features were regular, and he had an imposing appearance. He was dressed in gorgeous clothes and held a folding fan in his hand. He gave off the vibe of an elegant young man, and was the type that young girls liked the most. The second son of the Xiao Emperor and Kai Xianyin, Ling Yu, was only 2 or 3 months younger than Ling Ying. His cultivation was also extraordinary, reaching the peak of the Earth Sovereign. Actually, with his Tenbin, he should have the strength of a heavenly venerable. However, this guy inherited his father's dissolute personality and spent most of his time looking for women. If it wasn't for the fact that his brother Feng Lingtian often urged him to cultivate, his strength would probably be a bit weaker than Ling Ying. What are you guys talking about? Let's hope that Yueme can give birth to a baby as soon as possible. She has been in there for a long time. It's really worrying me to death. Another beautiful woman with a full figure said. She was Ling Yu's mother, Kai Xianyue. She was now at the mystic Tharch tier, and her temperament had already risen to another level. Could it be that Yueme gave birth to twins? It would be great if that was the case. A woman with a calm and elegant face said. Hee, Sister Xiner is right. It must be twins. It's best if it's a boy and a girl. Young master will be very happy when he comes back. Another woman in a white dress said excitedly. They were Ji Beixin and Baiyushi. They were still so beautiful that it made people feel pity and love for them. In addition, Wei Dyer, Bing Ruoshui, Yao Qingmin, Yu Lian Wu Meinyang, Dongfeng Jing, Luo Meiying, and a few other women also started to talk about the children in Bai Yueme's belly. Each of them had greatly improved in terms of cultivation. Their appearances hadn't changed much, but their temperaments had undergone a completely different transformation. They had become more mature and beautiful. Any man who saw them would be tempted. Every single one of them was a beauty capable of causing the downfall of a nation. Anyone who could have one of them would feel that they had cultivated for 3 lifetimes. However, they were all Xiaodi's women. It had to be said that the Xiao Emperor was the same as his master, the evil emperor. They both had the title of dissolute. Apart from these women, the Grand Elder of the Proud Smile Palace, Yi Yunfeng, and the new Palace Lord of the Proud Smile Palace, Xian Li, were also among them. Yi Yunfeng had naturally reached the mystic Tharch tier. He assisted Xian Li to manage the Proud Smile Palace. Xian Li was now a high-level celestial venerable. He was tough, calm, and decisive. He was more suitable to be the Palace Lord than his master, the Xiao Emperor. The position of Palace Lord was originally reserved for Feng Lingtian. However, Feng Lingtian was like his father, the Xiao Emperor. He didn't take responsibility and only knew to cultivate. He was still in seclusion to break through to the mystic Tharch tier. He didn't even know that his own child was born. However, just as the sound of melons falling to the ground was heard, a dazzling and majestic golden light swept over from a direction. A handsome young man smiled brightly and said, "My child has finally been born." Chapter 1268. Chaotic Burial Space, one of the 8 Great Forbidden Lands. The space energy at the entrance was so chaotic that people didn't dare to approach. That black hole seemed to spin unceasingly. That terrifying energy was enough to grind any god king into dust. The god kings who entered this mysterious space had almost no chance of survival. Not many could come out. Even incipient god realm experts would have the same result. However, those who were able to come out of there had all obtained unique opportunities. However, if they had to enter the chaotic burial space again, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't come a second time. That was because the terror inside was beyond everyone's imagination. Starting from the entrance, besides the extremely chaotic energy that people couldn't adapt to, there was also the terrifying gravitational field. Compared to the outside, the gravitational field was tens of thousands of times stronger. In other words, if a person weighed 100 pounds, then they would weigh at least several million pounds in here. Ordinary warriors, even saints or holy emperors, would be crushed into powder by this sudden increase in energy. Only god kings with god bodies could use their god power to resist this force that was tens of thousands of times stronger than normal. However, flying was also extremely difficult. Of course, if it was just the gravity, it wouldn't be enough to kill a god king. The most important thing was that the chaotic energy constantly stirred up and created chaotic attacks. There were all sorts of explosive elemental attacks, such as heavenly thunder lightning, metal sharp blade twist, burning sea of fire, hailstorm, and a series of other attacks formed at the entrance. All spatial elemental attacks could instantly kill ordinary god kings. These attacks were like the chaotic attacks of a supreme being, and any one of them was enough to destroy several cities. Normally, every godly king who dared to enter the chaotic burial space would be fully prepared. They would all wear the best defensive armor before venturing in. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to enter the entrance. They would die here. In this entrance that no one dared to enter in 10,000 years, there seemed to be a shadow moving along with the explosive energy. He was like a small boat in a storm. He could be destroyed at any minute. However, if anyone were to see that someone could survive such an explosive force without the help of any defensive armor, they would definitely be shocked to the point that their jaws would drop. There were not many complete pieces of flesh left on the man's body. His entire body was flowing with a golden liquid that was different from ordinary people's. His deep bones could be seen, and they also seemed to be cast from gold, appearing extremely hard and sturdy. His beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, and his figure constantly flickered to avoid those attacks. At the same time, he did not forget to blast out a powerful attack that was as bright as the sun, in order to rush out of this violent and dangerous area. However, no matter how hard he tried, the various powers still blasted him to the point where he couldn't tell which direction to go, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. He screamed incessantly, but he was like an undying cockroach. He was actually able to endure it, and his flesh and blood were recovering at an extremely fast speed. He didn't know how long he had been trying, but his divine power was almost exhausted. The moment his divine power was exhausted, it would be the moment of his death. However, at the most dangerous time, a simple and imposing black cauldron floated out. This cauldron was bombarded by these violent forces, but it was as steady as a mountain. It was not destroyed, nor was it blasted away. It just kept drifting due to the force. Just now, that young man had already jumped into this black cauldron and escaped the bombardment of these violent forces. With this simple and unadorned black cauldron, this young man relied on to save his life in this violent space for the past 2 years. Otherwise, his soul would have long dispersed, and he could not be more dead. And wasn't this handsome and mighty young man Ling Xiao, who was sent into the chaotic burial space? He was forced to this place by the shadow assassin group. At that time, he thought he was going to die. But at the critical moment, he still remembered to merge his divine soul with his doppelganger, and kept the obsidian cauldron. Only then did he follow the vortex into this godforsaken place. There was no breath of life here, only a lot of violent forces and that terrifying pressure. Back then, he was instantly attacked by the terrifying forces here, and his entire body was almost festering. Fortunately, the 3 foreign beings in his head moved at the same time. They seemed to realize that in this space, not only would Ling Xiao die, but they would also be completely destroyed. Although they were all treasures nurtured by heaven and earth, under the terrifying forces, they would still be destroyed. Therefore, they had no choice but to work together and protect Ling Xiao's head and divine soul. Otherwise, how could Ling Xiao have another chance? It was precisely these 3 foreign beings that saved Ling Xiao's life at the critical moment. He once again took out the divine cauldron and isolated most of the forces, giving him a chance to breathe and recover his physical body and divine power as soon as possible. He originally thought that by hiding in the divine cauldron and letting the divine cauldron drift, he would definitely be able to break through this violent area. But in the end, things did not develop as he imagined. Instead, these forces bombarded from all directions. The divine cauldron would sometimes advance and sometimes retreat. Back and forth, it was almost impossible to leave this godforsaken place. After staying here for a few months, Ling Xiao knew that he could not continue like this, so he tried to cultivate his physical strength here. As long as he could temper his body to the extent that he could withstand the violent attacks here, he could directly leave this place. With this plan, Ling Xiao began to cultivate here with his physical strength. He recultivated the ancient emperor's divine technique again, and polished the level of each transformation to the most perfect realm. In the beginning, he could not even withstand a single attack here, but after 2 years, he had completely adapted to the power here, and it was not a problem for his physical body to withstand for a few days without being destroyed. He could clearly feel that his physical body had improved to a terrifying level, and even if it was an attack from a normal high-level divine weapon, he could still withstand it. The dragon pattern on his chest also became more and more obvious, and it was obvious that the level of the ancient emperor's divine technique had improved a lot. After several days of violent attacks, Ling Xiao once again returned to the divine cauldron to take refuge, and at the same time he closed it. After 2 whole years of baptism in this unstable place, Ling Xiao's low-level peak God King realm finally showed signs of loosening. He wanted to make use of today's opportunity to break through to the mid-level God King realm in one fell swoop. That way, his physical body would become even stronger, and then it would be time for him to leave this violent area. The only pity was that the power here was too chaotic, and it was not easy to absorb. Moreover, the environment was especially harsh, and it was too easy for problems to occur if he wanted to break through here. Once he was affected, the gains would not make up for the losses, and he might even fall into a state of eternal damnation. It was just that Ling Xiao had stayed here for 2 years, and he was already numb to this environment. He calmed down and began to adjust his state. Breaking through to the God King realm was not like the previous realms, which could be achieved in a single day. This required the power between his divine soul and Dantian to continuously condense more God power at the divine bridge, and then use all the God power to rush up to the next barrier in one go. The process seemed simple, but it would take at least half a year or a year to complete. Moreover, the energy in this environment was extremely violent, and it was simply unthinkable for others to absorb the power here to break through. However, Ling Xiao had the help of the 3 foreign creatures, and he could let them absorb the power here. And after they filtered it into a stable and pure state, they would then transfer it to his dantian. Of course, by doing this, the power Ling Xiao obtained would be greatly reduced. However, being able to absorb power in this environment was already a great blessing, so how could he ask for more? Ling Xiao filled the divine cauldron with many god crystals, and at the same time, several stalks of god herbs appeared in his hands. These 5 kinds of god herbs were chosen according to Ling Xiao's attributes, and they were all precious god herbs that could increase his god power. Among them were the fire attribute fire serpent vine, the ice attribute snow lotus king, the wind attribute 5-star curling flower. Every stalk of god herb and god crystal was something that Ling Xiao had to absorb to break through. He had to make sure that nothing went wrong during this breakthrough, and there could not be any accidents. Ling Xiao quickly swallowed the 5 kinds of god herbs, and began to circulate the unique origin returning technique, and the ancient emperor divine technique, allowing himself to enter a state where he forgot about himself and everything else. As the 5 different types of god herbs entered his body, a vast and majestic power constantly washed through his body, and the 2 divine techniques quickly devoured their essence. A portion was absorbed and assimilated by his flesh, meridians, organs, bones, and blood, while the other portion was continuously absorbed into the 5-color dantian, and was converted into Ling Xiao's power. Because the power was too great, the 5-color dantian swelled until it overflowed and rushed towards the divine bridge. His divine soul seemed to have sensed it, and his soul power, which was already stronger than his real body, rushed towards the bottom of the divine bridge. The 2 kinds of power began to intertwine and condense on the divine bridge, and bits of 5-colored, crystalline god power began to form. As the god power continued to grow, the divine bridge began to shine even more brilliantly. Originally, the god power only took up 1/10 of the divine bridge, but now it was gradually growing, and soon, it filled up 2/10 of the divine bridge. As the god power continued to grow, Ling Xiao's aura continued to rise. The god power kept rushing towards a node, and as long as this node was broken through, he could advance to the next level. Rumble, rumble. The god power in Ling Xiao's body was like thousands of galloping horses, and his aura surged like thunder. After an unknown period of time, a faint sound rang out. Pa. Everything belonged to Tai Yuan, and he felt extremely comfortable. Chapter 1269. Becoming a godly king was equivalent to possessing an undying body, allowing one to live forever. Although godly kings had an endless lifespan for cultivation, this did not mean that they could use this endless lifespan to advance towards higher realms after becoming a godly king. God monarchs of the same rank were also divided into different ranks. Some godly kings reached godly king step by step through many years of arduous cultivation, using various spiritual herbs, sacred materials, and heaven-defying pills. During this period of time, they had expended a great deal of time and energy to reach that step. This was already a great fortune. And for these cultivators who reached godly king in the later stages, if they wanted to advance further, without divine pills or heaven-defying divine materials, it would be almost impossible for them to advance any further. After all, before these godly kings reached this step, their divine bodies and muscles would have aged to the extreme. Their foundations would not be able to support them in advancing to higher realms. The other type of godly king was Tenbin, who was extremely good. They could constantly make breakthroughs within a certain period of time, allowing their bodies to maintain vigorous bloodline power and powerful muscles. This allowed them to use their endless lifespan to make further breakthroughs after reaching godly king. These godly kings were rather extraordinary existences compared to ordinary godly kings. Their battle prowess would definitely be much stronger than the previous godly kings. As for the last type of godly king, they were born with divine bodies. From the moment they were born, they were destined to become godly kings in the future. It was almost difficult for people like them to encounter bottlenecks in their cultivation. They had heaven's perception for all their advancements, allowing them to break through naturally. When they reached Godly King, their bodies were almost at their most perfect state. Their appearances would almost always remain youthful, unlike the previous Godly Kings who would show signs of aging or middle-aged. These Godly Kings were born for battle. Their battle prowess was definitely top-notch amongst those at the same level, and they could even fight those at a higher level. It was also because of this monstrous physique that their divine bodies were the most perfect. Their future advancements would still be much easier than ordinary Godly Kings. The first two types of Godly Kings were the most common in the heaven region, while divine bodies were the rarest. They were the targets that the various super-factions placed the most emphasis on nurturing. However, there just happened to be a certain type of God King that didn't belong to these three types, but they still possessed unparalleled advancement advantages and powerful battle prowess. They were the lucky ones who had obtained heaven-defying opportunities. They seemed to be born with the will of the heavens. Every time they were in danger, they would be able to turn danger into safety, and in the end, they would obtain heaven-shaking opportunities, causing their levels to rapidly increase. This kind of lucky person could only be considered as someone who could survive through all kinds of dangers. Many people wanted to become this kind of lucky ones, but they all died prematurely. Those who were able to survive were all people with hearts as firm as iron. They were very hot-blooded and always had a tenacious and unshakable mentality. They could face all kinds of dangerous situations calmly and protect their own lives. Ling Xiao was undoubtedly one of the lucky ones. Ever since his rebirth, he had encountered countless perilous situations along the way. In the end, he had reaped what he had paid. He had reached the Godly King stage before the age of 100, so his advancement speed was definitely not inferior to that of those divine bodies. And now he had once again faced this extremely harsh environment, and he had successfully advanced a step further, becoming an intermediate-level Godly King. Moreover, he had become the fastest person to become an intermediate-level Godly King in the heaven region, and he was only 78 years old. Of course, this was an intermediate Godly King who hadn't relied on any divine pills to break through. If others were to find out about this, his name would probably immediately be recorded in the annals of history, and he would stand shoulder to shoulder with those monstrous ancient Godly Kings. Ling Xiao sat in the Godly Cauldron. The hundreds of millions of divine crystals around him had already been sucked dry by him. His entire person became extremely ethereal and holy, and waves of five-colored light constantly flashed within the Godly Cauldron. The violent explosion in this area seemed to be affected by this powerful divine light, and it temporarily fell silent. Immediately afterward, two substantial rays of light burst forth from Ling Xiao's eyes. His hair began to flutter, and the muscles all over his body constantly circulated with a crystalline halo that resembled colored glaze. His subduing aura was like that of an overlord, and no one dared to look at him directly. A bewitching smile flashed across Ling Xiao's face. His body trembled slightly, and his entire person rushed out of the Godly Cauldron. Roar! He raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar. The vast and mighty dragon might reverberated incessantly in the vicinity, and this dragon roar actually shattered the power of this violent area into pieces. It was as if a 10-clawed golden dragon was surging mightily in this area, roaring for thousands of miles. The explosive power of this violent area was everywhere, and it was already very difficult for Ling Xiao to calm it down in a short period of time. As soon as his voice fell, countless lightning, flames, hailstones, rocks, a series of attacks once again rushed over without any warning. Every wave of power was almost equivalent to the full strength of a high-level God King's attack, and the heavy tens of thousands of forces still pressed down on him. Ling Xiao's body instantly sank, and he felt as if he was being pressed down by dozens of mountains on his shoulders. The various forces with the power of thunder and lightning constantly drowned him. If it was before he advanced, Ling Xiao would definitely be struggling to resist the gravity and bombardment, and his skin would definitely be torn and his flesh would be splattered at the first moment. However, the gravity now only made him feel slightly uncomfortable, and when the power bombarded his body, it no longer immediately tore his skin and flesh apart. Instead, he only felt waves of numbness and pain. Ling Xiao grinned. Hee hee, I finally have the ability to protect myself. Then he raised his head and faced the continuous impact of the power, and shouted, "So what if it's one of the 8 great forbidden areas? I, Ling Xiao, can also do whatever I want here." As he shouted, he raised his fist and punched upwards. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This punch contained Ling Xiao's most powerful attack, since he had advanced to the next level. His battle prowess was tens of times greater than before, and it also contained a torrential fist intent. Even a high-level God King would die if he were to face this attack. The majestic punch caused the violent power above him to tumble and tumble. Ling Xiao did not stop because of this. His figure began to change and fly around like a fish. His speed was many times faster than before, and the gravity on his body was almost negligible. It was not that the gravitational field no longer existed, but that Ling Xiao's strength had increased, and it was enough to withstand the gravity. He did not just blindly fly, he also had to work hard to blast a path in front of him. He had to leave this damned place. The surroundings were filled with violent power, making it impossible to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. Although Ling Xiao wanted to leave this place and return to land, he still could not determine which direction was the exit. He could only choose a direction based on his feelings and keep moving forward. Along the way, he did not know how much power he had exerted to resist the power here. However, the power here seemed to be endless, and it seemed like there was no end to it. He did not know how many times he had exhausted his divine power, and how many times his physical body had been destroyed, but he still could not find a way out. He was getting more and more irritated. He did not know how many days had passed, and he only knew that he had become numb to this area. He had never suffered such a boring torture since he started cultivating. He was almost bored out of his mind. Even if he saw a divine herb or a divine material now, he would be able to kill some time. Damn, didn't they say that there are amazing opportunities here? But I haven't seen a single weed until now. F***ck. Ling Xiao could not help but curse. He was naked now, and he was not wearing any clothes. If he wore them, they would be destroyed in a short while, so he might as well just walk around like this. Anyway, no one would come to see him like this. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's figure could be described with the golden ratio. Of course, this did not mean that he was like a woman's, and that his body was very curvy. Instead, he was referring to the fact that his slender figure was indeed very tall and strong. His muscles, which were full of explosive power, were evenly distributed yet did not lose their soft beauty. He was definitely not like those big guys who were hard and ugly to look at. His muscles were all suffused with layers of golden divine light, and there were dragon-shaped patterns on his chest, looking very mighty and domineering. These days, his mid-level godly king's power had already been consolidated, and his physical body had reached the defensive state of a high-rank godly artifact. He was not far from a top-rank godly artifact. His punches and kicks were all immune to these violent attacks. Perhaps he had already resigned himself to his fate. This was definitely a boundless space. He released his late-stage high-level godly king divine soul, and borrowed the violent power here to temper himself. After being destroyed and reassembled again and again, the divine soul doppelganger became even more powerful. He firmly believed that the power of his divine soul was enough to fight against those true peak godly kings. He could even put up a fight against ordinary Senjin of Goguryeo. It could be said that Ling Xiao had already set foot on the peak level of all godly kings with his current power. If he used his soul power to attack, he would be invincible within the godly king realm. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had already walked in this region for a whole 5 years. In addition to the 2 years that he had entered before, it was already 7 years. He missed the outside world very much. Finally, when he had already given up on finding a way out, he discovered that the violent power in front of him had actually weakened quite a bit. It seemed like he was already about to pass through the border of this region. Ling Xiao's originally numb emotions seemed to have been thrown a little bit of ice water, and he instantly became elated. "I've finally endured to the end. Haha." Ling Xiao roared into the sky, and then he shot forward. Unfortunately, that wasn't the exit that he had hoped for. Instead, it was another strange region. Chapter 1270. Chaotic burial space. It was unknown which supreme being came up with this name. He only knew that it had existed for tens of thousands of years, and according to the descriptions of some supreme beings in the records, this should be a burial space. It seemed to contain some shocking secret from ancient times, so it was called chaotic burial space. After Ling Xiao passed through the explosive area, he thought it was the exit. Unfortunately, he was happy too early. This was not an exit at all, but a space that was deathly still. He looked at the scene in front of him and was extremely shocked. He saw many desolate hills floating in the air without any roots, and many rocks were also colliding with the rapid flow here. It was like a land of turbulence. This was originally nothing to be afraid of, but upon a closer look, one would find that these turbulence were accompanied by some dead beast corpses and limbs from time to time, and there was no lack of human limbs floating in the air. Moreover, there was a huge number of them, and a sinister aura permeated this place. The deep chill was like the scene of the end of the world, and it would definitely make one's hair stand on end. As soon as Ling Xiao entered this space, he immediately felt a very strong corrosive aura. Moreover, he was also involuntarily sent flying by the powerful impact. Ling Xiao used the power of thousand fall to stabilize his body. But what followed was the impact force of countless hills and rocks. The impact force of these hills and rocks was enormous, and definitely not weaker than the force in the explosive area. In fact, it was a lot stronger. What the hell is this place? Ling Xiao cursed, and both his fists punched at the hills and rocks. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The powerful destructive force forcibly blasted these hills and rocks. However, Ling Xiao felt his fists go numb, and his whole body was also jolted backward. Coupled with the force of the rapid flow here, his body immediately flew out uncontrollably. Bang bang. Ling Xiao was instantly dizzy from the impact of the hills and rocks here, and his skin and flesh were torn. Fortunately, he had broken through to the mid-level God King realm, and his defensive capabilities had increased by another level. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into smithereens by these small mountains and rocks. He suspected that the owner of the severed limbs here had met with the same collision and died just like him. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless, nor did he want to expend too much divine power. He barely managed to stabilize his body, took out his golden dragon spear, and swept away the approaching hills and rocks. With the help of the golden dragon spear, Ling Xiao suffered less physical pain. However, the flow of space here was still very strong, and if one was not careful, they would be sucked in and become unstable. Ling Xiao observed the situation around him, trying to think of a way to deal with this situation. At the same time, he thought of his master, the evil emperor. Could master be here? He had the evil emperor's jade tube of life, so he knew that the evil emperor was still alive. He believed that these severed limbs had nothing to do with his master, but he was wondering if his master was here as well. With this thought in mind, Ling Xiao quickly flew up a small hill, and allowed the energy to flow along with it. At the same time, the jade tube of life appeared in his hand. Generally, the closer the jade tube of life was to its original owner, the more dazzling the light it emitted. Ling Xiao knew that the evil emperor was in the chaotic burial space, but when he took out the jade tube of life, he found that the jade tube of life was still lit up, but there was no change in its light. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. I wonder how big this chaotic burial space is. Master has been here for over 100 years, so I wonder where he is now. Ling Xiao put away the jade tube of life, his expression indifferent as he pondered whether he should go with the flow, or go against the flow to find the source. Just as Ling Xiao was distracted, another hill came crashing down on the hill he was on. Fortunately, Ling Xiao reacted in time and jumped away. Ling Xiao muttered, "Why don't I go against the flow and see what kind of damned place this is?" After saying that, Ling Xiao's figure began to weave through the turbulence. He nimbly avoided the small hills and rocks, and from time to time, he would use them as footholds to rest. Ling Xiao didn't know how far he had gone. The turbulence was always there, and if he wasn't careful, he could easily be hit. However, in this kind of environment, Ling Xiao had tempered his movement technique, allowing it to reach the most perfect realm, and his speed had increased several times. With his mid-level God King strength and his wind attribute body, even high-level God Kings couldn't catch up to him, and he could be compared to a peak God King. Ling Xiao was constantly paying attention to the environment, and he discovered that these severed limbs seemed to have been left behind by god kings who had died many years ago. Otherwise, these limbs wouldn't have been preserved until now. However, he didn't understand where these severed limbs had come from. After all, no one had entered this chaotic burial space for 10,000 years, so how could so many people have died here? Moreover, not all of those god kings had been able to pass through the berserk area and come here. All of a sudden, he saw a severed arm rushing in his direction. If it had been before, he would have immediately dodged or directly defeated it. However, he caught the severed arm this time because he found a spatial ring on it. Anyone who could come here was probably a top-level god king, so there must be a lot of good treasures in their spatial rings. After Ling Xiao took it off, he threw the severed arm away, and then used his divine sense to scan the spatial ring. Sure enough, just as Ling Xiao had expected, the space ring really did contain a lot of spirit materials and other strange divine treasures. However, Ling Xiao discovered that there wasn't even a single divine crystal in it. It was obvious that this god king had absorbed all of it in the nick of time. After all, not everyone could use the 3 foreign objects to absorb the berserk and chaotic energy here. Ling Xiao put away the spatial ring, and a look of joy finally appeared on his face. Maybe I can make a fortune here. There were severed limbs everywhere, so he felt that as long as he paid attention, he would definitely be able to find a lot of spatial rings. Unfortunately, his estimation was wrong. Many of these severed limbs had been smashed by the turbulence here, so it was really not easy to find an arm with a spatial ring. Ling Xiao didn't know how far he had walked, maybe a month, maybe half a year. In short, he found that this place was still the same as the berserk area, as if there was no end to it. Fortunately, he didn't end up empty-handed along the way. During this time, he had fished up more than a dozen high-rank god weapons, and even a top-grade god weapon. He had only obtained 3 spatial rings, and there were many good things hidden inside. This could be considered a way for him to kill some time in this chaotic burial space. Hey, why does this leopard head look so familiar? Ling Xiao looked at a huge beast head that suddenly passed by his eyes and exclaimed. He hesitated for a moment, then chased after it. He stopped the leopard's head and carefully sized it up. He was instantly stunned. He found that this leopard head was actually the one he had seen some time ago. Its left eye had been shattered by a rock, which Ling Xiao remembered clearly. He had clearly been moving in the opposite direction of this place, so why could he still see this leopard head that he had seen long ago? Could it be that I've been walking in place? Ling Xiao exclaimed, but then he shook his head and dismissed this idea. Immediately afterward, his eyes jumped. I understand, this must be a circular space, and everything here is flowing in circles. It must be like this. Sure enough, after rushing for a while, Ling Xiao returned to the border between the berserk area and this chaotic burial space. This was even more correct in Ling Xiao's heart. It turned out that he had been going in circles all along, from the starting point back to the end point. And this end point was still the starting point. This made him so depressed that he was going crazy. Ling Xiao kept looking at this chaotic burial space. In the end, he didn't turn back and once again escaped into the berserk area, leaving from the other direction. He felt that those who died here were probably god kings who had mistakenly entered and died of exhaustion in that space just like him. Ling Xiao's goal wasn't to break into the forbidden area of this chaotic burial space. He ultimately just wanted to leave this place. This time, he chose to go back in the opposite direction. Ling Xiao was no longer as worried as before. He knew that there must be an end to this chaotic burial space. Perhaps the direction he chose was the exit. Thus, he took out the divine cauldron and let it float above his head to block the many forces. He flew with all his might, passing through this area as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years passed. Ling Xiao's originally cheerful personality was about to be obliterated. However, he had always felt that there wouldn't be any divine items or living beings in this berserk area. However, on this day he saw a figure moving in the distance just like him. From the figure's figure, it was definitely a holy beast. It was just that he didn't know what kind it was. Holy beasts that could travel freely here were probably top-notch existences. Ling Xiao couldn't care less about how powerful the other party was. He immediately chased after it. This was the first time he had encountered a living being in many years. He had to see what it was no matter what. When Ling Xiao approached the living being, Ling Xiao was shocked again. This was definitely a living being that had never been recorded in history. Perhaps it couldn't even be considered a living being. It looked like a lion or tiger. Its body didn't look like it had flesh and blood at all. Instead, it looked like it was formed from various origin crystals. It looked very strange. The colors on its body were rather messy. There were red, yellow, black. It seemed like there were all kinds of colors. It didn't react at all to the violent power. It seemed to be used to it. From time to time, it would raise its head to devour and absorb the energy here. When it saw Ling Xiao, its energy crystal-like eyes flashed with confusion. It didn't have any desire to attack, nor did it reveal any signs of life. Could it be that this is something that was born on its own in this area? It hasn't completed its transformation and hasn't developed intelligence. Ling Xiao guessed. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to get closer, the docile primordial beast instantly went berserk. Chapter 1271. The origin beast referred to the birth of all living things at the beginning of the world. It was condensed from various source energies, and after undergoing layers of transformation, it became a creature that truly possessed intelligence. It could be said that the origin beast was the most primitive type of creature. It was just that they did not possess the ability to think or survive. Once they left the place of life, they would immediately die and be digested. Of course, this kind of origin beast would inherit the existence of some of the factors in the place of life. For example, fire-type origin beasts would be more explosive, while wood-type origin beasts would be more docile. The origin beast in front of him was born from the 9 types of explosive power. It was unknown how many millions of years it had taken for it to become like this. Therefore, it had also inherited the explosive factors here. As soon as Ling Xiao approached, it charged towards Ling Xiao, wanting to destroy this thing that was different from it. This was purely a primitive action, not deliberate or intentional. It was just like the berserk explosion zone. The power it emitted was shockingly much more terrifying than the energy blasted from the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao immediately used the divine cauldron to block his figure. Bang! Ling Xiao felt a powerful impact. He and the divine cauldron were actually sent flying far away. While Ling Xiao was shocked, the origin beast rushed over again. All the explosive power in the surroundings seemed to be under its control. Lightning, flames, hail. All of them bombarded Ling Xiao. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ling Xiao's skin and flesh were split open by the explosive power, but he did not die just like that. After all, he had lived here for nearly 10 years, and his body had already been strengthened to perfection. My God, it can actually use the power of this place. Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. The other party's attack was actually much more terrifying than any Peak Divine King's attack. If there were a few more attacks like this, even Ling Xiao would not be able to withstand them. He really wanted to escape immediately. After all, this origin beast did not have any intelligence and did not know how to track him. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to leave just like that. After all, this origin beast's crystal was an incipient God Realm material. It was a divine item that even incipient God Realm experts were jealous of. One had to know that the primordial beast was formed from origin power. But after countless years, its origin power was layered and heavy. It was beyond the scope of ordinary God materials. Thus, as long as they could get the origin crystal, it would be a big benefit to their cultivation. Even incipient God Realm experts couldn't resist this temptation. It could be said that the primordial beast itself was a supreme divine material. How could Ling Xiao let it slip away from his eyes? Although the origin beast's attack was almost as powerful as a half-incipient God Realm expert, it only knew one attack. It didn't have anything new. However, this made Ling Xiao suffer a lot. After all, this place was its home field. It had the absolute advantage. Each of its attacks would only become stronger. If it didn't know how to use its advantages, Ling Xiao wouldn't be hurt like this. As Ling Xiao dodged its attacks, he observed the primordial beast. He had to find its weakness and deal it a destructive blow. After observing for a while, Ling Xiao finally found a strange energy crystal in its glabella. It was made of 9 different colors. It was the key to the origin beast. Ling Xiao sneered. He threw the golden dragon spear at the beast's glabella. The origin beast didn't have the ability to think. It didn't do anything to defend against the incoming danger. The golden dragon spear smashed into the space between its eyebrows. Ling Xiao thought that it was enough to stop the origin beast. However, when the golden dragon spear hit the beast's glabella, the golden dragon spear was blown away. It couldn't pierce the energy crystal of the origin beast. Ling Xiao's attack seemed to make the primordial beast even angrier. It had drawn all the energy within 10,000 miles. Different kinds of energy intertwined with each other, as if it wanted to smash everything in this area into smithereens. This power was simply terrifying to the extreme. And even Ling Xiao felt a deep sense of fear. All he knew was that once he was hit by the explosive power that had gathered, the 3 foreign creatures in his sea of consciousness would be destroyed. This was definitely the power of a half-incipient God Realm expert. It was the attack of a real incipient God Realm expert. Ling Xiao didn't think and immediately enlarged the divine cauldron. He hid inside the cauldron again. The cauldron's mouth was sealed with layers of restrictions that Obsidian had set up, isolating the energy outside. Even so, Ling Xiao still felt like he was in a storm inside the divine cauldron. He felt dizzy. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Xiao finally felt the energy outside lessen. He dared to come out again. He found that the origin beast was still not far ahead. It seemed to be in a deep sleep, fusing with the explosive energy. Ordinary people couldn't find it. If Ling Xiao didn't have sharp eyes, he wouldn't have found it. Perhaps the primordial beast underwent a metamorphosis in this endless slumber. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as his divine soul avatar appeared. When the god soul clone appeared, the golden dragon spear was already in his hand. When he gathered his energy to the peak, he threw it at the origin beast's forehead. The God Soul clone was only 1 step away from peak God King realm. After his power increased dozens of times, it was definitely as strong as a peak God King's full-powered attack. The golden dragon spear stabbed the origin beast's forehead again. It wasn't blown away, but it didn't break it either. The origin beast didn't seem to feel anything. It just stayed there and didn't attack. Ling Xiao finally remembered that the energy here had been bombarding this place for a long time. The power of the origin beast's crystal was unimaginably strong. He was just a god king. It was wishful thinking to break it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and put away the golden dragon spear. It seems that with my current power, I can't break its weakness no matter what. Ling Xiao mocked himself and wanted to leave. However, just as he put away the divine cauldron, an idea flashed through his mind. He didn't think and immediately put the origin beast into the last layer of the divine cauldron. As expected, the origin beast moved from this explosive space to his divine cauldron as his thought flickered. Ling Xiao couldn't close his mouth. He hadn't thought that he could subdue the origin beast so easily. It was reasonable. After all, the origin beast hadn't become a real living creature. It was just a crystal of energy. It was still in the process of changing. Thus, Ling Xiao treated it like an object and used his thought to put it into the divine cauldron. He hadn't thought that this method would work. Without the cleansing of the berserk energy here, the primordial beast that was still in a deep slumber would dissipate sooner or later. At that time, it would split into energy crystals. Those were the supreme divine materials. Each piece would be very helpful to incipient God Realm experts. To Ling Xiao, this was the most important material he could use to break through to incipient God Realm in the future. After wandering around this area for nearly 10 years, it was absolutely worth it to be able to obtain these exalted divine materials. After all, every single supreme divine material existed in an extraordinary place, and it was difficult to find them in an ordinary ancient mountain range. Thus, Ling Xiao felt satisfied. No wonder those who could get out of this place could get something. He believed that they had the same experience in this explosive area. Or perhaps, they had other fortuitous encounters. After taking the origin beast, Ling Xiao went on his way again. Another year had passed, and he finally arrived at the border of the Berserk Zone. He walked out of the explosion zone and discovered that this place was actually similar to the turbulent space he had been to before. The only difference was that there was no spatial energy circulating. There were also many small mountains and rocks floating in the air, but there were no severed limbs. Instead, there were many ancient coffins floating in the distance, giving off an even more sinister and terrifying feeling. Ling Xiao looked around and found that there were many ancient coffins. They were so dense that it looked like a space burial area. At this moment, he finally understood why the chaotic burial space was named. The reason was because of these ancient coffins. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been frightened by such a scene. Fortunately, those who could reach King God Realm were all brave and talented people. They weren't afraid of this, but they felt a little unnatural. Ling Xiao noticed that these ancient coffins seemed to be arranged in a certain pattern. It seemed to be some kind of formation, but it also seemed to be deliberately made by someone. Ling Xiao couldn't figure out what kind of existence would be able to do this and place so many ancient coffins here. Perhaps it was a supreme existence that could reach the heavens and earth. Anyway, that kind of existence was not something that Ling Xiao could understand. He only knew that other than these ancient coffins, there seemed to be spiritual herbs growing on the floating mountains. No, maybe they were holy herbs or divine herbs. Ling Xiao didn't dare to approach those ancient coffins for now, because he felt that there was something terrifying there. He leaped onto one of the small mountains, and there was a divine herb growing on the peak. Divine corpse grass. Ling Xiao immediately recognized this divine herb. This wasn't an ordinary divine herb, but a special type of divine herb. It could allow ordinary corpses to live forever and maintain their appearance when they were alive. Another effect was that it could be used to refine God's corpse puppets. It was a divine material that evil people liked the most. Chapter 1272. Ling Xiao was a little disappointed. He had no interest in this kind of divine grass. He did not know how to refine any god's corpse puppet. Even if he could sell it, he did not want to earn this kind of evil fortune. Ling Xiao jumped over a few hills and found that it was all this kind of corpse divine grass, which made him quite depressed. Just when Ling Xiao gave up looking for any divine grass, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a different kind of divine grass growing on another hill. Ling Xiao kicked with one foot, and his whole body swept towards that hill. He saw a stalk of divine grass growing in the crevice of this hill. Its appearance was very strange. At first glance, there was nothing attractive about it, but upon a closer look, he found that it was faintly emitting a fluctuation similar to soul power. Could this be the corpse soul grass? Why is it all this kind of ghost divine grass? Ling Xiao cursed. The corpse soul grass and corpse divine grass were both useful for corpses, but their effects were completely different. After the corpse soul grass was swallowed by the dead, it could allow the dead to remember some memory fragments from when they were alive, causing them to have a huge resentment, and also understand some profound skills from when they were alive, greatly increasing the offensive power of the corpse puppet. However, this kind of corpse soul grass was still somewhat effective for those whose divine soul was seriously injured. The key point was that the side effects were greater, and could not be compared to the nether soul divine grass. Ling Xiao no longer stayed on these hills, but slowly walked towards those ancient coffins. Each of these ancient coffins seemed to have quite a history, as if they had existed for countless years. That ancient and simple aura constantly lingered around. When Ling Xiao was a kilometer away from these ancient coffins, he immediately felt a burst of deep coldness, and at the same time, there was a lot of inexplicable power contained in it, attracting him to continue walking forward. Roar roar. Just when Ling Xiao was 500 meters away from the ancient coffins, a series of beast-like roars came from those ancient coffins. These sounds sounded abnormally terrifying, like the roars of hungry ghosts in the Nine Serenities hell. Ling Xiao instantly woke up, but he still stared at the ancient coffins in front of him. And then his pupils began to contract tightly. He found that some of the coffin lids on the ancient coffins bounced up, and then there were long green-haired palms climbing on the edge of the ancient coffin. This was a human palm. Needless to say, it must be something that came out of the coffin. Sure enough, he saw green-haired corpses walking out of the ancient coffins. Their eyes glowed with a demonic green light. and their bodies exuded a strong deathly aura. The long green fur on their bodies looked even more ferocious and frightening. They all looked in the direction of Ling Xiao, their green eyes pulsing with waves of sinister light. Shanin Ba. Ling Xiao took a few steps back. From some of his memories, he learned that this was a type of Yin demon that was born from the saliva of corpses and death qi that were laid out in formations over a long period of time. These Yin demons before him were all god-level Yin demons, and were many times stronger than the ones he encountered in the ghastly Python sect. If the Yin Drake sect had possessed such a divine Yin Ba, they would have been able to move unhindered in the heavenly region's stronghold. Swoosh! Suddenly, rays of green light shot out from the eyes of these god Yin Ba. These attacks were extremely powerful and fast. Even a high-level god monarch would be caught off guard and be struck by them. It wasn't difficult for Ling Xiao to dodge, but no matter where he flew to, there were so many Shanin Ba, and their eyes would follow him at any time. Ling Xiao enlarged the divine cauldron and placed it in front of him, blocking all the green light. Boom boom boom. As Ling Xiao was pushed back, more than a dozen divine Yin demons let out unpleasant sounds as they charged at Ling Xiao. The strength of these god Yin demons was shockingly strong. They were actually not lower than the mid-level God King realm. There were even a few who had the strength of high-level God King realm. The speed at which they rushed over was extremely fast, and all of them revealed their deep fangs, looking as if they wanted to tear him apart alive. Ling Xiao wouldn't hold back against these evil creatures. He threw 2 punches at the 2 that arrived the fastest. The Nine Suns' scorching fist was undoubtedly the best divine technique to restrain these Shanin Ba. However, when Ling Xiao's punches landed on them, they didn't immediately destroy them. There were only 2 shallow fist marks on their chests, but they still pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and retreated a lot. His strength once again burst forth to more than 70%, and his Nine Suns' heaven-burning fist mercilessly bombarded these Shanin Ba demons with heavenly fire. Boom boom boom. These Shanin Ba took on Ling Xiao's powerful attacks head-on. Fist marks appeared on their bodies, and at the same time, heavenly fire burned their green fur. However, the heavenly fire, which had always been successful, quickly burned these evil creatures into ashes. However, the physique of these Shanin Ba was different from ordinary people. The flames on their bodies didn't spread very quickly, and they didn't immediately burn them. 5 of them had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. 2 grabbed at Ling Xiao, 2 pounced at Ling Xiao, and the last one chose to attack with its eyes. Ling Xiao originally thought that his fire fists were enough to destroy all of them. Unfortunately, his estimation was wrong. Due to his carelessness, he was actually captured by 2 Shanin Ba. To be honest, these Shanin Ba had reached high-level God King realm. Their speed and strength were much stronger than ordinary God Kings. When Ling Xiao was captured, before he could shake them off, the other 2 Shanin Ba actually opened their mouths and bit at him. Moreover, there was another Shanin Ba that shot at him with its eyes. He really couldn't react in time. Clank. While Ling Xiao was shaking off the Shanin Ba that had captured him, the other 2 Shanin Ba bit him twice. However, although the fangs of these Shanin Ba were sharp, they couldn't break Shi Yan's body. If it were anyone else, they would be stained with the original corpse poison. At that time, they would turn into Shanin Ba just like these Shanin Ba. The other 2 eye lights also attacked Ling Xiao's chest, but they couldn't hurt Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was enraged. He thought that after he had broken through to mid-level God King realm, he could deal with any expert under incipient God realm. However, not long after that, these Shanin Ba had attacked him. All of you get the hell out of here! Ling Xiao roared. His fighting power finally burst out, forcefully blowing away the Shanin Ba. At the same time, he urged the power of his fists to the acme, hitting the Shanin Ba. Boom! Boom! Ling Xiao didn't hold back and punched the Shanin Ba. Their corpses directly exploded. The other Shanin Ba that had chased after him couldn't escape Ling Xiao's attack. The first batch of Shanin Ba was smashed by Ling Xiao directly. After the Shanin Ba exploded, clusters of green light emerged from their bodies. These green lights were like demons, jumping and wailing unceasingly. Flows of resentment and evil aura diffused, quickly dashing towards Ling Xiao. Souls of the dead. Ling Xiao screamed in fear when he saw these green lights. He could see that these green lights were the souls of the dead that remained on the corpses. It was also a kind of remnant soul that had a terrifying corrosive power to the god soul. Once they entangled him, he would be driven crazy by these souls of the dead. Eventually, he would be assimilated into the Sheninba. While Ling Xiao was bewildered, these souls of the dead had already entered his sea of consciousness. These souls of the dead immediately rushed towards Ling Xiao's god soul to bite. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for any god king to get rid of these souls of the dead, but to Ling Xiao, these souls of the dead were nothing. Just as Ling Xiao was about to burn them with the heavenly fire bead, the tree of immortality, Lu Weng, took the initiative to attack. However, Lu Weng only absorbed the green light of the souls of the dead. The remnant soul still existed, but it had lost the aura of decay. Instead, it was filled with confusion, panic, and other emotions. Ling Xiao was very surprised. He knew that these souls of the dead had been purified by Lu Weng. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Ling Xiao quickly absorbed these remnant souls and stored them aside. This was because many more Sheninba flew out in front of him. Ling Xiao bluntly destroyed all of these Sheninba. Every time he destroyed a Sheninba, more or less souls of the dead would appear and rush towards him. Ling Xiao faintly felt that there must be a huge secret in these ancient coffins. Otherwise, how could so many Sheninba have appeared? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao cast his gaze towards the largest ancient coffin in the distance. Around this ancient coffin, there were another 8 golden coffins that were different from the others. These 8 golden coffins seemed to be guarding the wooden coffin above them. That place was still a long distance away from here, but Ling Xiao could feel a majestic and obscure power radiating from it. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before showing a firm look and walking towards those ancient coffins. The Sheninba were destroyed by Ling Xiao one by one, and Ling Xiao arrived in front of the first ancient coffins. Ling Xiao looked at the nearest ancient coffin, and his brow jumped. He suddenly discovered that there was a divine artifact and a space ring inside this ancient coffin, and something was recorded on the edge of the coffin. Ling Xiao quickly glanced at the records on the ancient coffin, and memorized these bitter and incomprehensible ancient texts. Menghongguan, high-rank god king, proficient in using axes, cultivated the divine skill sky-dominating divine axe, died. Ling Xiao barely understood these texts. His expression became more and more apprehensive. Immediately afterwards, Yang Kai looked towards the other ancient coffins, his heart stirring in shock. He didn't expect that the people in these ancient coffins were all god kings from ancient times, nor did he know how they ended up being buried here. However, the godly skills that they cultivated were indeed godly skills that had been lost for a long time, and every single one of them possessed great power. These were just the outer ancient coffins, but each of them had the strength of a high-rank god king. These records were equivalent to an inheritance. Just as Ling Xiao was immersed in these records, a Sheninba wearing a set of top-grade divine armor appeared in front of him with a divine artifact in his hand. Chapter 1273. Invader, go to hell. This god's Inba was still able to speak, as if it still had some consciousness. This god's Inba was different from the other god's Inba. It was still wearing the armor from when it was alive, holding a top-notch divine sword, and there was no green hair on its body. It should be a top-notch god's corpse demon. After saying that in a hoarse voice, it brandished its sword and charged towards Ling Xiao. Its speed and power had reached the pinnacle god king realm, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao spun the golden dragon spear in his hand and blocked the attack. Clang! Ling Xiao was sent flying by a powerful force, and he cursed. How can this guy be so strong? The god's corpse demon continued to shout, "Invader, go to hell." As if it only understood this one sentence, its attacks continued to rain down on Ling Xiao. The power of each of its attacks was so terrifying that it tore the space in all directions. Ling Xiao instantly raised his battle power to the highest level, and met it fearlessly. He didn't have time to tangle with this god's corpse demon. After he met the god's corpse demon's heavy blow, his divine soul avatar took the opportunity to rush out and punch the god's Inba. However, the god's armor on its body seemed to be unusually hard, and it could even block the power of his god's fist. This is a top-notch god's armor. Ling Xiao quickly made a judgment and shouted. The god's corpse demon shifted its target to Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar, and a series of violent attacks were comparable to the battle power of a Sun Jin of Goguryeo. If it was still alive, it would probably be a top-notch existence like the Sun Jin of Goguryeo. While the divine soul avatar was entangled with the god's corpse demon, Ling Xiao's real body seized the opportunity and pierced through the back of the god's corpse demon's head. Just like the previous divine Inba, this god's corpse devil immediately released a strong wave of corpse souls that attacked Ling Xiao. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiao's soul had the means to deal with these spirits of the dead, he would have perished in front of these spirits of the dead even if he was a peak god king. Thinking about every corner of this chaotic burial space, every step was frightening. Sure enough, those who could get out of this place were all peak existences. Otherwise, how could he have walked out of the berserk area, the loop space, and the spatial burial area? Even an incipient god realm expert could be killed on the spot if he was careless. Just as Ling Xiao was about to put away the divine weapons, he sensed more divine corpses appearing in front of him. They bounced out from the coffins one by one. These gods' corpse devils were much more terrifying than the divine Inba from before. Each of them held various divine artifacts and could even launch elemental attacks. It wasn't a problem for Ling Xiao to face 2 or 3 gods' corpse devils alone. However, facing dozens of gods' corpse devils at the same time, he didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He hurried to put away the god's corpse devil's corpse and retreated. How many formidable existences are there in this place? These are just the armies in the periphery. Ling Xiao screamed inwardly. The 100 divine Inba he had killed were as strong as high-level God King realm experts. And these gods' corpse devils weren't weaker than peak God King realm experts. If they went to the ancient coffins, would they be even more intimidating? Ling Xiao didn't dare to guess. If so, the ancient coffin in the center was absolutely an existence that could go against the natural order. Dozens of gods' corpse devils attacked Ling Xiao crazily. Divine techniques that could destroy the entire world were aimed at him. If his speed wasn't peerless, this round of attacks was enough to blast him into pieces. Ling Xiao retreated to the area of the berserk area. The gods' corpse devils didn't continue to chase him. They seemed to have their own consciousness as they returned to the ancient coffins. Everything seemed to have calmed down again. After a while, Ling Xiao appeared again, but he didn't dare to get too close to the ancient coffins. He knew that these ancient coffins might contain some kind of ancient secret, but it wasn't something he could investigate with his current strength. Wealth was sought in danger, but overestimating one's capabilities would only result in losing one's life. Ling Xiao didn't think there was any need to take that risk now. However, when he thought of the god weapons and space rings inside the ancient coffins, he couldn't help but feel an itch in his heart. He couldn't wait to plunder them before leaving. Fortunately, he suppressed this impulse and began to circle around the ancient coffins. This space was not only occupied by these ancient coffins, but also other very vast areas. As long as he didn't approach these ancient coffins, the divine Inba and God's corpse devils wouldn't take the initiative to attack him. After Ling Xiao left this area of ancient coffins, he encountered some corpse puppets belonging to holy beasts. These corpse puppets also seemed to have mutated and actually attacked him. Fortunately, dealing with them was much easier than dealing with the gods' corpse devils. Is this just a land of death? Ling Xiao thought gloomily. Perhaps this was the real important area of the chaotic burial space. However, according to the legends, this place had some heaven-defying treasures. Why hadn't he found them yet? Perhaps the greatest heaven-defying opportunities were these ancient coffins in front of them. 4 peak god kings, as long as they could enter these ancient coffins, they would be able to obtain the god's corpse's divine artifact and space ring from any one of them. This was perhaps the greatest opportunity. After all, these were the ancient king gods from the antiquity time. Or there were even existences at the incipient god realm. The divine treasures they collected were all passed down from the antiquity time. To anyone, it was a divine treasury. Perhaps some of the space rings had some supreme god pellets that could help the peak god kings take the most difficult step. Ling Xiao found that this space was simply too vast. He didn't want to find out what was at the end of this space. Thus, he found a small mountain to rest and think about how to solve the current problem. Should he return from the explosive area again, or explore the secrets of the ancient coffins? After hesitating for a long time, Ling Xiao decided to digest the power of the remnant souls and cultivate the last move of the soul-controlling art. As long as he learned that move, he believed that he could directly explore the secrets of the ancient coffins. Even if he couldn't reach the central area, he could still plunder many good things in the periphery. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao immediately took action. The remnant soul's power came from the divine Yinba. The corpse poison in them had been absorbed by Lu Wang. Perhaps this old man thought that the corpse poison was helpful to him. There wasn't much remnant soul power left. More than 100 divine Yinba weren't enough for him to digest for half a day. After all, they were corpses from the antiquity time. It was already good enough to have a remnant soul. Ling Xiao wanted to learn some secrets from these remnant souls. Unfortunately, these remnant souls were too weak. They didn't even have fragments of memories. Disappointed, Ling Xiao once again focused on cultivating the soul concealment secret technique. As long as he completely cultivated it to the mastery stage, his soul avatar would be able to achieve the effect of concealment. Unless it was someone much stronger than him, it would be impossible for them to sense it. This was definitely a very practical secret technique for assassinating enemies. It turned out that Ling Xiao had also cultivated this secret technique, but he could only reach a semi-invisible state. He was still far from the mastery stage. Now that he was trapped here, he could focus on this secret technique again and make it reach his ideal requirements. Ling Xiao calmed his heart and began to silently recite the incantation of the control technique. Then he began to cultivate this secret technique according to the instructions. If Ling Xiao's soul was an illusion like the other divine kings, then it wouldn't be too difficult for him to cultivate this secret technique. However, Ling Xiao had the rare flesh and soul, which made it more difficult for him to cultivate this secret technique. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had been wandering around this place for 10 years. He had tempered his temperament to become calm. Therefore, when he cultivated, he didn't have any short-sightedness. Instead, he cultivated patiently. Half a year later, his soul avatar finally achieved the effect he wanted. His soul avatar flew out of his sea of consciousness. There was not even a shadow of it. It also didn't reveal the slightest bit of aura. It was really difficult to detect that there was an extra person in the sky. Of course, Ling Xiao could sense the avatar's every move. He smiled and murmured, "I wonder if I'll be discovered by those divine corpses and devils if I use my soul avatar to go to the ancient coffin?" As Ling Xiao spoke, he immediately put it into action. Leaving a small amount of soul power in his sea of consciousness, Yang Kai's soul avatar turned invisible and flew towards the ancient coffin. He left this bit of soul power in case something happened to his soul avatar. This way, he would have a chance to turn the situation around and not implicate his real body if his avatar was destroyed. Of course, Ling Xiao's avatar didn't dare to rush to the center of the ancient coffin at once. Instead, he slowly walked towards the ancient coffins in the periphery. The divining demons in the ancient coffins in front of him had already been eliminated by him, leaving only divine artifacts and space rings inside. Therefore, Ling Xiao planned to collect these good things first. When Ling Xiao arrived in front of the ancient coffins in the periphery, he was not in a hurry to collect his things. Instead, he wanted to see if the divine corpses and devils had discovered his existence. Yang Kai took a step forward and found that there was no movement. Overjoyed, he immediately began to search the nearly 100 ancient coffins in the periphery. He found that there were a lot of divine artifacts and space rings inside. Of course, he also found that 1/3 of the ancient coffins were empty. Yang Kai thought that they might have been taken away by some senior or ancestor. Or perhaps the dead God King had left nothing behind. After Ling Xiao collected the things in the periphery coffins, he gathered his courage and moved towards some of the ancient coffins in the periphery. He knew that there were divine corpses and devils inside these ancient coffins, so he had to be careful not to be injured by them. Yang Kai secretly opened one of the ancient coffins, and the divine corpses and devils lying inside instantly bounced up and let out a hissing sound. Ling Xiao stood motionless to the side, but in his heart he muttered nervously, "You can't find me, you can't find me." Chapter 1274. Ling Xiao muttered to himself with a nervous look on his face. Now was the time to test whether his soul concealment secret technique had reached the grand accomplishment stage. The god's corpse devil's eyes, which were exuding a strange light, kept darting around, but when they swept over Ling Xiao, it seemed it really couldn't detect Ling Xiao's existence. After looking around, it finally felt that nothing was approaching it, so it prepared to lie back down in the ancient coffin and sleep again. But how could Ling Xiao let go of this opportunity to kill it? Bang! Ling Xiao punched out violently and directly blew up the god's corpse devil's head. Any evil creature, as long as it lost its head, would immediately lose the ability to fight, and this god's corpse devil was no exception. Ling Xiao had used all of his strength in this punch. After all, every part of the god's corpse devil was extremely powerful. He had to make sure that he killed it in one blow without alarming the other god's corpse devils. It was just that his explosion caused the other gods' corpses and devils to emerge. Ling Xiao immediately converged all his life aura, making it impossible for them to detect him before they once again entered the ancient coffin. Ling Xiao patted his chest and secretly cursed, "You're so bad, making my heart beat so fast." Ling Xiao quickly put away the god's corpse devil in this ancient coffin, including all the top-grade god tools and space rings. Ling Xiao looked at the records on the ancient coffin again, and was surprised to find that this god's corpse devil in front of him was also in existence belonging to the Sunjin kingdom of Goguryeo in ancient times. No wonder it's so strong. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart, but at the same time, he was overjoyed. The stronger this god's corpse devil was, the richer the treasures inside its space ring. Ling Xiao didn't have time to immediately check the inventory inside the space ring. He quickly ran to another ancient coffin, and destroyed the god's corpse devil in the same way. It was just that every time he destroyed a god's corpse devil, he always felt as if something was watching him, which made his hair stand on end. However, when he scanned the area with his spiritual force, he did not find anything unusual. However, he felt that it would be better if he didn't go too deep because he was sure that the closer he got to the center of the ancient coffin, the more terrifying the demon corpses would be. Perhaps they could sense his presence, and that would be troublesome. Ling Xiao took the corpses and devils from more than a dozen ancient coffins and destroyed them all. Then he collected their corpses as well. Just as he was about to grab another coffin, a gust of wind came from the back of his head. Ling Xiao was shocked. He quickly lowered his body and flew to the side. However, the attacking power continued to chase after him. The power was not inferior to any peak god king at all. In fact, it had already surpassed them by quite a bit. Rumble. Ling Xiao felt a sharp pain in his back as his divine soul avatar was sent flying far away. It was lucky that his god soul avatar was stronger than his real body. It couldn't resist this attack, so it wasn't hurt badly. However, Shi Yan felt strange. Why did this attack have such a powerful elemental power? He knew that even if the god's corpse devil wielded the top divine weapon, the elemental power wouldn't be obvious. After Shi Yan had retreated far away, he turned around to see what had ambushed him. He was surprised to see 5 people with living auras dashing towards him. What's going on? Are there any living people here? Ling Xiao's heart stirred up a storm. Ling Xiao found that these people's auras were much stronger than his. Moreover, they could detect his existence. If he didn't run now, when would he? Asking him to deal with 5 peak god king, or even half incipient god realm existences at the same time was like throwing an egg against a rock. However, when Ling Xiao wanted to run away, his dragon eyes caught sight of a middle-aged man with a furious aura. He was dumbstruck. Master. Ling Xiao's throat sounded dry. Ling Xiao had never thought that the evil emperor, whom he had been searching for a long time, was in one of those ancient coffins. Even though his appearance wasn't the same as when Ling Xiao had met him in the Central Territory, and he seemed even younger, and only had the appearance of a middle-aged man, his features were exactly the same. He possessed an oppressive heroic aura, and he even carried an evil aura. However, the evil emperor seemed to be controlled by something. He had become a half-human, half-corpse. The evil emperor was wearing a set of purple divine armor, with a purple halberd in his hand. He looked extraordinary. While Ling Xiao was still in a daze, the attacks of the 5 people had already arrived. Ling Xiao had to pull himself together. He turned around and ran away immediately. The attacks of these 5 people could kill a half-incipient God realm expert, let alone Ling Xiao. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Although Ling Xiao had run fast enough, he was still affected by some of the attacks. Ling Xiao's divine soul flew thousands of meters away as he spat out a few mouthfuls of golden light. If it weren't for the fact that this doppelganger had the same insane defense as his real body, this attack would have been enough to destroy his divine soul. Master, you don't recognize me? I'm Xiao. Ling Xiao shouted at the evil emperor with an anxious look in his eyes. The evil emperor seemed to have some reaction. He paused for a while. However, in just a blink of an eye, he was covered by a thick, evil aura. Intruder kill. The evil emperor hissed hoarsely. He joined hands with the others to attack Ling Xiao one more time. Ling Xiao dodged in a flustered manner, but he was still injured by the shock waves. Damn it! What's going on? How could Master become like this? Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, pushing his intent domain to the max to leave this place. However, these 5 people weren't like the other gods' corpses, who didn't dare to leave the ancient coffins. They actually chased after Ling Xiao. Damn it! How could they detect my presence? Ling Xiao cursed anxiously. Ling Xiao's speed played to his advantage. While he was fleeing with all his might, he returned to his real body one step ahead of him. At this time, Ling Xiao's real body finally realized why he had been discovered by these 5 people. This was because his God Soul avatar was wearing the Divine Cauldron's spatial ring. Although his God Soul avatar was invisible, he couldn't make the Divine Cauldron invisible too. Damn it! Ling Xiao cursed. He put the Divine Cauldron back on his real body and fled again. It wasn't that he didn't want to figure out what was going on with his master. It was just that he didn't have the ability to deal with these 5 people at the same time. Their auras were already at the Great Perfection God King realm. Moreover, since they could pass through the Berserk explosion zone and arrive here, they were definitely extraordinary existences. How could he have the confidence to fight against 5 of them alone? He needed to think of the best way to deal with them, and see how he could rescue his master first. Ling Xiao didn't immediately merge with his God Soul avatar. Instead, he let his God Soul avatar skim to the other side to test whether the 5 people could still detect the existence of his God Soul avatar. When the 5 people approached, their target fell on Ling Xiao's real body. Their hostile eyes locked onto him, and they didn't pay any attention to his God Soul avatar at all. It's really the Divine Cauldron's fault. Ling Xiao cursed inside. The golden dragon spear appeared in his hand. He quickly donned a set of top-grade god artifact armor, and raised his battle prowess. To deal with these 5 people, Ling Xiao had to prepare for the worst. Although his physical body was abnormal, it was nothing in front of a top-grade god weapon. Therefore, adding an extra layer of defense was another layer of protection for his little life. Of course, Ling Xiao's real body wasn't stupid enough to fight them head-on. He relied on the advantage of his movement technique, and constantly dodged and jumped among these small hills. Occasionally he would turn around and attack a few times. He was completely using a roundabout strategy. Although Ling Xiao's strength couldn't compare to theirs, he didn't suffer many injuries in this way. After all, he had a top-grade god weapon on him, which blocked most of the opponent's attacks. A small part of the power was blocked by his real body. Of course, he did this to attract these people's attention. His real goal was to kill them. Of course, his master, the demonic emperor, was excluded. Ling Xiao's God Soul avatar chased after the 5 of them. Ling Xiao chose the guy with the Wolf Fang mace to attack first. The big guy with the Wolf Fang mace was the strongest and posed the greatest threat to him. Ling Xiao's God Soul avatar chased after him. The 9 Suns heaven-burning fist smashed towards the big guy's head. Bang! The head of the Peak Divine King with the Wolf Fang mace burst open. He was killed by Ling Xiao just like that. Ling Xiao didn't have time to deal with the things on his body. He immediately flashed behind another person, and slapped the top of that person's head with the dragon subduing palm. After killing 2 people consecutively, The other three immediately realized that something was wrong. They actually gave up on chasing after Ling Xiao's real body and vigilantly observed their surroundings, hoping to find the culprit. Unfortunately, they couldn't find anything. This made Ling Xiao extremely proud in his heart. This soul concealment secret technique was really useful. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to get close to one of the shorties and blew him up as well. Now only the demonic emperor and one of the women were left. It's 2 against 2 now, let's have some fun. Ling Xiao withdrew the power of the soul concealment and revealed his body. He planned to have a real fight with his master and the other woman in order to verify if his newly advanced strength had the strength to challenge the peak divine king. Sure enough, when Ling Xiao's divine soul appeared, the evil emperor and the other woman quickly separated and charged towards him and his clone. In order to respect the evil emperor, Ling Xiao used his divine soul to fight with his master, letting his master know that his disciple was no longer the same as before. Master, wake up, I'm your disciple Ling Xiao. Don't you remember Xiao? Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar cried out in alarm when it faced the evil emperor. The evil emperor seemed to still be conscious as he muttered, Ling Xiao, my disciple? That's right, master. Do you remember? Master Feng Qingyuan and I came to the heaven region to look for you, Ling Xiao said in surprise. Unfortunately, in the next moment, the evil emperor's rationality was once again covered by the evil aura. He raised his purple halberd and smashed towards him. Intruder kill. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. Looks like I really have to have a good fight with master. Chapter 1275. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao and the demonic emperor's disciple relationship was really not that long. He and the demonic emperor only stayed together for a short year before the demonic emperor left him. But in that 1 year's time, the demonic emperor had taught him the supremacy of the demonic king deity technique, and allowed him to fuse the origin returning technique together to create his own unique cultivation technique, the supremacy of the origin returning technique. It was just a divine art, but it had benefited him greatly. Ling Xiao still had a deep respect for the demonic emperor. In addition to hearing some of the legends of the demonic emperor in the central region, it made his respect for the demonic emperor rise to a new height. He knew that the demonic emperor was in this chaotic burial space, but when the demonic emperor appeared in front of him, it still shocked him. Fortunately, the demonic emperor still had some consciousness, and his jade tube of life did not disappear. There should still be hope. But before saving the demonic emperor, he still had to completely suppress him before thinking of a way to save him. Of course, with Ling Xiao's soul concealment ability, it was still possible to subdue the demonic emperor without anyone noticing. However, as a disciple, he hoped to have a real match with his master. Although the demonic emperor's current state was not too good, but it was precisely because of this that his master would not hold back against him. Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger deduced the ancient sovereign technique to the extreme, and his combat power was several tens of times, causing his combat power to not lose out to a peak divine king. Before Ling Xiao could attack, the demonic emperor had already taken the initiative to attack Ling Xiao. The purple halberd in his hand carried the power of thunder and lightning as it headed towards Ling Xiao's head. The demonic emperor and Ling Xiao both cultivated 5 attributes at the same time, but the demonic emperor's 5 attributes were different from Ling Xiao's. His 5 attributes were thunder, fire, water, earth, and wood. Among them, the thunder attribute attack was naturally the strongest, so the demonic emperor naturally chose it as his main attack method. The purple halberd in the demonic emperor's hand was indeed a top-notch divine weapon, and should be a set with the purple divine armor he wore. The power of his attack wasn't something an ordinary peak god king could compare to. It should be comparable to those Sun Jin of Goguryeo. Ling Xiao used the dragon subduing palm to send out peerless true dragons to attack the purple lightning. Boom boom boom. Ling Xiao had blocked the demonic emperor's all-out attack, but his divine soul avatar had been sent flying far away. The difference in strength between him and the evil emperor was actually so great. He could faintly feel that this should not be the evil emperor's true power. After all, he knew that the evil emperor cultivated in the 5 elements at the same time. and the power he could amplify would only be stronger than it was now. This might be related to the thing attached to his body, but he couldn't care less. His dragon-subduing palm slammed towards the demonic emperor without holding back at all, not worried that he would hurt the demonic emperor. It was the same for the evil emperor. He had already lost his mind to something and almost became a god's corpse devil. The demonic emperor's moves were extremely tyrannical. Every move was like a heavenly might descending, causing Ling Xiao to retreat step by step. If not for Ling Xiao having the help of the ancient emperor's divine arts, it would have been impossible for him to withstand the demonic emperor's powerful attacks. He felt that the demonic emperor's current strength was even stronger than the golden snake of the snake sect. If the demonic emperor returned to normal, he might not be any weaker than his nephew, Ling Gang. One had to know that Ling Gang was in existence in the upper middle of the Senjin of Goguryeo, and was comparable to those old Senjin of Goguryeo. Ling Xiao was unable to restrain the demonic emperor using the dragon-subduing palm, and was even struck by the demonic emperor until he vomited blood. Ling Xiao had no choice but to change his move and use the 9-sun-burning heaven fist, hoping that this kind of extreme yang fist energy would be able to expel the evil poison from the demonic emperor's body. The 7th stage of the 9-sun-burning heaven fist, purple flame divine sun. Raging flames, bright suns, and torrential fist intent shook the heavens and the earth. The demonic emperor roared, holding the purple halberd in his hands with both hands, and smashed it down from above. An illusory figure of a heavenly lightning beast appeared behind him, spitting out bolts of heavenly lightning. This was the most tyrannical attack of the demonic emperor's lightning attribute godly skill. Raging lightning strike. Ling Xiao and the demonic emperor exchanged countless blows, and Ling Xiao found it more and more difficult to endure. The power of the lightning was too terrifying. It actually penetrated through the top-grade godly armor and directly into his body, causing him to feel numb and uncomfortable. If not for the fact that he had tempered his divine soul doppelganger countless times over the years in the raging explosion zone, he would not have been able to endure the terrifying lightning attacks. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and endured, and after using the 9th stage of the 9-sun-burning heaven fist, Azure Flame Holy Sun, he finally attacked the demonic emperor. Ling Xiao's 9th stage flame was refined from the prodigal's high-grade flame source, and it was the nemesis of any evil poison. Indeed, when the flames came into contact with the demonic emperor, a thick green light instantly appeared around his body, and he was burned clean by the flames. The demonic emperor seemed to have gained a chance to regain consciousness. On the other side, Ling Xiao's real body was fighting with the woman. Be it in terms of appearance or figure, this woman was absolutely impeccable. She wore a silver crown on her head, which made her look especially graceful and elegant. She wore a set of silver-white armor, which vividly accentuated her graceful and sexy body. In her hand was a thin silver sword, which flashed with bursts of wind-attributed divine light. It was a pity that her pale face was mixed with a lot of green qi, which caused her overall beauty to be reduced. The reason why Ling Xiao chose to let this woman stay, other than to spar with him, was to see if he could subdue her and help her regain consciousness. The reason why Ling Xiao did this was naturally because he hoped to have another guard by his side. Of course, wouldn't it be better if this guard was more pleasing to the eye? It had to be said that Ling Xiao's flirtatious thoughts could not be changed. This woman was of the wind attribute, and she was also a peak divine king. Her speed was much faster than Ling Xiao's. Luckily, the offensive divine weapon in her hand was only of the high grade. If it was a top-grade divine weapon, Ling Xiao would have died countless times from being attacked by this woman. Ling Xiao was continuously sent flying until he vomited blood. Luckily, he was wearing a top-grade defensive armor, so he was able to hold on. Ling Xiao realized that fighting with this woman was simply asking for abuse. He couldn't even touch the corner of her clothes, and instead, he was being attacked until he was in an extremely sorry state. Helpless, Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger didn't wait for the demonic emperor to regain consciousness, and immediately stealthily swept over, knocking this woman out. Following that, Ling Xiao also used some supreme yang heaven fire to attach itself to the woman, removing the evil qi from her body. After that, he took out a god-binding rope and tied the woman up. He also placed a lot of sealing power on her, so that she couldn't struggle and recover immediately. Only then did he feel safe. This woman was definitely still alive, so it was impossible for him to get her into the medicinal cauldron. At this time, Ling Xiao's true body and clone merged together, and he took out the divine pellet and the soul divine spring to consume them. At the same time, Ling Xiao once again rushed over to the evil emperor's side, and exclaimed, "Master, do you remember me? I am Ling Xiao." Seeing that the evil emperor had already regained his calm, Ling Xiao knew that the heavenly fire had more or less worked. Sure enough, the evil emperor's gaze landed on him. Following that, a wild laughter appeared on his handsome face. "Ling Xiao. Haha, why are you here?" Hearing that the evil emperor could actually call out his name, Ling Xiao immediately cheered. "Master, you remember me? I'm fine, right?" The evil emperor laughed very happily. He raised his hand and patted Ling Xiao. "Not bad. Not bad. Master was right to choose you back then. You have actually reached the Divine King realm. How many years has it been?" Just as Ling Xiao was about to pour out his heart to the evil emperor, the smile on the evil emperor's face suddenly changed. The dense evil aura reappeared, and the purple halberd in his hand suddenly stabbed towards Ling Xiao's abdomen. With such a close distance attack, Ling Xiao was completely unprepared. The defensive armor on his body was also pierced by the purple halberd, and the halberd stabbed straight into Ling Xiao's abdomen. "Master, you!" Ling Xiao quickly gripped the evil emperor's purple halberd, not allowing him to exert any more force. He didn't understand how his master had suddenly changed so much. The evil emperor had indeed lost his mind once again, and a voice came out of his mouth. "Intruder, kill!" The purple halberd in his hand swallowed, and a powerful lightning force exploded towards Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao could no longer stand, and more than half of his body was blasted away, causing golden blood to splatter everywhere, causing him to scream in pain. Just as the evil emperor attacked again, Ling Xiao's reaction speed was extremely fast. His soul avatar carrying the golden dragon spear rushed forward to block the evil emperor from destroying his body. Although the strength of Ling Xiao's soul avatar was slightly weaker than that of the evil emperor, it was still barely able to cope. Ling Xiao's true body took out a few more divine pills and tossed them into his mouth, circulating the ancient sovereign divine art to the extreme, rapidly healing his ruined body. When Ling Xiao's true body was almost fully restored, Ling Xiao immediately hid his soul avatar and handed the golden dragon spear to his true body. The evil emperor had lost sight of his soul avatar, so his target naturally fell on Ling Xiao's true body. However, before his attack could fall on Ling Xiao's soul avatar had already knocked the evil emperor unconscious from behind. "Master, I'm sorry." Ling Xiao quickly caught the evil emperor and tied him up. Although Ling Xiao had the evil emperor under control, he didn't know what to do next. He faintly felt that his master might have been poisoned, but that didn't seem to be the case. However, he knew that his supreme yang fire should have some effect, so he covered the evil emperor with heavenly fire and used it to expel some of the evil poison from the evil emperor's body. He hoped that when his master woke up, he would be able to find a way to help the evil emperor recover his consciousness. Right, the corpse god grass and corpse soul grass from before should be useful to master. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something and shouted in surprise. Immediately afterward, he picked up the evil emperor and the other woman, and headed towards the hill where the corpse god grass and corpse soul grass grew. He hoped that the two divine grasses would be able to completely expel the corpse poison from the evil emperor and this woman's bodies as he imagined. Chapter 1276. The corpse god grass and corpse soul grass were both useful for corpses, and could help refine them into corpse puppets. However, these two kinds of divine grass were extremely effective for a half-corpse half-human like the evil emperor. They could fight poison with poison and neutralize the corpse poison in the evil emperor's body. However, there were still some prerequisites, and that was to combine it with some other divine grass to refine a pill to achieve this effect. Otherwise, if these two kinds of divine grass were directly given to the poisoned person, That would only accelerate the person who had not yet become a corpse devil to become a true corpse devil. Ling Xiao had learned this common sense from the memories of the remnant souls he had absorbed from the ghastly Drake sect. After Ling Xiao spent a lot of effort to control the evil emperor and the woman, he went to collect these two kinds of divine grass. Then he left the ancient coffins and began to refine the pill. Fortunately, this pill was not particularly difficult to refine and did not require a lot of power. Otherwise, with the thin source power here, it would be difficult to condense the pill. Soul cleansing pill. This was a relatively unorthodox detoxification pill. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had obtained the inheritance of the first-generation divine alchemy god, and all the pill recipes in that inheritance were definitely the most comprehensive. Otherwise, even if he had the materials, he would not be able to get them. While Ling Xiao was refining the pill, the evil emperor and the woman woke up. They also temporarily regained consciousness, but soon fell back into the state of corpse devils. Fortunately, they were first tied up by Ling Xiao with the god-binding rope so that they could not struggle, and then used various restrictions to barely seal their cultivation. At the very least, before Ling Xiao finished refining the pill, they would definitely not be able to break the seal. A day later, Ling Xiao finished refining the pill. Ling Xiao looked at the evil emperor and said, "Master, you will be fine after taking this pill." Ling Xiao knocked the two of them out again and stuffed two pills into their hands. When they took the pill, they immediately revealed a look of extreme pain. They spun around on the spot as they screamed in pain. A strange green light was emitted from their bodies. As the green glow on their bodies disappeared, their skin color gradually became the same as a normal person's. Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. "Looks like it's really effective." The two of them screamed for an unknown period of time, before they finally fainted. Ling Xiao looked at them struggling to the point where even blood had appeared. He felt a little sad, but he was more happy. After going through so many hardships, he had finally found his master. He was happier than anything else. Ling Xiao took out healing divine pills and ghost divine spring water, and fed them to them, letting them recover as soon as possible. At that time, they could discuss what to do next. Another day passed, and the first to wake up was not the evil emperor, but that woman. Whether it was in terms of appearance or figure, this woman's heart palpitated. Especially now that she was tied up by the god-binding rope, her full chest and perky buttocks were extremely protruding. In terms of appearance, she was comparable to Yin Mingqi and Lai Ruyu. She was breathtakingly beautiful, and her figure was rather similar to Euro Fei's, causing any man to have the urge to ruthlessly punish her. It was undeniable that part of the reason why Ling Xiao had kept her here was because he was attracted by her beauty. However, he did not have the urge to immediately fall in love with this woman and press her under his crotch. Instead, he thought that perhaps this woman had some background, and that her strength would be of great help to Ling Xiao. That was why he kept her here, to see if she could become his personal guard. "You? Who are you?" The moment the woman opened her beautiful eyes, she immediately looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Her eyes were very cold, giving off a feeling that she was 1,000 miles away from others. However, when Ling Xiao saw her expression, he felt happy, because this meant that the corpse poison in this woman's body might have been removed. The woman felt that her power had been sealed and her body was tied up by the god-binding rope, so she immediately struggled. "Don't be nervous. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have waited until you woke up. Do you still remember chasing me?" Ling Xiao hurriedly tried to persuade her. The woman furrowed her brows. Her expression made one feel a sense of pity for her. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. "This woman is truly a disaster. I almost wanted to untie her." The woman seemed to have thought of something and looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. "You saved me?" Although she did not remember chasing Ling Xiao, she clearly remembered that she had been poisoned by the corpse poison, and that her mind had been controlled by the corpse curse. Fortunately, her divine soul was much stronger than an ordinary person's, so she was able to barely resist the corpse curse, and did not completely become a god corpse devil. Otherwise, she would have been a corpse by now, and would not have been able to wake up again. She felt that these past few days had been a terrifying nightmare. Thinking about it now, she felt a chill in her heart. Ling Xiao nodded his head, and said with a faint smile, That's right, you want to kill me, but the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. I am a kind person, so I will repay evil with good, and remove the corpse poison from your body. I'm afraid that if I untie you, you will act up and kill me again. If those people who had been killed by Ling Xiao heard his words, they would probably crawl out of hell and scold Ling Xiao for being shameless. Damn, if you are a kind person, then there are no good people in this world. Of course, this woman did not believe Ling Xiao's nonsense. She was very confident in her own appearance. She was once known as the #1 beauty in the Sky Dragon region, so she had a strong killing power over any man. She felt that the little man in front of her must have saved her life because of her appearance. However, no matter what, he had still saved her, so she was more or less grateful in her heart. Otherwise, if she were to become a corpse devil and live the life of a walking corpse for the rest of her life, she might as well just die. Thank you, I'm fine now, the woman said indifferently. Other than gratitude, she also hoped that Ling Xiao would immediately untie her. However, Ling Xiao still did not seem to have any intention of untying her, and asked her, I wonder what sister's name is? Why did you also come to this chaotic burial space? The woman was a little angry and thought to herself, is this kid so untactful? Do you want me to lie here and talk to you? The woman didn't care about Ling Xiao. She discreetly urged her god power, hoping to break all the restrictions that Ling Xiao had set up. This woman was at the peak of King God Realm, just one step away from incipient God Realm. She thought that it wouldn't be difficult to break the middle-grade King God Realm restrictions in front of her. However, when she urged her power, she found that the power of these seals was very strong, and she couldn't break them instantly. If she didn't spend more time, she wouldn't be able to recover her power. Sister, don't rush. I just want to confirm if you have fully recovered. Then I will untie you, Ling Xiao advised her. The woman didn't want to talk more. She closed her eyes and continued to attack the restrictions that Ling Xiao had set up. To be honest, she was cold to any man, but it wasn't because of Ling Xiao. When she was young, she had almost been humiliated by a man. Thus, she hated men very much. Because of this, although she had many pursuers, she was still single. No one could capture the heart of the most beautiful woman in the Sky Dragon region. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that, and he didn't know this woman. He just thought that chatting with such a beautiful woman was a good way to get rid of his dull mood. However, seeing that this woman wasn't the kind of person who didn't know how to flirt, he had to do it. He put away the god-binding rope on the woman's body, and removed all the seals on her body. Alright sister, you're free now. Do whatever you want. My good intentions aren't rewarded. Ling Xiao shrugged begrudgingly. The woman was bewildered. She didn't expect that Ling Xiao would change his mind and let her go. She was surprised looking at Ling Xiao. She found that Ling Xiao didn't look at her like the other men who used to look at her. He just looked at her with appreciation. She also felt the loneliness from Ling Xiao. She knew very well that anyone who entered the chaotic burial space had experienced a long period of time. In the end, when they came here in a hurry to obtain the divine treasury, they were corroded by the evil things in the ancient coffin. They were infected with corpse poison, and became a god Inba or a god corpse devil. All of these experiences would definitely cause anyone's state of mind to undergo earth-shattering changes. Ling Xiao was originally a cheerful and active person. However, in the past 10 years, his sharp edges had been smoothed out, making him more calm and mature. It was just that he suddenly found his master, and met such a beautiful woman. He was in a good mood, and naturally wanted to find someone to chat with to pass the time. However, it seemed that he was thinking too much, so he acted very helpless. That feeling of loneliness was naturally revealed again. This woman was about the same as Ling Xiao. She had been in the chaotic burial dimension for a longer time than Ling Xiao, and had even come in much earlier than the evil emperor. She knew very well how unbearable it was to be in such a place where there was no one around, and filled with dead things. She once missed the noisy world that she hated very much. She missed occasionally meeting some boring people to pass the time. She missed the days when she fought with those sacred beasts for the divine treasures. Thinking of this, she looked at the handsome man in front of her, and felt that she had gone too far just now. It was just that she had never been good at pleasing people. She didn't know what to say to Ling Xiao. My name is Lu Piapiao. The woman hesitated for a moment and said her name. Lu Piapiao, hee, what a nice name. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He seemed to feel that he had heard this name before, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Just as he was thinking, his master, the evil emperor, finally woke up. Chapter 1277. The evil emperor slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Ling Xiao. Master, you're awake? Do you feel anything wrong? Ling Xiao asked with great concern. The evil emperor cultivated a secret technique that allowed him to separate his avatars of various attributes, making them an independent physical existence. The one who returned to the Xianling continent from the Heavenly Region Fortress and accepted Ling Xiao as his disciple was only a clone of the evil emperor. That was the clone that the evil emperor left behind when he came to the Heavenly Region Fortress from the Xianling continent. It was only at the peak of the middle stage Holy Emperor realm. It was an imperfect clone and looked rather old. Ever since the evil emperor had taken Ling Xiao as his disciple and settled the matters in the central region, the evil emperor had cut off all connection and support to that clone, and that clone had been destroyed along with it. At that time, the evil emperor's real body was in the chaotic burial space. At that time he had not been attacked by the gods' corpses, nor had he become like before. Therefore he still had a very good impression of his only disciple Ling Xiao. After all, the comprehension and cultivation speed that Ling Xiao had displayed back then had truly made him feel admiration. He even felt that when he was young, there was still quite a bit of difference between him and Ling Xiao. It should be fine now, the evil emperor said with a slight frown. Sensing his own situation, it seemed that the corpse poison had been removed, and his mind was completely awake. Are you sure? Don't kill me later. Ling Xiao asked again. Previously, he had been stabbed by the evil emperor and almost lost his life. He had no choice but to be cautious. Stop talking nonsense. I'm fine now. Hurry up and untie me. The evil emperor looked at Ling Xiao and scolded. Being tied up by his own disciple indeed made him, a person who loved his face, feel very depressed. At the same time, he also caught a glimpse of Lu Piapiao at the side. His eyes raised slightly, as if he had recognized Lu Piapiao. Over the years, although he was trapped by the corpse poison, he would occasionally be awake. Every time he wanted to expel the corpse poison, he would be affected by the environment around the ancient coffin at a critical moment. Perhaps there was someone inside the ancient coffin that was controlling all of this. Therefore, when he was awake, he had seen a few people like him who had not completely lost their humanity. Naturally, he had also seen the woman not far from him. Ling Xiao did not notice that the evil emperor was looking at Lu Piapiao strangely. He quickly retrieved the evil emperor's god-binding rope and removed all the restrictions on the evil emperor. Master, you've been here for more than 100 years. Master Qingyuan and Master Ziqian are both very worried about you, Ling Xiao said. The evil emperor said with a slightly surprised expression. You've seen little Qian? Ling Xiao nodded and said. Yes, if it wasn't for Master's wife, I wouldn't have come here, let alone find you, Master. Ling Xiao revealed a somewhat desolate expression. To be honest, he had not planned to enter the chaotic burial space at all. After all, he, who had reached the Divine King realm, could feel the horror of the chaotic burial space. However, some things might be destined, and he could not do anything about it. Fortunately, he had survived and found his master, so it was not a wasted trip. Tell me, how did you come back? How did you come to the Heaven region? How did your cultivation improve so fast? It has only been a few decades, but you've almost caught up with me. The evil emperor asked curiously. When he first taught Ling Xiao, he was just a little boy in his early 20s who had just entered the Earth Emperor realm. Now Ling Xiao had grown up, but he was only about 80 years old. Unexpectedly, he had reached the intermediate Divine King realm, and with such strength he was able to capture him. The evil emperor could not help but be curious. Ling Xiao also answered every question. The two of them left Lu Piapiao, the #1 beauty of the Sky Dragon region, to the side. Ling Xiao gave a simple recount of what had happened in the past few years, causing the evil emperor to be filled with praise. Although Ling Xiao's words were relatively relaxed, the evil emperor knew that Ling Xiao must have encountered many unexpected setbacks and dangers. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach this step in such a short period of time. I didn't misjudge you. You actually became an elder of the Dragon Gate, and a descendant of Kim people. It seems that I have a backer in the future, haha. The evil emperor patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and laughed. He was in a really good mood. Since entering the chaotic burial space, he had not been happy for a day, and he almost became a divine corpse demon. Just thinking about it made him scared. However, he did not come here in vain. Back then, he came here with the strength of an intermediate divine king, but now he was already a peak divine king. Needless to say, he must have had a great opportunity. Hee, of course. Ling Xiao laughed, not at all modest. Following that, he asked about the evil emperor's experience in the chaotic burial space. He mainly wanted to know why the evil emperor was trapped in the ancient coffin, and was still able to maintain some consciousness. Of course, the evil emperor told Ling Xiao everything without reservation. It turned out that the evil emperor had come here just like Ling Xiao. He knew that there was a great opportunity in the ancient coffin, and wanted to force his way in to see what it was. After all, the evil emperor had fought countless battles in his life. Like Ling Xiao, he had also experienced many dangers and had the ability to fight above his level. Moreover, his purple lightning power was the nemesis of those evil beings. Therefore, he was not very afraid of the divine Imba and the divine corpse demon in the ancient coffin. It was also because he was overconfident that something happened in the end. However, the reason why he was able to reach the peak divine king realm was really related to the secret of the ancient coffin. After he was poisoned by the corpse poison, he was still able to resist it, preventing it from immediately corroding him into a divine corpse demon. However, he was also forced to lie in one of the ancient coffins. In a daze, he seemed to have obtained some kind of ancient inheritance from the ancient coffin, which allowed him to reach his current realm of strength. As for what exactly was going on, he still did not understand it clearly. However, in the years that he had been sleeping in the ancient coffin, he could faintly feel that there was an invisible hand controlling everything. Thinking of this, he could not help but shiver. He glanced in the direction of the ancient coffins, and cold sweat quietly appeared on his forehead. Master, what's wrong? Ling Xiao noticed the strangeness of the evil emperor, and became a little nervous, as if he was afraid that the corpse poison of the evil emperor would return. I'm fine, let's hurry up and leave this place. The evil emperor stood up and said very seriously, Master, there's no need to be anxious. As long as we don't go near there shouldn't be any problems. Ling Xiao replied, What do you know? Do you think they will always be in eternal sleep? Sometimes, they will all get up to take a breather. At that time, even if we want to leave, we won't have the chance. The evil emperor said very seriously. Hearing the evil emperor's words, Ling Xiao instantly felt his hair stand on end. When he thought of those evil fellows moving out, he was afraid that even if they had 3 heads and 6 arms, they would still die. Do we still have to leave from that explosive area? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. If we can't find any other way out, we can only leave from there. The evil emperor replied. Even though his strength had improved greatly, the evil emperor still felt very afraid when he thought of going to that area again. Back then, he'd barely escaped from that damned place after going through a near-death experience. At this time, Lu Piapiao, who had been silent at the side, opened her mouth and said, I know there should be another way out, but I don't know if you dare to enter? Ling Xiao and the evil emperor looked at Lu Piapiao in surprise. Is this young lady the #1 beauty of the Sky Dragon region, Lu Piapiao, Miss Lu? The evil emperor did not reply and asked instead. At this moment, the evil emperor's refined aura was revealed. With a charming smile on his face, a white fan appeared in his hand and he gently waved it, making him look elegant. Lu Piapiao looked at the evil emperor coldly, and nodded her head in reply to his words. The evil emperor boasted of his elegance, and in the face of all kinds of beauties, he really had his ways. He did not reveal the slightest bit of displeasure towards Lu Piapiao's reaction. Of course, there was no need to talk about his romantic affairs back then. After so many years of depression, he had long since let go of the affairs between men and women. However, facing a woman of Lu Piapiao's level, he was only a little moved. So it's really Miss Lu. It's really not as good as meeting her in person. She looks like a fairy, and it's hard for mortals to compare to her. The evil emperor praised. Lu Piapiao said with some disgust, "Cut the crap. Are you guys going to walk another path with me or not?" If it weren't for the fact that she had been trapped here all these years, which made her feel very disgusted with the feeling of loneliness, she would never have invited these two men to walk the path with her. Of course, there was another important reason, which was that she did not feel any repulsion towards the little man. After all, he had saved her and prevented her from becoming an immortal's corpse or a demon. Have you walked that path before? What if it's another space? Wouldn't it be going further and further? Ling Xiao asked. He had walked here for 10 years and knew that the chaotic burial space was really divided into different areas. He was very afraid of following Lu Piapiao to another damned place. He really did not want to stay in this deathly silent place. He wanted to return to the outside as soon as possible. I came from there in the beginning. However, there are turbulent forces everywhere, and there are often terrible forces blowing over. If your strength is not enough, it's very easy for you to get into trouble. If you don't dare, then forget it. Lu Piapiao said. Immediately after, she was about to fly in a direction. However, all of a sudden, there was a terrible change in this world. The whole world became gloomy, and a terrible sound came from the ancient coffin. Many corpse poisons began to spread out from the ancient coffin. Once anyone was infected, it would be difficult to get rid of it. In the end, they would become an immortal's corpse or a demon. In addition, a vast and oppressive force was emitted from the center of the ancient coffin, giving people an unusually heavy sense of oppression. The expressions of Ling Xiao, the evil emperor, and Lu Piapiao changed greatly. Lu Piapiao was the first to fly in one direction. "Those guys are coming out. Let's go," the evil emperor shouted. Immediately after, he grabbed Ling Xiao's arm and pulled Ling Xiao to follow Lu Piapiao's direction. Ling Xiao looked back curiously. His pupils shrank and his face instantly turned pale. Chapter 1278. What kind of scene did Ling Xiao see that could frighten him like this? Those Shenin Ba, divine corpses, and demons came out of the ancient coffins one by one. The ones in the middle were like the evil emperor and the others, who still had some consciousness. They were half-dead people who were controlled by corpse poison and curse. After they came out one by one, they all knelt down in front of the wooden coffin at the highest point in the center, and the 8 golden coffins around it. They let out a series of roars, and a stream of corpse poison, death aura, and evil aura rose into the sky. The dense evil chi flowed towards the 9 coffins. 8 of the golden coffins opened, and 8 people wearing black cloaks walked out. Their faces couldn't be seen clearly, but other than the corpse chi, there was also a vague life chi. That vast and boundless power was enough to make people's hearts tremble. They all bowed respectfully toward the wooden coffins, and their mouths murmured some incantation. Something appeared in their hands, and they threw it toward the wooden coffins. Swish! In an instant, the sky was sprinkled with blood, and a stench began to spread. Those Shenin Ba, divine corpses, and demons all let out a roar that shook the heaven and earth. The mournful sound seemed to come from the 9 serenities, deep and terrifying. The wooden coffin finally reacted. The coffin shook open, and the blood was instantly absorbed into the wooden coffin. Then a phantom that looked like a demon condensed. It was a face with a strong evil aura, resentment, and murderous intent. It was like the ruler of this world, and its eyes were filled with tears of blood. It seemed to be filled with grievances and resentment, and it wanted to destroy everything and take revenge on everything. "Don't look." The evil emperor found that Ling Xiao actually looked back at the scene, and immediately shouted. He pulled Ling Xiao to the extreme, and they had to get away from here as soon as possible. Lu Piapiao, who was in front of him, did the same. Her wind attribute body technique had evolved to the extreme, and she was as fast as a lightning meteor. The huge face instantly looked toward the three of them. As for Ling Xiao, he became extremely nervous and fearful precisely because he came into contact with that ghastly face and bloody eye. He had always been a fearless person, so why would he be scared by such an illusion? That was because he had seen this face before, and it had left a deep impression on him. Back when he had obtained the last scroll of the soul-controlling art, the memory fragments that the soul-controlling art had instilled into him depicted a man who was like the reincarnation of a fiend god. With the power of a single person, he had slaughtered millions of people. It was as if he could instantly kill a person with a single thought. However, no matter how powerful he was, his clansmen were still banished by the enemy into a turbulent space, unable to come out for eternity. He killed countless enemies alone, but in the end he died of exhaustion. At that time, there were mountains of corpses and rivers of blood beneath his feet. Ling Xiao had never placed that memory fragment in his heart, but after seeing this face, the memory flashed through his mind again. He faintly felt that the person in front of him was very familiar, as if he had become that person. Feeling the grief of his clansmen being hurt and banished, tears flowed down from Ling Xiao's eyes, and a strong sense of hatred rose to the sky. Ah! Ling Xiao threw his head back and roared like a madman, and the demonic emperor was shaken away by the force of his roar. Xiao, what's wrong with you? The evil emperor didn't understand what was going on with Ling Xiao, so he immediately turned around and asked. Lu Piapiao, who was in front of him, obviously paused and looked back. Who knew that at this time, Ling Xiao ignored the evil emperor, and actually rushed in the direction of the wooden coffin. Xiao! The evil emperor screamed and immediately chased after Ling Xiao at full speed. However, there was one person who was one step faster than him. That person was Lu Piapiao, who had turned around and returned. She was originally of the wind attribute, and her body movement had reached the completion realm. Her speed was far above that of the evil emperor. In an instant, she caught up with Ling Xiao and turned her palm into a claw, grabbing at Ling Xiao's shoulder. Don't go over! Lu Piapiao's strength burst forth to the strongest, and directly held Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was shocked by Lu Piapiao, and instantly regained consciousness. However, his body was already covered in cold sweat. Xiao, what's the matter with you? Don't look, let's go immediately. Without saying anything, the evil emperor stepped forward and pulled Ling Xiao away again. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then immediately turned his head and left with the evil emperor and Lu Piapiao. At the same time, he did not forget to say to Lu Piapiao, "Thank you for your help." If Lu Piapiao hadn't pulled him, he would have really rushed over there. Lu Piapiao did not respond to Ling Xiao's words. She just wanted to return the favor to Ling Xiao. However, this time, it was not enough to return the favor. The three of them moved very fast. In just a blink of an eye, they had crossed tens of thousands of miles. They wanted to reach the other exit that Lu Piapiao had mentioned as fast as possible. However, before they could go far, several shadows appeared in the blink of an eye and blocked their way. There were 6 Immortals' corpse demons. Moreover, they were not ordinary Immortals' corpse demons. Unexpectedly, 2 of them had reached the incipient god realm, and 4 of them were half-incipient god realm existences. Ling Xiao, the evil emperor, and Lu Piapiao's hearts instantly sank to the bottom. Facing such opponents, how could they have a chance of winning? Oh no, why did they come here? The evil emperor cursed in fear. Instantly, the purple halberd in his hand danced and attacked the 6 of them. At the same time, he shouted in fear, "You two go first. I will hold them." The evil emperor had the thunder attribute. His power could also restrain some corpse poisons and suppress some evil creatures. The evil emperor had used all of his power in this attack. Waves of lightning bombarded the immortals' corpse demons like the power of heaven. Rumble, rumble, rumble. When everything vanished, the immortals' corpse demons were unharmed. The evil emperor knew that he couldn't deal with them, but he couldn't care less. He couldn't let Ling Xiao die here. Ling Xiao was his only disciple. As Ling Xiao could come to the chaotic burial space to find him, this disciple was filial. Thus, no matter what, the the evil emperor wanted to protect Ling Xiao. The evil emperor raised the purple halberd high in the air and attacked with all of his power again. At the same time, his other hand gathered the power of the 5 lights and shot them out at the same time. The 2 attacks were launched at the same time. The power of the palm that had the 5 powers fused together was even stronger than the power of the purple halberd. However, right after that, the 6 immortals' corpse demons didn't receive his 2 attacks or attack him. Instead, they went to stop Lu Piapiao and Ling Xiao. Lu Piapiao didn't hesitate to attack. However, she was blown away by one of the immortals' corpse demons at the half-incipient god realm. The evil emperor wanted to take action, but he was stopped by one of the immortals' corpse demons. The 2 immortals' corpse demons at the incipient god realm arrived in front of Ling Xiao in just a blink of an eye. One on the left and the other on the right, they took Ling Xiao to the ancient coffins. No matter how hard Ling Xiao struggled, he couldn't get rid of the hand that was like a tiger's pincer. The heaven flames that he had released burned the immortals' corpse demons, but nothing happened to them. What's going on? Ling Xiao wanted to die. Did he have to be turned into a half-corpse, a spirit Ba, or a god's corpse demon like the evil emperor and Lu Piapiao? The evil emperor and Lu Piapiao wanted to save Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, they couldn't break the 4 immortals' corpse demons at the half-incipient god realm in front of them. However, those immortals' corpse demons didn't want to tangle with the evil emperor and Lu Piapiao for too long. They just hurt them badly and didn't chase after them. Instead, they returned to the ancient coffins. The spirit Ba and the immortals' corpse demons in the ancient coffins were still kneeling. They didn't move an inch and looked very respectful. At the same time, the 2 incipient god realm immortals' corpse demons forcefully dragged Ling Xiao to the wooden coffin in the center. Ling Xiao was so tense. He was so scared that he was going to be skinned alive. What the hell was going on? He had drawn out all of the heaven flames on his body to burn the 2 incipient god realm immortals' corpse demons. Unfortunately, he couldn't burn them down. After all, the immortals' corpse demons at that realm could be compared to any top divine weapon. How could they be destroyed so easily? Little Xiao. The evil emperor dragged his wounded body and wanted to rush over there. However, Lu Piapiao stopped him. If you go there now, you will die. Perhaps he will be all right. Lu Piapiao's beautiful eyes rippled with a strange light. She looked at the scene and seemed to think of something. Sai, do you think he will be all right? You can imagine how terrifying the center is. I don't know why it wants to find little Xiao. Damn it. The evil emperor cursed helplessly. The attacks from the immortals' corpse demons had corpse toxins. They had to expel them from their bodies. Otherwise, they would die if they went there now. Don't worry. Maybe it's not as bad as we think. Lu Piapiao looked at the ancient coffin and said. Then she added, perhaps it's waiting for him. The evil emperor seemed to understand the latter part of her words. As they had stayed in the ancient coffins for so many years, they knew some secrets of the coffins. Perhaps the thing on the wooden coffin in the center was waiting for someone. However, it was a vague feeling that they weren't sure about. Today, seeing Ling Xiao being captured, it seemed to confirm their guesses. Does that guy want to replace little Xiao? The evil emperor thought of another possibility. His face grimaced even more. After all, the thing inside the wooden coffin was a terrifying existence that could reach the sky and earth. It had stayed here for so many years and controlled so many evil people. Was it willing to stay here forever? Looking at the torrential hatred it exuded, one could feel that it must have a very unreconciled resentment. Thinking of this, the evil emperor could only grit his teeth and wanted to rush up again. However, before he could even get close, a powerful force soared into the sky and sent him flying. Then, in the center of the ancient coffin, Ling Xiao was thrown into the wooden coffin by the 2 immortals' corpse demons. No. Chapter 1279. Ling Xiao's soul was about to fly out of his body. He didn't know why he was so unlucky to be thrown into the coffin. I'm not dead yet. Ling Xiao screamed silently. After Ling Xiao was thrown into the coffin lid was closed. Then he lost consciousness. However, tens of thousands of divine Ba, God's corpse demon, and half-zombies were still kneeling. They didn't want to return to the coffin. Evil Emperor didn't care much anymore. He wanted to rush over to save them. Unfortunately, the God's Corpse demon stopped him before he could take a few steps. Evil Emperor crazily attacked the God's Corpse demon. The God's Corpse demon at half-incipient God realm couldn't resist anymore. However, a half-zombie wearing a cloak came out of the gold coffin. It was still alive. With just a light wave of its hand, it sent the evil emperor flying far away, causing him to vomit blood nonstop. The God Lord has returned. Don't disturb him, the cloaked half-zombie said in an extremely cold voice. A terrifying aura burst out, pressing the evil emperor and Lu Piapiao to the ground. They didn't have the ability to resist. The evil emperor and Lu Piapiao were peak god kings who had encountered many dangers. Their minds were tough. However, in front of this half-zombie, they were scared to the extreme. In the half-zombie's eyes, they were just small existences. It only needed one thought to kill them. Just wait here. The day the Divine Master returns will be the day you leave. The half-zombie didn't want to trouble the evil emperor and Lu Piapiao. After saying that, it flew back to the ancient coffin. The evil emperor could only watch it leave. He didn't have the thought of risking his life to fight against those evil creatures. After a long time, Lu Piapiao's voice came to his ears. He's the one it's waiting for. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. The evil emperor shuddered. He was dispirited. Sigh little Shao, I'm sorry. The evil emperor punched a rock inside. He was so sad that he couldn't describe it. If Ling Xiao hadn't come here to look for him, how could Ling Xiao have gotten into this mess? However, after hearing the latter part of the half-zombie's words, the unholy emperor no longer planned to go out. He had to wait for the so-called Lord God to come out before leaving. He hoped that he could see Ling Xiao return safe and sound. In the following days, the evil emperor first recovered from his injuries and stayed here. Lu Piapiao, who had escaped, did not leave. However, she did not stay with the evil emperor. Instead, she found another place to digest the benefits she had gained over the years. At the same time, she also hoped that the little man would appear again. A dream. It was like a bubble, but it was also a realistic dream. Ling Xiao seemed to see another version of himself growing up in a different race. He actually saw his own life in front of him. It was a peace-loving, united, and friendly race. Unlike the other races, they did not possess a strong physique, a powerful cultivation tenbin, and the ability to reach the peak of this world. They could only be regarded as ordinary warriors, belonging to the inconspicuous weak race. They never intervened in any war. They always worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. They lived a peaceful life. However, things did not go as they wished. Because of their weakness, they were reduced to the lowest level of people in this world. They were bullied and oppressed by foreign races. They were separated from their families and suffered unspeakably. Finally, one day, a genius appeared in this weak race and awakened their race's tenbin. It was a kind of tenbin magical power called Heavy Soul. Heavy Soul referred to the fact that the soul of their race was actually twice or even several times larger than that of ordinary people. This varied from person to person. The genius also created a unique divine technique that belonged to their race based on this tenbin. This divine technique was called Controlling Soul Technique. It was also because of this divine technique that their weak race began to rise and occupy a very important place in the land of the 100 races. As for the races that had once oppressed them, they exterminated and suppressed them one by one. From then on, their race became a terrifying race that was feared by every space domain. This race was one of the most powerful races among the primordial era races. They were known as the Soul Race. After the Soul Race gradually rose to prominence, they became the leader of all races in ancient times. No other race dared to provoke them again. However, after the Soul Race awakened from tenbin, they destroyed many races. Their methods were extremely cruel. They did not spare men, women, old or young. They exterminated them all. It could be said that they had completely destroyed humanity. Although they later restrained themselves, this made the other races feel very uneasy. They were afraid that if the Soul Race continued to grow stronger, they would eventually destroy them as well. Thus, many powerful races began to form alliances. They wanted to summon the other races to suppress the soul race and completely eliminate it. In the end, many powerful races joined forces and began to massacre the soul race. However, the soul race was just too powerful. Among them, the prodigy of the soul race was extraordinarily powerful. Even when all the supremes of the various races came out, it was difficult to suppress him. That prodigy of the soul race battled the supremes of the various races alone. He killed countless people by himself, and the people from the clan execution division were terrified. In the end, the various clans had no choice but to force the Hun clan into a spatial crack and completely banish them, allowing them to be completely annihilated in that spatial land. All the experts of the soul race had perished in that battle. The genius of the soul race had fought until he died of exhaustion. However, the various races also paid a heavy price when they joined forces to deal with the people from the soul race. Many races were even killed by the soul race until they completely disappeared from the ranks of the powerful races. That battle was definitely the most tragic battle of the ancient times. It was also known as the War of the Soul Execution. This battle was known as the most tragic battle of all time. It was recorded and sealed in the history books of the various races. No one was willing to mention this battle again. And that prodigy was the person Ling Xiao saw in his dream. A prodigy by the name of Hun Feng. A supreme character that the soul race called the Soul Ancestor. He was a terrifying supreme that all the ancient races were deeply afraid of. Soul Wind represented an era, represented a period of glory, and also represented a heroic figure that could be sung and moved to tears as he guarded the clan. He worked tirelessly for the sake of the race's rise, allowing them to gain respect and status. In the end, he fought for his race until he lost his last drop of blood. Within the race, he was a well-deserved hero, a god, respected and revered. However, outside the race, he was a demon, a heavenly demon. People feared him and wanted to get rid of him. No one knew how to comment on such a person in history. But on the sovereign list, he was ranked at a height that everyone could only look up to. That's right, he was in the top 5 of the sovereign list. He was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the supremes of the ancient times. This was a fact that no one could deny. When Ling Xiao woke up, he was already in another space. He didn't know where this space was, but he knew that this place was related to his mission. The cycle of reincarnation was impermanent. Ling Xiao didn't know how many lives he had been as Hun Feng, but he was sure that the dream was real. He was sure that he had a close relationship with the soul race. Because ever since he obtained the soul control soul and successfully cultivated it, he had an inseparable bond with the soul race. Ling Xiao didn't expect that in addition to having the blood of the Kim people flowing in his veins, he was also a soul race member with a heavy soul. Perhaps this was an accident, or perhaps it was the will of the heavens. Otherwise, how could Ling Xiao have the chance to be reborn? All of this was fated, and even Ling Xiao didn't know why. He was an optimistic person. As long as he could keep his life, nothing else was a problem. Since I can't resist, then I'll just obey. Ling Xiao murmured. Then he crawled up from the ground and began to look around. To be honest, Ling Xiao didn't know how he came to this place. He only had a vague impression that there was a domain gate in the wooden coffin. Yes, it was a domain gate, not an ordinary space formation. The teleportation distance was incomparably far. He didn't know whether he had left the chaotic burial space or not. But now, he was sure that this space was absolutely different from the chaotic burial space. There were still mountains and rocks here, but there was more land and spiritual energy. Although this place was desolate, it was indeed a land space. However, the spiritual energy here was so thin that it was hard to imagine. It could be said that it was almost the same as air. If one wanted to use it to cultivate, it would be amazing if they could reach the Earth Sovereign or King rank. This was simply a lot worse than the northwest region of Ling Xiao's ancestral land. Ling Xiao spread his divine sense. He scanned the surroundings and found nothing that could threaten him. He didn't even find a high-grade spirit beast. At most, there were a few 5th-grade spirit beasts. Most of them were low-grade spirit beasts between the 1st and the 3rd grade. At the same time, he also sensed the existence of the human aura. Although it was quite weak, it was indeed there. This made him very happy. Fortunately, although the spiritual energy here is thin, it is still possible to live. It seems that some of my clansmen have survived and not been completely exterminated. Ling Xiao relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he had already regarded himself as a member of another clan. It couldn't be helped. Regardless of whether the person in the dream was his previous life or not, he was reborn, had a heavy soul, and cultivated the mind-controlling art. So he was a member of that clan. He couldn't even deceive himself about this feeling of familiarity. It was even more real than when he returned to Kim people. Since I'm here, I'll take things as they come. It's better to complete my mission and return as soon as possible. Ling Xiao murmured. After taking a deep breath, he walked confidently towards the place where there was human habitation. Chapter 1280. In an unknown space, in a dense forest mountain range, there were a few youths wielding crude weapons, surrounding and attacking a Type 2 mid-stage pine leopard. Oh my god, hurry up and use your swords to chop its legs. As long as it slows down, it won't be able to chase us. One of the youths anxiously shouted at the other youth who was fighting the pine leopard. The other youths cried out in alarm and wanted to help, but they weren't as good as the youth fighting the pine leopard. The youth fighting the pine leopard looked to be around 15 or 16 years old, but he was already at the peak of the low-level mystic realm. He was wearing simple hemp clothes, bare arms and bare feet. He held a crude iron sword in his hand as he fiercely slashed at the pine leopard. This youth was full of heroic spirit. His body was a little frail, but there was an indomitable tenacity between his brows. Even though his butt had already been bitten by the pine leopard and was bleeding quite a bit, he still didn't show the slightest hint of fear. He only had one belief, and that was to slay this pine leopard. This way, he could protect his brothers and sisters from harm, and he could bring back leopard meat for his clansmen to eat. At this moment, the vigorous pine leopard roared and pounced towards Atian. Its deep fangs were filled with bloodlust, scaring the surrounding youths to the point where their legs went soft. However, Atian wasn't afraid at all. With a loud roar, he stabbed towards the mouth of the pine leopard's basin. Low-level mystic realm cultivators could already force out elemental attacks. A meter-long elemental light shot towards the pine leopard. However, the pine leopard's movements were extremely agile. Its body could actually change shape in the air. After dodging Atian's sword, it clawed at Atian's chest. Atian! Atian screamed in pain as his body flew back a few meters. His chest instantly cracked open with several deep wounds, and blood flowed out continuously. The pine leopard's ferocity increased after its attack succeeded. It continued to pounce at Atian, wanting to swallow him alive. Bastard, I'll kill you. One of the frightened youths realized that his companion was in danger. He yelled and threw a spear at the leopard. This young man was only a level 9 warrior. Whether it was in terms of strength or speed, he was still far behind. It was almost impossible to hurt the pine leopard. The pine leopard easily dodged the attack and continued to bite at the young man who was screaming in pain. The other youths were also martial artists, but now they had the conviction to protect their companions. They grabbed the weapons in their hands and threw them at the pine leopard. Due to the previous shot, they had enough time to stop the pine leopard. The pine flower leopard was furious. It wanted to have a good meal, but its legs were blocked. It might as well give up on the food in front of it and start on other food. The leopard leaped a few meters away and dodged all the attacks. It then turned around and pounced on the skinniest girl. The girl was so frightened that her legs turned to jelly. She immediately fell to the ground and cried out in sorrow. Seeing that the girl was about to be bitten by the pine flower leopard, the youth who was pounced on earlier got up from the ground. He glared at the leopard and shouted, "Beast, don't try to be violent." As his voice fell, all his power burst forth to the extreme, and he pounced towards the pine leopard like a cheetah. When he fell, his sword had fallen to the side. Now he could only use his weak body to hug the pine flower leopard. At the same time, he gathered his strength and punched the pine flower leopard's head. The pine flower leopard was in pain. Its body kept jumping and rolling, and it threw Atian to the ground. Roar! The pine flower leopard was so angry that it swallowed a golden ray. Ation was dizzy from the fall. Just as he stood up, the golden light had already rushed towards him. He only felt pain in his body. His whole body flew far away like a cannonball and fell heavily on the ground. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Many parts of his body had been blasted open, and blood flowed out incessantly. He was on the verge of death. The other youths were so scared that their faces turned pale. They were at a loss. The pine leopard once again pounced towards Ation, who no longer had any strength to resist. It seemed like it was determined to eat Ation. The others were in extreme despair. They couldn't muster any strength to save Ation. They could only watch Ation being bitten to death by the pine flower leopard. However, when the pine flower leopard was about to bite Ation, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Ation and pressed the pine flower leopard's body with one hand. The pine flower leopard squinted like a cat when it saw that person. It instantly crawled on the ground and kept shaking as if it was frightened. "Okay, let's go. Don't bully these kids anymore." The person gently patted the pine flower leopard's forehead and said. The pine flower leopard seemed to be able to understand the human's words. It actually let out 2 low growls and immediately escaped into the dense forest. The stunned youths looked at the big brother who suddenly appeared, and each of them showed a look of worship. Ation, who was still lying on the ground and seriously injured, showed some gratitude. He must be a very strong person. Ation said in his heart. Just when Ation was about to faint, the big brother slowly turned around and squatted down. There was a medicinal pill in his hand. He smiled faintly and said, "Little guy, swallow this and you'll get better." After saying that, the big brother forced the medicinal pill into Ation's mouth. Ation didn't have time to think about what it was. He immediately felt a chaotic power flowing in his body. It made him feel extremely comfortable. The pain on his body immediately stopped. It even faintly increased his strength. He felt that his realm was loosening, and there were signs of a breakthrough. He's actually going to break through? That big brother was none other than Ling Xiao. He looked at the young man in front of him with a strange look on his face. Then he reminded the young man, "Hurry up and sit down cross-legged. Focus on controlling your strength. Do your best to break through." Ation came to his senses. He immediately bounced up from the ground and sat cross-legged. He began to focus on the breakthrough. Ling Xiao looked at the kid's real strength and seemed to see some traces of his past self. He immediately chuckled and said, "Let me give you a hand." He could see that the youth was not ready for this sudden breakthrough. There was a lot of risk in breaking through this time. Ling Xiao gently waved his hand, and the spiritual qi in this mountain instantly gathered around Ation. This way, he could borrow more spiritual qi from heaven and earth to help him break through steadily. Sure enough, the youth's aura began to gradually rise with the help of the rich spiritual qi around him. Finally, with the help of the pure energy contained in the elixir, he broke through in one fell swoop and became a mid-level mystic cultivator. "Haha, I finally broke through." Ation jumped up from the ground and exclaimed in joy. His excited mood made the other youths around him happy as well. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to scan their bodies with his divine sense and observe the situation in their sea of consciousness. "He's really a descendant of my race," Ling Xiao murmured with a gratified expression. With his cultivation as a mid-level godly king, it was naturally not difficult for him to check the physical condition of these ordinary youths. Through his observations, he could immediately sense that Ation's sea of consciousness was wider than the other youths, and his soul force was also much stronger than the other youths. In terms of physique, he was also much better than the others. Of course, Ling Xiao was not going to choose a disciple. He just wanted to see if there were any particularly outstanding disciples among the descendants of the soul race. When the time came, he would still have to nurture them and let the soul race regain its former glory. However, his intention was not for the soul race to become the leader of all the ancient races again. Instead, he wanted them to have the ability to protect themselves and return to the heaven domain. They would have a prosperous place to live, and not have to continue living in such a barren land. Of course, some hatred that could not be resolved still had to be resolved. The few youths gathered around Ation and congratulated him with words of envy. Atian was also happy to share this with their companions. However, he was still clearly aware that the reason why he was still alive and had such a smooth breakthrough had a lot to do with this big brother in front of him. He squeezed through the few people and quickly walked in front of Ling Xiao. He knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Atian, thank you, benefactor, for saving my life." Ling Xiao had a good impression of this little fellow. Just now, he was willing to sacrifice himself to save his companions, which was enough to prove that he was a little fellow who valued relationships and righteousness. Ling Xiao patted his head and said with a smile, "Get up, it's not a big deal." "Thank you, benefactor." Atian looked gratefully at Ling Xiao and said. He realized that his benefactor didn't seem to be much older than him. Why was he so powerful? Moreover, he had never seen his benefactor here. In the past, he had heard from his father or grandfather that there were only their clansmen here. There would be no other strangers. Could it be that benefactor is an immortal? Did he specially come to save us? Atian thought innocently. Ling Xiao naturally did not know what this little fellow was thinking. He immediately patted his head and said, "Where is your family? Can you take me for a walk? I'm not familiar with this place." Ling Xiao said this only because he wanted to understand the current situation of the soul race from the children. Otherwise, with a sweep of his divine will, it would be easy for him to find someone. Moreover, this space was very small. He would probably be able to fly once in a day by himself. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The race that was once the most terrifying among all the ancient races had actually been reduced to living in such a small cage-like place. It had to be said that the affairs of the world were unpredictable. Chapter 1281. These soul youths were not scheming at all. Faced with a benefactor who could easily scare off a second-grade middle-stage pine leopard, they told him everything they knew without holding anything back. After probing, Ling Xiao finally had a general understanding of the situation here. It turned out that in this small space, there were very few soul race people. All the clansmen added up to less than 5,000 people. Compared to the Kim people, who had a hard time reproducing, they were much worse. The main reason was that the living conditions of the soul race were too poor. Moreover, their physiques were ordinary and weak. They relied on hunting for food to survive and lived a peaceful life. Because of this, many of them were bitten to death by those spirit beasts in the process of hunting. On the other hand, Ling Xiao guessed another reason. That was because the soul race members here married their own relatives, so it was impossible for their descendants to have high IQ. He could tell from the two children beside him that they were already 14 or 15 years old. However, their reaction speed was only like that of a 6 or 7-year-old child. Moreover, their physiques were even worse. Children like them were quite easy to die when they grew up. This was also the reason why the descendants of the soul race only had so few people after so many tens of thousands of years. Ling Xiao felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He knew that he had been influenced by another person. But no matter what, this strengthened Ling Xiao's determination to take them away from this place. However, before this, he had to do the ideological work of these people and make them accept his existence. Otherwise, why would they suddenly leave with a stranger like him? Ling Xiao followed these youths to a village that looked like a primitive tribe. The people here were all dressed very simply. Some were even wearing animal skins. They looked very similar to the primordial humans. Fortunately, their appearances were similar to normal humans. It was just that they lacked all kinds of craftsmanship experts, which made them look like this. When these people saw the children of the village actually leading an unfamiliar youth into the village, they were all full of curiosity. At the same time, they also had a bit of vigilance. They had lived here for tens of thousands of years. It could be said that they had seen and recognized everyone in the village. Why was there suddenly another person? However, when the children told the villagers that it was this big brother who saved their lives, the villagers' faces immediately lit up with gratitude, and they didn't have to be on guard anymore. A middle-aged man walked out and bowed to Ling Xiao. "Thank you for saving my family." This middle-aged man was exactly Atian's father, Yin Li. Moreover, he was the patriarch of the village and possessed a cultivation at the mid-stage of the king rank. Among the people before him, he could be considered as the strongest existence. Of course, Ling Xiao knew that he only represented the people before him. There were 2 or 3 earthly emperor realm experts, and over a dozen king rank experts in the village. Such a force was considered to be extraordinary in the northwest of the Xianling continent. However, to the Soul Clan, an ancient race that dominated the heaven domain in ancient times, they had fallen into a pitiful decline. Ling Xiao felt a little sad. He held Yun Li's hand and said, "Don't be too polite. I just happened to pass by. It was just a small effort." Although Yun Li couldn't feel any spiritual power from Ling Xiao, he was keenly aware that Ling Xiao was not ordinary. Because relying on his soul power, he still couldn't see through the depth of this young man's strength, which was enough to make him a little shocked. Immediately after, Yun Li immediately brought Ling Xiao into the village and welcomed him in his house. As for Tian, he followed closely behind Ling Xiao. His eyes were always filled with respect, as if he always had something to say to Ling Xiao, but with a hint of reverence he didn't dare to open his mouth. When Ling Xiao came here, he followed the host's wishes and didn't reveal the slightest bit of displeasure. Through the observation just now, all of the descendants of the Soul Clan here had Tenbin of the Heavy Soul. Perhaps this had something to do with their close relatives, which instead allowed them to maintain the purest bloodline. Perhaps as long as their soul power Tenbin was developed, their intelligence would definitely become normal. Of course, this matter couldn't be rushed. He had to slowly integrate into the big family of this village first. Yun Li took out some spirit beast meat to entertain Ling Xiao warmly. He also took out rare spirit fruits for Ling Xiao to consume. These spirit fruits weren't something that anyone in the village could take out. Yun Li did this to test Ling Xiao's depth. At the same time, it was considered as a repayment for saving his son's life. It was just that this kind of rank 4 spirit fruit was really not worth mentioning in Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't put it in his eyes, but he also wouldn't show any dissatisfaction. Through observation, Yun Li knew that this young man in front of him definitely had a great background. He actually turned a blind eye to the spirit fruits that he took out, and only drank some tea. Yun Li also took the opportunity to find out Ling Xiao's background. He wanted to know where he came from, and what he wanted to do. As the chief, he also wanted to bring the villagers to other places to see the world. However, he knew that this place wasn't very big at all. Other than the people in their village, there were only some spirit beasts. It was difficult to meet anyone else. He couldn't help but be curious about one more person who appeared out of nowhere. Ling Xiao naturally found 1 or 2 awkward reasons to deal with Yun Li's test. After all, he couldn't possibly say that his ancestors showed up and sent him here to save them, right? When Yun Li was talking to Ling Xiao, he glanced at his son and said, "Tian, what are you still doing? Go to the backyard and practice your martial arts." "Father," Yun Tian wanted to say something but stopped himself. His eyes were full of expectation as he looked at Ling Xiao. "If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you hesitating?" Yun Li reprimanded bluntly, who knew that Yun Tian would bend his knees and kneel down in front of Ling Xiao and said, I want to worship this big brother as my master. I beg big brother to fulfill my wish." Ever since he saw that Ling Xiao easily scared away the pine leopard in the mountain range, he knew that this big brother was extraordinary. He worshipped this big brother very much. He hesitated for a long time, and finally gathered his courage to say it. Yun Li obviously didn't expect that his son would actually have this kind of idea. Not only did he not blame him, he was happy instead. This kid has good taste. This little fella, you better get up first. Ling Xiao was a little troubled. Actually, he only wanted to stay here for a few days at most. As long as he could integrate into this family and make each and every one of them worship him, he could bring them away with him. Otherwise, if he rashly said that he wanted to bring them away from here, people would only say that he was crazy. Therefore, it was a little difficult for him to accept disciples here. It wasn't that he looked down on Yun Tian. On the contrary, he felt that Yun Tian was the best material to cultivate the soul-controlling art. His spirit power was more advantageous than the others. "No. If master doesn't accept me as master, I will kneel for a long time and not get up." Yun Tian's temper was rather stubborn. He actually swore to worship Ling Xiao as master. Yinli was afraid that Yin Tian would have the opposite effect. He immediately shouted at Yin Tian, "Don't be impudent. How can you speak to our benefactor like that? Benefactor doesn't accept you because your aptitude isn't enough. Continue to work hard and cultivate." Actually, he had enough confidence in his son's tenbin. Among all the children in the village, his son cultivated the fastest and was also the most hardworking. Moreover, he even broke through a level on this trip. Although he knew that it was because of this young man's help, he still couldn't deny that his son's tenbin was outstanding. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't accept his son, besides feeling disappointed, he also felt that this young man's standards were too high? Or did he misjudge his son? "Get up first. If any of you are willing, I will impart the cultivation method when I have time. As for whether you can comprehend it or not, that will depend on your ability," Ling Xiao said. "And master, do you think I, Anyo, Amu, and the rest can also learn with you?" Yin Tian asked rather excitedly. "Anyone can come if they want," Ling Xiao said confidently. The soul-controlling art was originally the soul race's sect-guarding divine art. Ling Xiao planned to slowly impart these chants to these soul race youths so that they could use his tenbin well in the future. However, he also didn't know if this divine soul-controlling art had already been passed down, and would it be the same as what he imparted to them. At that time, he better not cause any trouble. "Haha, many thanks, master. I will go and tell Anyo and the rest right now. They will definitely be overjoyed." Yin Tian more or less had the temperament of a child. He laughed heartily and then ran out of the house. Yinli felt a little uncertain after seeing Ling Xiao's sudden change. He didn't believe that this young man would help the children of their clan for no reason. Could it be that he is planning something? Yinli thought nervously. After settling Ling Xiao down, he went to the patriarch's place to discuss the matter with the patriarch before making any further plans. In a relatively hidden place in the village, there was an ancestral hall built against the mountain. This was the place where the old patriarch and the other elders of the previous generation lived. Usually, if there was any major event in the village, they would also come to this ancestral hall to discuss it. This ancestral hall could also be called the council hall. This ancestral hall enshrined a godly elephant. This godly elephant wore a godly helmet and armor, and it held a godly blade and a godly shield. It looked down on the common people from the sky, giving off a domineering aura that was superior to looking down on the world. If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this divine elephant. Impressively, it was the familiar demonic face that he saw in the chaotic burial space. Under this divine elephant, there were many small plates hanging. The plates were engraved with names. It should be the ancestors of the village that had passed away. In this ancestral hall, there were a few old people sitting. Their strength was the highest in the village. Yunli was reporting to them about the sudden appearance of Ling Xiao in their village. No matter how this person appeared, we should first raise our vigilance and see what he wants to do. If he really wants to teach the children of our clan, it is also these children's good fortune. Otherwise we these old farts will not sit and do nothing, a white-haired old man said with a hoarse voice. Chapter 1282. In a small land space that looked like a prison, in a quiet mountain range, there was an open space that had been changed by human hands. This open space seemed to be a martial arts field. There were nearly 100 youths of different ages on the field. They were all wearing rough hemp clothes and were practicing body forging techniques together. Each and every one of them walked with steady steps, swinging their fists with the sound of the wind, causing the air to tremble and make pa-pa sounds non-stop. On the top of a hill not far from the martial arts field sat a young man. This young man had his eyes closed in rest, as if he had merged with the world. Even if an ordinary person looked in his direction, it would be difficult to discover his existence. This young man was Ling Xiao, who had been teleported from the chaotic burial space to this space. Although he was sitting like this, he could discover any of the youths that were slacking off nearby and immediately issued a warning to them. If they were disobedient, he would immediately use small tricks to make them taste his power. Ling Xiao had been here for more than half a year. After more than half a year, he had already obtained the approval of the descendants of the soul race. They sent all the children in the village to him and let him teach them martial skills. However, Ling Xiao's teaching method was different from ordinary people. He planned to completely transform the weak bodies of these children so that they could keep up with the quality of ordinary cultivators. He was not in a hurry to immediately teach them any powerful, profound skills. After half a year, these children's bodies had also become much stronger. Other than a few little girls or mentally handicapped children, all of them were successfully kept by Ling Xiao and taught them the soul-controlling art. At night, they could try to meditate and cultivate, so that they could feel the existence of mental power as soon as possible. At that time, they could use mental power to make simple attacks. More than half a year had passed, but until now, no one could feel the existence of mental power. Ling Xiao was more or less anxious. He did not know if it was because of his mistakes in teaching, or if these little fellows' tenbin were bad. Logically speaking, with the tenbin of the soul race's heavy soul, cultivating the soul-controlling art should be double the effort. Thinking back, it did not take much effort for him to sense the existence of mental power, and it did not take long to learn mental attacks. After a day of training, all the children could happily go home. However, a youth ran from the foot of the mountain towards the top. He had an incomparably joyful expression as he exclaimed to Ling Xiao, "Master, I can feel mental power. I can feel mental power." Ling Xiao looked at Yun Tian, who was excitedly running over, and finally revealed a look of relief. He muttered, "It seems that any cultivation technique pays attention to some tenbin. Ah, Tian has the widest sea of consciousness among these children. Perhaps in the future, the soul-controlling art can be carried forward by him. It is suitable for him to protect the soul race, but I absolutely cannot let him develop too much killing intent." Ling Xiao originally had no intention of taking Yun Tian as his disciple, but Yun Tian kept calling him master. After some hesitation, Ling Xiao tacitly accepted him as his disciple. Everyone in the soul race was lacking in terms of cultivation rank. They did not have any particularly outstanding physiques, but the heavy soul was the best tenbin for them to use. Once they raised their mental power, they could still kill people of a higher rank. As for the soul race's cultivation rank, they could also increase their mental power and soul power, allowing them to catch up. Just like Ling Xiao now, he had the divine soul of a high-level god king. Therefore, he wouldn't have any problems leaping from the mid-level to the high level. Therefore, the soul race also had this advantage. As long as they accumulated their mental power, their souls would be stronger than before, and it would be greatly beneficial for them to break through their ranks. Without a good physique, they could cultivate to the soul race's cultivation rank, but the heavy soul tenbin could make up for their innate deficiencies. This could be said to be a loss at the swinging corner, but a gain at the mulberry. There was a loss, but there was a gain. Ling Xiao smiled at Yun Tian, who ran up angrily and said, "Not bad. Next, it will depend on how you can use mental power. When you reach master's level, you can be considered to have started the initiation." At the same time, Ling Xiao said, he uprooted a small tree not far away with a thought, and made this small tree go one round in the vicinity. This made Yun Tian stare with his eyes wide open, with a look of surprise and excitement. He knew that his master was formidable, but he did not expect that he was actually this formidable. Just with a thought, he could uproot a small tree and even make it fly around like this. It was simply too inconceivable. He felt that even his father or the old patriarch did not have this kind of ability. Yun Tian admired his master even more in his heart. A feeling of incomparable reverence and worship spontaneously welled up. Disciple will definitely work hard to cultivate and reach this realm as soon as possible. Yun Tian replied very seriously. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "And continue to work hard. Master believes that you can definitely do it, but don't forget to also work hard to cultivate your body. You can't fall behind on either. If you can't meet master's requirements, my master absolutely won't recognize you as a disciple. Master can't afford to lose face like this." "Yes, master." Disciple will definitely work harder and not lose face for master. Yunli replied very firmly. Even though Ling Xiao only imparted the first stage of the soul-controlling art to these children, it was already enough for them to cultivate for many years. Ling Xiao could not impart all the mnemonic chants to them at once. It would force some children to be too impatient, and it would instead spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. That would not be good. At the same time, he also wanted to test whether those elders in the soul race knew the mnemonic chants of this soul-controlling art. But after he spread out the mnemonic chants, no one actually came over to ask him about the origins of this mnemonic chants. He could not help but suspect, could it be that this soul-controlling art had not been passed down? He really wanted to go over and capture those elders of the soul race to ask, but he felt that it was presumptuous. Ling Xiao sent Yun Tian back and started to meditate here in peace again. As long as he was unable to obtain the complete trust of this soul race, he would not be able to leave this place. And the time he set for himself was at most a year. Within a year he absolutely had to bring all of them away. Now that there was not much time left, he had to think of the next step of countermeasures. However, before he could think of a plan, an opportunity appeared before him. On this day, Yunli flew over anxiously. Before he even arrived, he exclaimed to Ling Xiao nonstop. Teacher Ling! Teacher Ling! Ling Xiao walked over and instantly arrived in front of Yunli saying, Patriarch Yun, I wonder what's the matter that made you so anxious? Yunli bowed to Ling Xiao and said, May Teacher Ling please save the lives of my old patriarch and several elders. My clan from top to bottom will definitely not forget Teacher Ling's kindness. Did something happen? If I can help, I will definitely not delay it. Ling Xiao immediately responded. As he spoke, his divine sense swept towards the village, and discovered that the few elders who usually lived in seclusion were actually gone. The old patriarch and several elders went to the wolf ridge to look for spirit grass, but they were surrounded by a pack of wolves. The old patriarch and the others could have escaped, but a few elders were injured and couldn't escape. The old patriarch and the others couldn't abandon them, so they are willing to ask Teacher Ling for help. You must save the old patriarch and the others. There is a very powerful wolf king there. Even the old patriarch isn't its opponent. Yunli said what he wanted to express in one breath. However, just as he finished speaking, he immediately felt that he was riding on a cloud, and his face was blown by a gust of wind to the point that he couldn't open his eyes. When he felt his body stop, he suddenly discovered that he was already in the sky above the wolf ridge. Yunli was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. It would take him more than half a day to fly from the wolf ridge back to the village, but now, in the blink of an eye, he had arrived here. Even he himself was shocked by this speed. They are below, let's go down. Ling Xiao scanned with his divine sense, and immediately pulled Yunli down. This land space was very small, and Ling Xiao already knew this place like the back of his hand. He had also been to this wolf ridge before, and he knew that there was a powerful rank 6 low-level wolf king here, as well as a few rank 5 wolf beasts, and the number of wolves was not small. The people of the soul race were really not this wolf king's opponent, and he was really afraid that the few elders of the soul race would be devoured by the wolf king. Fortunately, when Ling Xiao rushed over, they were still fine, and the old patriarch used a sacred tool in his hands, barely saving their lives. Unfortunately, he couldn't use the power of the sacred tool, or else this wolf king would have been killed a long time ago. The wolf king had enough intelligence, and made hundreds of wolf ways surround their group, continuously launching long-range attacks, wanting to exhaust the 10 people of the soul race alive. The current situation was very unfavorable for the people of the soul race, and that defensive sacred tool could only temporarily save their lives. If the old patriarch's spiritual energy was exhausted, they would only die. Moreover, a few of them were already injured, and it would be even more difficult for them to escape. Teacher Ling, you please save the old patriarch and the others, we will definitely be grateful to you. Yunli was now completely convinced by Ling Xiao, and immediately begged anxiously. Even without Yunli saying this, Ling Xiao also didn't want to miss the opportunity to deal with these little old men. As long as he killed all of these little old men, the other soul race people would definitely obey him unconditionally. Don't worry with me here, Nothing will happen to them, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. After saying that, Ling Xiao did not rush into the pack of wolves to kill them. Instead, he drew out his invisible soul power, and an invisible palm instantly grabbed at the wolf beasts like a piece of heaven itself. He grabbed over 100 wolf beasts with a single palm, scaring the wolf beasts to the point that they couldn't stop howling in fear. They couldn't understand why they suddenly flew into the sky. They hadn't reached the 6th rank yet, so it was impossible for them to fly. So. Chapter 1283. The struggling wolf beasts howled and wailed, but no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't get down from the sky. At the same time, they were afraid of suddenly falling down. They were afraid that even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. Immediately after, they were like stones that had been thrown out. They were actually thrown 10,000 meters away, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Not only these 100 wolves, but the other wolf beasts were also caught and thrown away by Ling Xiao's soul palm. The only wolf king that Ling Xiao left behind was howling and howling. It actually sensed that someone was coming and actually dared to pounce in Ling Xiao's direction. Teacher Ling, be careful. Yunli looked at the ferocious wolf king that was approaching in the blink of an eye and shouted. The members of the soul race below were so shocked that their throats were in their throats. They had all witnessed how terrifying this wolf king was. It could already fly through the air, and was a low-rank 6th-rank spiritual beast. Its strength was not lower than that of a heavenly venerable. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying spiritual beast since they had lived here for many years. If it wasn't for this spiritual beast, they would have already broken out of the encirclement by relying on the few Earth Sovereign Realm and several King Realm experts. Although they didn't know what had just happened, they didn't think that the young man in front of them could withstand the Wolf King's pounce and bite. They were afraid that the young man's blood would be splattered on the spot. However, in the next moment, they were completely dumbfounded. They saw that the incomparably mighty Wolf King was actually kicked far away, like an ordinary house dog. A miserable howl pierced through the sky, and in the end, only a small dot was left, disappearing into the horizon. Whether it was Yunli or the old patriarch who was the most powerful, all of their eyes were wide open, and they had a look of disbelief. They were thinking, was it really a group of ferocious wolf beasts that besieged them just now? And was that really a wolf king that had reached the 6th rank and above? The old patriarch looked at Ling Xiao, and an inexplicable thought appeared in his old eyes. He found that Ling Xiao seemed to be quite similar to the divine elephant in their ancestral hall, and he had learned from the ancient records of the clan that their clan was once glorious, and there was even a godlike existence in their clan. They only needed a thought to destroy mountains and overturn rivers, and moving mountains and filling seas was not a problem. And didn't this young man in front of him just throw all these wolf beasts away with a thought? Looking at him and the great ancestor's arrogance and heroic bearing, the old clan leader couldn't help but kneel down in fear and wail. Old ancestor, the great ancestor has arrived. Please accept the blessing of your descendant, Master Yun, and kneel. The others were all confused, but when they saw the ancestor kneel and address Ling Xiao as ancestor, for a moment, they all felt that this person might be the god of their clan that had descended. Immediately, they all knelt down and cried out, "Greetings, ancestor." Ling Xiao really didn't understand, but with his current strength and the entanglement between him and their ancestor, he really didn't mind accepting their kneeling. At the same time, he could use this opportunity to tell them the reason why they had come. Ling Xiao slightly revealed the aura of a divine king on his body, and it immediately formed a layer of light around him, dazzling everyone's eyes. The extremely weak origin energy and spiritual qi also surged over with Ling Xiao's movement, causing everyone present to be shocked but also at ease. It made them feel like they were floating, as if they wanted to break through at this moment. They all cried out in surprise in their hearts, "What a miracle! Since you've recognized me, I don't plan on hiding it anymore. I am the reincarnation of the soul ancestor, as well as your ancestor," Ling Xiao said gloomily. Afterwards, he glanced at the surroundings and called out, "Rise." As Ling Xiao's voice rang out, the surrounding mountains began to shake violently. Rumble. The mountains constantly shook, and they finally began to rise from the ground bit by bit, floating in the air. Even though the people before them were the most powerful existences in the soul race, they were still shocked by this scene. It was simply unimaginable. The old patriarch was a demigod exalt, so it was not a problem for him to destroy a mountain with a single strike. He could even uproot a smaller mountain with some difficulty. However, when they thought about how Ling Xiao had uprooted several mountains at the same time with just a single thought, just what kind of concept was that? What kind of level of strength could do that? Even a mystic Tharch would not have the ability to do that. Saints might be able to do it, but they would have to use methods to control it from afar. It was not as easy as Ling Xiao to do it with just a thought. Absolutely no one could do it. This was something that only the soul race could do. Ling Xiao playing with a few mountains was child's play. He did not want to cause too much of a commotion. If he was serious, he could even make this entire mountain range fly. The few elders from the soul race all began to believe that this young man in front of them was perhaps the reincarnation of their ancestor. This was because Ling Xiao's body suddenly had an aura that made them feel close to him. Greetings, Patriarch. Everyone present knelt down and shouted in unison. My race has existed since ancient times. Then, in the ancient age, I received orders from the heavens and created my own divine art to save my race from danger. I established an extraordinary foundation and cleansed hundreds of races of blood. My might shook the world and the universe. Ling Xiao suddenly seemed to have become another person. That mighty divine voice began to resound loudly in the world. Even the people in the faraway soul race village heard Ling Xiao's words. They all felt a surge of faith that came from their bodies. They all knelt down, their faces filled with reverence. As they listened to Ling Xiao narrate the history of their race, they all felt a wave of pride and pride. It turned out that they were all descendants of the ancient god race, and had the most outstanding bloodline. It was only because they were harmed by villains that they were forced to wander here. The many ancient secrets of their race gave them a very strong impulse to rise. At the same time, they wanted to unite against their common enemy. They swore to take revenge for the blood of their ancestors and dominate the region. The descendants of my race were exiled, causing you to fall to such a state. I am deeply grieved. I must take revenge for this. I must make them pay with blood. Ling Xiao's words were steady, sonorous, and filled with grief and indignation. It stirred up everyone. We must take revenge for this. We must make them pay with blood. All the members of the soul race cried out in anger. Ling Xiao listened to their roars with satisfaction. As long as they still had courage, it would not be difficult for them to restore the glory of the soul race. But Ling Xiao absolutely could not let the soul race follow in their footsteps. They must take revenge, but they must not be allowed to be hostile to anyone outside their race. Otherwise, if they killed anyone they saw, they would face the danger of extinction sooner or later. Moreover, they were currently so weak. With a wave of his hand, Ling Xiao brought Yun Li, the old patriarch of the soul race, and the others back to the village. As soon as Ling Xiao and the others returned, they were immediately surrounded by all the people of the soul race. All of them knelt down and worshipped Ling Xiao in excitement. The more they looked at Ling Xiao, the more they felt that Ling Xiao was very similar to their ancestors' divine elephant. Especially that pair of eyes, it was almost exactly the same. There was also that feeling of closeness that they felt, and it definitely did not seem like a lie. All of you have suffered. In the near future, I will definitely bring all of you back to the Heaven Region ancestral land, and create the glory of our race. Ling Xiao said indifferently to these people. Right now, he felt that he seemed to have the essence of a swindler. He actually knew how to trick people. Everyone hesitated for a moment before bowing and retreating. Among the crowd, Yin Tian was extremely excited. He thought to himself, "So master is my ancestor. No wonder he is so powerful. Even the old patriarch and my father have to listen to him." After dispersing the crowd, Yin Shifu respectfully invited Ling Xiao into the ancestral hall of the clan. All the people of the soul race who had reached the king rank and above followed closely behind. Surrounded by everyone, Ling Xiao entered the ancestral hall. When he saw Hun Feng's divine elephant, his body immediately trembled. A wave of soul power rushed out of the divine elephant and instantly attacked him. The divine elephant seemed to have become a living creature. It coldly stared at everyone in the hall, and an overbearing aura instantly soared into the sky. Ling Xiao seemed to be controlled by that power. He walked with dragon-like steps and arrived in front of the divine elephant. When he turned around, he seemed to have become exactly the same as the divine elephant. Yin Shifu, Yin Li, and the others immediately knelt down in panic and shouted, "The ancestor has appeared! The ancestor has appeared!" At this moment, the divine elephant collapsed on its own, and a divine object rushed out of the divine elephant. Whoosh! The divine object instantly burst forth with a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the ancestral hall. Even the outside of the ancestral hall was illuminated by the same brilliance, causing everyone to cry out in surprise. Yin Shifu, Yin Li, and the others all stared at the divine object with wide eyes. Their eyes became incomparably excited. They didn't know that there was such a mystical treasure inside the divine elephant. Perhaps only the reincarnation of the ancestor in front of them could make it appear on its own. The divine object was a divine hoop. It was carved with dragon and phoenix stripes, and there was an origin crystal embedded in the middle. It emitted waves of divine brilliance, like the roar of a dragon or the cry of a phoenix. It looked extremely noble and beautiful. The divine hoop flickered for a moment before automatically covering Ling Xiao's forehead. It seemed to be tailor-made for him. Its size was just right. After putting it on, it made Ling Xiao look especially majestic and exceptionally noble. It was as if an ancient god had descended into the world, causing people to immediately worship and revere him. Ling Xiao's divine soul emitted waves of soul power that blended with the divine hoop's tool soul like milk. All of this didn't need to be done deliberately. It was all done by the flow of water. So you were the one who escorted our clansmen here. It's really been hard on you. Ling Xiao seemed to be talking to himself naturally. The divine hoop seemed to be able to hear Ling Xiao's words. It constantly flickered with divine light, as if it was responding to Ling Xiao's words. Everything seemed very magical. Chapter 1284. The divine dragon phoenix hoop was forged from dragon scales, phoenix feathers, soul wood, and other top-notch divine materials. Then, it was infused with supreme divine power to make it even more perfect. This was a true primordial godly artifact. It wasn't an offensive primordial godly artifact, but a defensive primordial godly artifact. When worn on one's forehead, it could block any primordial godly artifact's attack on one's head. As long as one's head wasn't destroyed, one could grow a new body. This was a true life-saving primordial godly artifact. Apart from that, it also had an unexpected effect. It could increase the cultivation speed of one's soul, absorb any remnant soul power, and purify it to speed up absorption. It could also increase the power of one's soul power attack and block any soul power attack. In short, this divine dragon phoenix hoop had a miraculous effect when it came to soul power, be it offense or defense. This was one of the primordial godly artifacts of the soul race. Back when he fought alone against all the heroes, this primordial godly artifact had displayed great power. However, Hun Feng had died from exhaustion in the end. His divine body had collapsed, and everything he had was divided up by the other races. Fortunately, the divine dragon phoenix hoop, which he valued the most, had been sent into the chaotic burial space to escort the descendants of the soul race to a place where they could live. Finally, this divine dragon phoenix hoop had probably escorted the old, weak women, and children of the soul race to this narrow space. This was also the only ancient god artifact that Soulwind had left, other than the soul-controlling art that he had scattered into the void. After obtaining the divine dragon phoenix hoop's approval, Ling Xiao had truly obtained Hun Feng's approval. Otherwise, he would probably have to stay in this small space for the rest of his life and spend the rest of his life with the soul race. Of course, with the divine dragon phoenix hoop's approval, his life would be even safer in the future. Unless he encountered a supreme, no one would be able to kill him. One had to know that this divine dragon phoenix hoop wasn't an ordinary primordial godly artifact. It was a top-notch primordial godly artifact. With this, Yin Shifu, Yunli, and the others no longer suspected that Ling Xiao was an impostor. They were certain that the person in front of them was the reincarnation of their ancestor, so they had to treat him with respect from the bottom of their hearts. With this Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on, Ling Xiao didn't need to understand how the descendants of the soul race had lived all these years. The artifact soul within the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop had already transmitted all the records to his mind, allowing him to understand everything clearly. Only the old, weak, women and children were sent to this space. The other soul race experts stayed behind to fight to the death. As a result, the soul race didn't have any decent experts guarding it, and no one passed down the soul race's divine art. When Ling Xiao learned of all this, he felt the same way, and a particularly uncomfortable feeling assaulted his heart. He was not in a hurry to leave this land. He needed to brainwash all 5,000 soul race descendants here before he left. He needed to make them completely submit to him, this so-called old ancestor. Only then would he be able to raise them and restore the might of the soul race. After Ling Xiao was shocked twice in a row, he openly told Yin Shifu, Yunli, and the others his intention. In one sentence it was, "Take all of you away from this small place, and return to your ancestral lands to live." Yin Shifu, Yunli, and the others did not think at all. They all nodded, willing to follow the old ancestors' orders. Even if they had to climb a mountain of knives and go down a mountain of oil, they would not object. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with this result. His mission this time was more than half completed. Of course, out of respect for the soul race, he first had Yin Shifu and Yunli mobilize and persuade the others of the soul race. He continued to teach the children of the soul race in the mountain range. At the same time, he allowed anyone to come in and practice martial arts. He also taught the first stage of the soul-controlling art to Yin Shifu, Yunli, and the others, allowing them to choose a portion of people to cultivate this divine art. He planned to let everyone of the soul race cultivate the soul-controlling art. In the future, the descendants who were outstanding in cultivating Tenbin would slowly be taught the second stage. The third stage would have to wait until they broke through to the realm of the Holy Emperor. He could not let them cultivate the complete soul-controlling art casually. They were too weak. If they fell into the hands of others in the future, they would be forced out. That would be troublesome. Even though only heavy souls could cultivate the soul-controlling art with twice the results, who could be sure that there were no heavy souls in other races? In the following days, other than supervising the children's martial arts, Ling Xiao also told them about the history of the soul race and the general knowledge of Heaven Realm, so that they would not be unable to adapt to life in Heaven Realm. At the same time, he warned them to keep a low profile and not expose their identity of the soul race. Otherwise, they would die without a grave. It was possible to take revenge, but everything had to wait until they grew up. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. The soul race showed unprecedented fighting spirit and ambition. They all knew that they were once an ancient race, one of the strongest races. They had pride and proud beliefs. Each of them worked like crazy to cultivate. They not only wanted to be strong, but they also wanted to take revenge for their ancestors who had died. After nearly a year of contact, Ling Xiao discovered that the entire Spiritas were very united, friendly, and supportive. They were few in number, but if they were given a better cultivation environment and resources, they would definitely be able to restore the prestige of the soul race. Of course, how to develop in the future, Ling Xiao did not want to think that much for now. His only thought was to leave this place as soon as possible, leave the chaotic burial space, and return to the Sky Dragon territory. One day, Ling Xiao had Yin Shifu and Yunli gather all the people of the soul race. After 3 months of mobilization, all the people of the soul race were willing to return to the ancestral land. Because according to Ling Xiao's description, the ancestral land was definitely more wonderful and superior than this small place. Coupled with the fact that they all recognized Ling Xiao as their old ancestor, they naturally did not have any resistance. Anything worth collecting in the village was collected by Yin Shifu, Yunli, and the others using the space rings Ling Xiao gave them to bring back to the ancestral land. The 5,000 people of the soul race all looked up at the aloof Ling Xiao with looks of expectation, their eyes filled with deep respect. I have gathered all of you here today, because I believe you all know that I will be taking you away from here. Are you all willing to follow me back to the ancestral land? Ling Xiao asked faintly with his hands behind his back. Everyone responded in unison. We are willing to follow old ancestor back to the ancestral land. Ling Xiao nodded, then smiled faintly and said, all of you relax and do not resist my will. I will take you away now, and I believe it will not be long before you all return to the ancestral land. As his voice fell, his divine sense began to sweep over everyone's heads, and then they all disappeared in front of him. These 5,000 people were all taken into Ling Xiao's medicine cauldron. Okay, it's time to leave this damned place. Ling Xiao muttered to the sky. He forced a drop of blood essence from his finger and flicked it high into the sky, where it instantly burst apart. Pong. This drop of blood essence seemed to contain an extremely terrifying power, causing a strange change in the sky, and a shocking explosion soared into the sky. A strange ball of light slowly appeared high up in the sky. It was like a door, constantly flashing with bursts of energy fluctuations. Ling Xiao didn't even think about it, and rushed towards the door. After entering the door, Ling Xiao felt as if he had entered a bottomless black hole. He only felt his body shuttling through this space at an extremely fast speed. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Xiao only felt his vision blur. And then he returned to a narrow space. This space was the wooden coffin that Ling Xiao had originally fallen into. Just as he was about to struggle out of the wooden coffin, a burst of strange energy flashed around the wooden coffin. The dragon phoenix divine hoop on Ling Xiao's forehead seemed to be summoned, and it let out a series of wailing sounds. The phantoms of a dragon and a phoenix kept roaring and hissing, as if they had seen a family member. Swoosh! The power around the wooden coffin rushed toward Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness at the same time. The demonic face with tears of blood appeared in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. In the future, the task of protecting our clansmen will be handed over to you. You must continue the bloodline of our clan, and let our clan regain its former glory. Also, you must take revenge for the extermination of our clan. You must make them restless. You must take revenge. You must make them restless. Mournful voices kept echoing in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao's dragon eyes kept flowing tears of blood. The scene of watching his family being killed once again appeared in front of his eyes. Those people seemed to have become his parents: Ling Zhan, Meng Xiyun, his women Yin Mingqi, Feng Xianyun, Kai Xiayueji Beixin. That kind of heart-wrenching feeling made him want to die. Suddenly, a burst of power rushed toward Ling Xiao's godly soul. This power seemed to have something in common with Ling Xiao's godly soul. The moment it came into contact with his godly soul, it immediately assimilated. Originally, Ling Xiao's godly soul was only at the mid-level high-level godly king stage. However, after obtaining this power, the strength of Ling Xiao's godly soul clone instantly soared. After a while, it reached the peak-level godly king stage in one fell swoop, and there seemed to be signs of improvement. At the same time, another burst of godly soul clone rushed toward Ling Xiao's Dantian. After the 5-colored Dantian received this power, the overflowing power rushed toward the divine bridge. The godly soul clone immediately responded, and the two powers started to converge and fuse on the divine bridge. Bits of 5-colored godly power started to condense on the divine bridge. Ling Xiao's strength also started to rise along with the increase of the godly power. First, he reached the peak of the early-level mid-level godly king stage. Immediately after, he broke through to the mid-level godly king stage. His strength continued to rise. Chapter 1285. Chaotic Burial Space was one of the 8 forbidden lands. Once you entered, you would have a slim chance of survival. However, only a few King God Realm or incipient God Realm experts could come out alive. Today, in a space with many ancient coffins in the chaotic burial space, 2 people were still alive. They were Evil Emperor and Lu Piapiao, who had been rescued by Ling Xiao. Since they had woken up, they had stayed here for more than a year. No one had left, but the two of them had never talked to each other. Every time Evil Emperor was bored, he wanted to chat with Lu Piapiao to relieve his boredom. However, he always met a cold rebuff. Evil Emperor couldn't help but laugh at himself. It seems that I am really old. Even a woman doesn't want to talk to me. Evil Emperor couldn't communicate with Lu Piapiao many times, but he didn't ask for trouble. He always had free time to see if there were any movements in the ancient coffins. However, more than a year had passed. Those imba, gods' corpses, and demons had returned to the ancient coffins. There was no more movement. He couldn't help but worry if Ling Xiao would become a demon king corpse. At that time, even if a supreme expert came, he wouldn't be able to save his life. However, with his current strength, he couldn't do anything. The other party was just a god's corpses, and they could kill him without a burial place. He could only pray that things weren't that bad. He didn't have much hope, but today there was finally some movement. Roars came from the ancient coffins. Imba, god's corpses, demons and half-corpses all walked out of the ancient coffins. They cried out in fear and knelt down towards the wooden coffin in the center. Above the wooden coffin in the center, rays of strange light burst forth and instantly filled the sky, illuminating this part of the world. Then, a figure rushed out of the wooden coffin. Roar! An earth-shattering roar rang out. It was as if a golden dragon had soared into the sky in an instant, appearing incomparably mighty and noble. Congratulations on the reappearance of the God Lord. Congratulations on the reappearance of the God Lord. Voices reverberated in the world. Evil Emperor and Lu Piapiao instantly soared up into the sky and looked at the direction of the ancient coffin. Their eyes were full of fear. It's shower, he's finally out. The Evil Emperor exclaimed excitedly. Lu Piapiao also revealed a faint smile, but it disappeared in a flash. At the same time, her beautiful eyes flashed with some inexplicable complexity. Ling Xiao, who was high up in the sky, was like a supreme being descending to the mortal world. His terrifying aura continued to spread, and the dragon phoenix divine hoop on his forehead was incomparably demonic, giving him a strange and evil feeling. He was originally a handsome man, and now that he was wearing such a flashy divine hoop, it immediately made him look even more sinister and awe-inspiring. He was afraid that it was enough to instantly kill any woman. However, there was a strong evil aura on his body, and the strong killing intent caused others to be terrified. His eyes flashed with a scarlet-red color from time to time, and he was simply like the reincarnation of a demon king. He slowly descended from the sky. In front of him, the half-corpses, gods' corpses, devils, and all the gods and demons knelt respectfully, not daring to move. Ling Xiao looked at the puppets in front of him that Han Feng had controlled for many years, and couldn't help but feel emotional. With such a troop of puppets, he could absolutely establish an overlord force that could challenge the Dragon Gate. However, his competence was still limited, and he couldn't completely control all the puppets in front of him. Only when he truly stepped into the realm of a supreme martial artist would he be able to command all the puppets here. He knew that Han Feng had prepared this for the Soul Clan. Most of the people who had entered the chaotic burial space, including incipient God Realm and King God Realm experts, were controlled here. When the Soul Clan reappeared in the Heaven territory, it would be the time for them to come out. He had to admit that Han Feng was a real monstrous genius. He had even paved the way for the future of the Soul Clan. All the spatial rings of these people were equivalent to the resources that the Soul Clan would need to cultivate in the future. The members of the Soul Clan didn't need to worry about cultivating resources anymore. Ling Xiao had become the master of these Godin Ba, God's Corpse Demon, and the half-zombies. He had received the last bit of power that Han Feng had left. Han Feng had disappeared completely from this space, and Ling Xiao had become the master of this forbidden land. Today, his competence had advanced by leaps and bounds. The little bit of power that Han Feng had left had helped him break through one realm, reaching the high-level King God Realm. His God Soul had also reached the half-incipient God Realm. The speed of his advancement was like a rocket. It was hard to believe. With his current competence, he could just get rid of the Senjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. Give me everything, Ling Xiao said gloomily. Right after that, A half-zombie with a hood turned around and flashed towards the ancient coffins. It flashed like the wind. After several blinks, it returned to Ling Xiao, handing all the spatial rings to Ling Xiao. These spatial rings belong to the King God Realm, half-incipient God Realm, and incipient God Realm experts. Looking at these spatial rings, Ling Xiao's evil aura was reduced. He became happy. He had completely assimilated the influence that Hanfeng had on him. He took a deep breath and collected all the spatial rings. Then, he waved his hand at them. Return to your positions. You will see the sun soon. Thank you, God Lord, for your favor. The ones who could talk answered respectfully. Soon after, most of them obediently returned to the ancient coffin. Dozens of God's corpse demons were kept by Ling Xiao, and he put them into the divine cauldron. These God's corpse demons were at the peak of King God Realm. 2 of them were even at the half-incipient God Realm. Currently, Ling Xiao could control them. As for the God Ba, they were too disgusting, so he didn't want to bring them. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't want to bring them for himself. He wanted to keep them to protect the Soul Clan. In the future, he didn't have much time to stay with them and let them cultivate on their own. With these God's corpse demons guarding them, he believed that no one could harm them. One day, when he reached the Great Master Realm, he would bring all the puppets in the ancient coffins out to restore the prestige of the Soul Clan. Ling Xiao looked at Evil Emperor and Lu Piapiao and found that they were still there. His body floated and appeared in front of them in just a blink of an eye. Teacher Miss Lu. Ling Xiao called Evil Emperor and Lu Piapiao. He finally remembered where Lu Piapiao came from. It turned out that she was not only the most beautiful woman in the Sky Dragon region, but also a real Senjin of Goguryeo. Moreover, her ranking was not low. With her unparalleled speed, she was actually ranked 98th. Lu Piapiao didn't belong to any force. She was the only disciple of Granny Feng, a famous rogue cultivator in the Sky Dragon region. It was said that Granny Feng had surpassed ordinary supremes tens of thousands of years ago and reached the middle level. In the Sky Dragon region, she was qualified to be on equal footing with any supremes. Everyone in the ancient coffins had a history. Some of them had even lived since ancient times. Those who hadn't completely fallen into the God's corpse demons were the people that Hanfeng thought would be left for Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Evil Emperor and Lu Piapiao had good potential. Otherwise, they would have been controlled by Hanfeng and become God's corpse demons. Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire Hanfeng from the bottom of his heart. After all, Hanfeng had been dead for millions of years. However, his remaining resentment and power were able to control so many supreme experts and supremes. He had an unfathomable divine power. One could imagine how domineering he was in the past. Although Ling Xiao admired Hanfeng, he definitely wouldn't be the second Hanfeng. He wanted to do better than Hanfeng. He had to surpass him. This was Ling Xiao's goal in the future. Evil Emperor looked at Ling Xiao with a slightly excited expression and said, Xiao, are you alright? He didn't dare to confirm if Ling Xiao was really alright. Why did he feel that there was a vague hostility on Ling Xiao's body? Moreover, the divine hoop that Ling Xiao was wearing made him, a peak divine king, feel a lot of pressure. Master, don't worry. I'm fine. Now we can leave the chaotic burial space. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He knew what his master was worried about. However, he was really fine now. Moreover, he had obtained a great opportunity. However, this great opportunity still had to bear a heavy responsibility. It really didn't make him feel relaxed. Evil Emperor looked at Ling Xiao suspiciously. Then his pupils shrank and he exclaimed, Xiao, are your strength? Lu Piapiao also noticed Ling Xiao's situation. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a bit of envy. Ling Xiao also knew that he couldn't hide it from them. He immediately nodded and said, I obtained a small opportunity. It's not worth mentioning. It's not worth mentioning. If others heard this, they would immediately scold. Damn it. This is called a small opportunity. There is no greater opportunity in this world. Evil Emperor was happy for Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. He said, Good. I was worried that you would become the corpse demon emperor. However, I was worried too much. However, you still have to pay more attention in the future. It's better not to tell others about this. Evil Emperor's words were to remind Ling Xiao not to be too ostentatious. It would attract others to covet the opportunity he obtained. Of course, Ling Xiao knew. Ever since he obtained the inheritance of Soul Wind, he knew that there were many supreme masters in the heaven realm. However, they rarely showed themselves. Once their bottom line was touched and they were angered, they would appear in front of the world. Well, I will pay attention. Let's go now. It's time to go out. Otherwise, Master's wife and the others will go crazy, Ling Xiao said. Follow me. We will go in another direction. I estimate that we will definitely be able to get out within 3 years. Lu Piapiao interrupted. Then she began to lead the way in front. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would say, "No need, I have a faster way." After saying that, he began to sweep the ancient coffins with his divine sense. Then he said faintly, "Open the space gate for me." Swoosh. You're tuning in to the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.